Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Before we go any further, I'm gonna ask my co-host Nikki and Wani. Can y'all hear me?
Yes.
Okay,
We
I was
can hear
making
you.
good. I was just making sure it wasn't acting up yesterday. Yesterday, I had a crackling kind of issue on the stage, but I have to keep in mind that I was downtown Atlanta when I was a podcast, and I had a meeting downtown Atlanta, and I was in a foreign place. So but I'm back home now. So anyway, uh we got a different topic today. Topic is, what is a Mojaura spirit? What is that? I got a little surprise for y'all today, bringing in 2025 from Dr. Francis Cress Welsing. I'm hunted down an invocation from Dr. Welsing out of a whole nother book that's rare and esoteric. So y'all be brace yourselves and get ready for it. We're gonna start the space with an invocation by Dr. Francis Cress Welsing. And last part, last part of today's space, we're asking, are they anything like us? That's courtesy of Nikki the God. Ladies and gentlemen, are they anything like us? What do y'all think? Are they anything like us? Anything? Just a little bit? Wani says no. So we're going to begin this space off with an invocation by Dr. Francis Cress Welsing, MD, board certified child psychiatrist. This Dr. Welsing calls a prayer for endarkenment. That's what she calls it. She says, quote, "Thou who art blacker than a trillion midnights, whose eyes shine brighter than a billion suns, thou whose hair doth coil tighter than a million springs, radiating all energy throughout the universe. We beseech thee, one and only one, to give us total strength to carry out thy will for the universe, to establish justice on the planet Earth, and to live in peace." That's Dr. Francis Cress Welsing, author of the ISIS Papers. Wani, let's start with Nikki. Nikki, what is the Majara spirit? What is that?
Okay, sorry for snacking in your ear.
You good?
Hello, family. Peace and blessings to everyone. First of all, who's in here. Thank you for supporting us. Mojaura spirit is actually two words put together: mojo plus aura. Mojaura spirit is something that foundational Black Americans have. It's something special about us. Something that makes us fight, helps us fight back. Something about us that helps us create things out of nothing. Something about us that helps us create dishes out of boring dishes that are already made, and helps us take macaroni and turn it into the delicious creation that we made it. Just like I said, we fight back. We don't accept white supremacy. We don't accept being bullied, and we are just it's just something about us. We made hip hop. We when other people they have had, y'all excuse me, I'm getting better, okay? Just excuse me, work with me. If you love me, you love me.
I know. I love you.
Other,
I
other
think you're doing fine.
okay, other people, other cultures have had very much opportunity to, like Wani said, make cookbooks and recipes. They've only gone so far with their recipes. They are wearing shirts in other African countries and Indian countries. They wear shirts of ours and listen to music of ours from 30, 40 years ago. They're just now learning our stuff. They've got those, what do you call those K-pop people? They're just now learning our music from the 1990s. This is all stuff we created. Everybody bases their life, their style against us. We are the blueprint. That's what makes us special. That's what Mojara spirit is. Also, Dr. Frances Cress Welsing was saying how she would open up a book and the spirit would lead her to that very point in the book of what she would be going through or what she would be searching for right now. So it's that mojo that makes us special, but also our ancestors guide us to where we need to go. That's all. Thank you.
Nikki, that was beautiful, and I'm glad you brought up Dr. Welsing. I remember that she said she would turn to a book and touch it, and it would take her where she needed to go. That's been happening to me since I've been on Spaces. When I'm doing my That's what's been happening to me since I've been on Twitter. Is I'll be on Tariq's space, or I have a space, and we'll be talking about a real serious issue, and I know what book to look for. I got a library. I got a whole bunch of books, and I pick up a book that's related, generally related, and then Tarika say something, or Wani and Nikki will say something, and I'll say, "Oh, wow, it's in my face." Like I'll just read it. So the spirit does guide me. Now I'm gonna add my 2 cents to it. We're gonna look at um, the uh, we're gonna look at Doctor. Uh, what's going on in my brain today? I don't know. We're going on with Dr. Claude Anderson. We're going to look at the Mojaura spirit. What is that? The Mojaura spirit is a spirit that allows blacks, foundational black Americans, under an oppressive system, an oppressive slave system that's never been created with the magnitude of oppression in the world before, to create the theme song for the fucking United States of America. Yankee Doodle Dandy was created by foundational black Americans. Nobody tells you that. Y'all remember when you're in elementary school, my 80s babies in here. Older, if you're older than the 80s baby, at least the 80s baby. Remember Yankee Doodle Dandy? The whitest song on the planet was created by us. Check this out. Quote, Yankee Doodle, a popular national song of a century ago, may have foundational black American origin. Yankee Doodle shows a strong similarity to a slave song, which goes, Mama and Nanny go downtown to buy a little pony, stick a feather in a ring, and call it Maserati. That was us. We created the song, and it was flipped by white supremacists. They sat around listening to us, probably like they sitting around in my space listening to me, and sitting around in all our spaces listening to our ideas, and then taking our ideas, flipping them, and patenting them. I heard Tariq Nasheed say something about that years ago, and I'm paraphrasing them, so y'all forgive me if I get things a little wrong, but he said that years ago he was on MTV or something. He did like a show about talking to girls or something, and then like a couple weeks later or a month later, whatever time period it was, that they had a white version of the show. That's the going pattern with foundational black Americans. We create something, and then it's turned around. um Another thing I wanted to talk about is Muhammad Ali. Look at the spirit of Muhammad Ali. There's some type of animus that possesses us, that allows us to go through adversity that would break most people, but it allows, the adversity sharpens us. Cassius Clay, or Muhammad Ali, went through according to Dick Gregory, he was avoided the military because he was a boxer. Boxing, according to Dick Gregory, is one of the most corrupt ventures in the world, and Muhammad was being basically fighting for white, owners who were using him to make millions of dollars. And when the draft came around the first time during the Vietnam War, the white owners had him listed as 4F. So in the military rating system, it rates intelligence, your physical, like your body, your health. Like the worst you can have, I think, is 4F. Somebody quote me if I'm wrong. I think 4F is like the worst. That means mentally retarded and like about to have a stroke. You're not fit to serve. Well, special forces guys, like those real tough guys and Navy SEALs and like people that get through those training, are usually 1A. Like they call it. I heard some special forces guys call it what do they call it, rail. It's a term. They say rail fit or whatever. Like number one is a rail. So 1A, one alpha. Well, Muhammad Ali, when he was working for the interests of white supremacists, when he was he was a kid. I'm not saying he was, knowing what he was doing. He's just a child. And he was named Cassius Clay. He was 4F. They kept labeling him 4F when a draft came, like, oh no, he's too slow. Um he's not fit enough to serve. He's fit enough to be a world class athlete, but not fit enough to serve in that military, right? But when he discovered his blackness and joined the nation of Islam, excuse me, and changed his name to Muhammad Ali, do y'all know the same people who listed him as 4F, which means mentally retarded, came back and gave him a 1 alpha, to just to, like, okay, implication being black man, if you want to be proud of being black, oh, okay. All right. Well, we're going to send your ass to Vietnam, boxer, let you fight over there. So I want y'all to look at it. But that's the spirit. The spirit of that is he still overcame that. He still overcame being charged as a draft dodger. He overcame it. That's the fighting spirit that we have. And where it comes from, I don't know. But it just comes. Um, Wani, did you want to add anything to the Majara spirit?
Yeah, there's a lot. There's a
Come on with it.
lot. But no, we can move on to the next thing. But I just want to say the speed at which we created these situations with our culture, where other people have honed cuisines over thousands of years. Like I found a curry recipe that was 5,000 years old, and we created a world-class cuisine, two of them in less than that time, in a couple of hundred years. And it's just amazing what we've done in the Olympics, these other countries. Uh, if you look at all of the gold medals from not one African country, the whole of Africa, including some countries that are m- Arab, have mostly Arab people in it. We get more gold medals than they have in their whole lifetime of being a country. We'll win that in one Olympics performance. Most of the African countries have zero gold medals, and a few have three, two, and when you get up to Morocco, then they start having more. And there's absolutely no explanation for our legendary performances because these other countries have no sports legends. And I keep asking them, what is the African sports legend? And the only thing they can say is a guy who came over here to play on our teams. But here they are, all these countries, and they have not produced one legend. And it's the same thing with music, it's the same thing with food, it's the same thing with everything when we're speaking about us compared to West Africans. And yes, they don't have a cookbook or any kind of record of what they were cooking prior to colonization, and uh, evidence shows that whatever they were cooking, they were told and instructed by their own history to cook what the French, in this particular case with jollof rice, to cook what the French man said to cook. Where it was flipped, we were creating these foods. We were being sent over to France to be the first master chef in America. We were the ones who were directing the cooking, and we know that because English people can't cook now and they couldn't cook then. So we know who created these dishes.
Yes, and I also yes, look, the creativity. I should be writing this down on a chart. Creativity, ingenuity, fearlessness is a Mojaura spirit. How about this? Cunning. According to Dr. Claude Anderson in his article, "The Underground Railroad," he says, "quote: Black slaves began escaping their masters as soon as slavery was formally established in America. Unassisted escaping slaves, commonly called runaways, maroons, or fugitives, did not have a pre-establishment path to freedom. They generally headed out in any direction they believed would lead their way to the master's land." So basically, it's a long article, but I'm gonna sum it up. So basically, our ancestors devised a very tactical, brilliant plan to escape during the Underground Railroad. And it was taught to me by a scholar, something that's not written in Claude Anderson's book, that the Underground Railroad, think about it. Back in that time period, we were called chattel. Chattel. Chattel means we were property. So basically, I was no different than a damn chair. You know what I'm saying? Or a car. No, I wasn't didn't have any rights, is what I'm saying. So we weren't allowed to have maps on our person because we didn't have rights to any property. The slave owner could search you, strip search you at any time, molest you, whatever. I'm light skinned with hazel eyes because of rape on those battlefields of North America, but that's another story. But anyway, back to my point is we're talking about Majara spirit. I'm talking about ingenuity. Do y'all not know that even though we couldn't have maps, physical maps, it wasn't smart to draw out a map because it would get intercepted. Y'all know what they started to do to have the map, the direction to the Underground Railroad? They would braid it in little girl's hair. They would braid a fucking map in the little girl's hair. So tell that little girl to come here. Let me look at her head. And it would be a map. Like the braid would look like the city and would lead out. Like, okay, we're gonna follow that braid all the way out to the river, and that's where we're gonna meet up. Did y'all know that?
Yeah, I knew about that. I've been taught about that for years because my mother was a straight up scholar. But I recently read somewhere where there were some Africans saying that there's no proof that foundational Black Americans were braiding hair as a way to draw maps, and that was just completely made up. I recently read it somewhere where there was an African saying that about us, and I'm like, they just make up stuff as they go along because they're jealous of us. See, there's something about this Mojaura spirit that leads to jealousy, and it leads to people pretending to be us and pretending to be the creators of our creations. They're not like us. They're really not anything like us, but they would love to be like us. But
Mm-hmm.
yep, but they're
Yeah.
not like us.
Let me add another element to the Majara spirit. Overcoming adversity. There is nothing more adverse than dividing a family, taking a child away from their mother. How's that child expected to survive, thrive, or have self esteem being taken away from the mother? Let me read something to y'all out of Dr. Claude Anderson's Dirty Little Secrets book. We're shifting gears on books. Dr. Anderson said the Civil War, quote, the Civil War is often referred to as a great dividing war. Although symbolically it was fought to preserve the Union, it in reality it was fought to preserve slavery. Hello. Without slavery, there have been no resort to arms between the North and the South, and the various racial, political, economic, and family divisions that split and threatened the viability of the nation and its families would have not occurred. It was President Abraham Lincoln who said, "A house divided against itself will not stand." He could not have been speaking about his own household. The Civil War reached inside the White House and touched Lincoln's family, the first family of the nation, divided it. It divided the nation itself along the lines of Union versus Confederacy. Basically, what I want to tell you is a civil war divided the fuck out of us, sent some of us this way, some of us that way. But even though we had slavery and the Civil War divided foundational Black Americans, what did we create to come back together? I'm not even gonna say it. Somebody say it. What ingenuity did Majara Spirit influence us to create? Let me give you a hint. It's done once a year, and it's when everybody comes back together. And it seems like Black people are the only ones that do it. Anybody know? How about a family reunion? Isn't that think of the brilliance in that? The Civil War fucking divided us. Slavery divided us, and somebody, I would like to find out who created that, but I know as a foundational Black American, came up with the idea of, you know what? We need to counteract what happened to us. Let's have a family reunion. I worked on a family reunion this summer, and which was beautiful. That is bringing the family together. You know what I'm saying? That's our engineering. That's our uh, Majara spirit coming together, right? Moving right along. Nikki, are they anything like us?
Well, they look something like us. They have their skin and hairs familiar to us, so it makes it easy for them to cosplay us. And some of their experiences with the world around them are similar, but the way they react and the way that they evolve from it is nothing like us.
Mm. So tell me about
Yep.
these reactions. How do they react? Well, a foundation of Black American, we just talked about reactions. We get hit with a civil war and slavery, and our family gets divided. How do we react? Let's do a little analysis, comparison, contrast. We get hit with civil war and fucking slavery, and our family gets divided. And probably an old Black woman come together and say, you know what, we need to create something to bring us back together. So, class, how do they act in Africa when a or
They
let me put
leave,
it what?
they run
What?
off. Somebody says, we're going to be having a war against this one, and they take off to the left. They don't even get in the war to even get divided to have the reunion.
So they don't have family reunions.
And we were told they have these strong family units. Yeah. How when the guy is over here humping on everybody in Houston? No, they don't. They have children all over the place. And they're massive baby daddies. The women have high rates of infidelity, and it correlates with the paternity fraud that they also are number one and two in.
Really? Can y'all let me have your listening ears for a moment, y'all. Let's do some analysis. Let's be some scholars for a minute. Analysis is comparison contrast. So let's in your mind, let's look at find the FBA on one side of your mind. Got it? And the question is the EQ, the essential question class is the same. What does each group do when there is a civil war? Well, let me rephrase it. The question is, how does each group treat family after a civil war or great cataclysm? Question mark. And you look at FBA. What did we just discuss? FBA said it comes together and has family reunions to bring everybody back together. And we have funerals for people who got killed in the war. And we have dinners. We have get-togethers to kind of mourn and come together. It seems like in my FBA family, when something bad happens, somebody's cooking. Now that's happened less and less as time progresses. I don't like it, but going back in time, when somebody died or somebody went to jail or somebody got hurt real bad, somebody gonna cook. That's a remedial. I mean, that's a remedy based action. That's conflict resolution. Like, okay, well, we got to do something. Think about how brilliant that's physics. That's like the mind of an engineer. That's Newton's second. For every action, there's an equal or opposite reaction, right? That's Newton. That's physics, right? So when something bad happens to a black American, we counter it with good. Y'all never thought about yourselves like that, have you? Now you're thinking about yourself like that. Some bad shit happened, we counter it with good. Somebody died, we're having a get together with some sweet potato pie and some good. We're countering bad with good. That's physics. Let me give you one that could almost bring tears to my eyes because I miss my grandmama. My grandmama lived in D.C. in Southeast off Benning Road. That neighborhood's being gentrified right now. That blows my mind that that's happening. But grandmama lived in a street full of houses. She had a house she bought from the madam. We was little kids. We like, what they mean? What does grandmama mean by the madam? And my dad and them be like, we'll tell you when you're 18. She's a prostitute. My grandma about that. My grandma was a school teacher, but she bought a house from a that house was like a whorehouse. But things change. But anyway, on Grandmama Street used to be, and I'm talking about in the early 2000s, 100% black. Every once in a while, somebody would go to jail, or even more frequently, somebody wouldn't have their mortgage payment and their house would be about to be going to foreclosure. Do y'all know what they would do? The action that the Foundation of Black American Street would take when somebody was about to lose their house? They would have a fucking block party, and them block parties was off the fucking chain. They would block off the street. They would go buy a bunch of meat, a bunch of beer, a bunch of the little boys, little kids. We had fireworks, which you weren't supposed to have in DC. I don't know where the fuck they were getting from, and I mean real fireworks too. Some shit that'll blow your hand off. And they would collect money. Like, give me collect money, come get you a plate, come get you a beer. Niggas gonna spend it anyway. They gonna go to the club and spend $100 to get a plate and some beer. So you spend $30 and get you more, get 3 beers and get you a plate and talk to the girl down the street. And guess what they would do by the end of that party? Guess two things would happen. The neighborhood would be unified and they rent would get fucking paid. We need to bring those rent parties back, ladies and gentlemen. Shit, put it on me. Professor A said bring the rent parties back. They need to come back. Well, now let's flip to our brothers and sisters in Africa, our cousins rather in the diaspora. So the question is, what do they do in Africa when there's a civil war, a great cataclysm with respect to family? How do they treat their family when there's a great cataclysm or war? Any takers?
You don't want to know my answer.
They don't have block parties. They get a passport to the United States of America,
They
and
Yep.
don't even have
I was just about to say
blocks.
they flee.
they don't have blocks.
Dirt road parties.
Oh Lord.
Also, I wanted to mention, I saw a couple people come up. I pulled a couple people up, and I don't know if they went back down. But if you were kicked down, please come back up or raise your hand. You're always welcome. Everybody's welcome up on the stage.
And I'm not trying to be mean, ladies and gentlemen. We're academic. We're trying to, and when shit is funny, sometimes shit is funny. It just is. And I'm just asking the question: what do foundational Black Americans do with their family when there's a war or a great cataclysm? We already answered that. Somebody was saying something.
We gather, we gather here in our country. We find each other. because we have ways to find each other. We know our birthdays, we have papers on each other, we have ways, we have maps in our hair, we have ways of contacting each other. But what's most important is we stay in our homeland and we find each other. We fight back. We're in the land where we were born and where our ancestors come from. I have had several people from mostly African countries tell me about things that are happening over there. They tell me about things that are happening over there and how they can't find their family. And then instead of looking for their family, they just get on the next plane over here. They'll be like, oh, we're seeking asylum. So we need to go to Minnesota or something like that. I've heard of that too many times, especially when we were on Clubhouse. You would hear those, I forgot the name of that country, but they would, all of them were like, oh, our country is at war. My dad's is his family was killed and all of them are killed and we need somebody to let us come over there and let all of our people come over there because it's war where we are. Not once are they trying to find a family that they're looking for. They're just saying, well, we're killed and we just need to come to where you are. So
That's
they flee, we don't.
ladies and gentlemen. Let's put a pin in what Nikki. You are on fucking fire today. Let's put a pin in what she just said. She said something that I'm gonna need the transcript of that. I'm gonna let's I'm gonna need a transcript of that. What Nikki just said, because she said something very powerful for us as foundational Black Americans. And I'm not perfect. I can't judge anybody, but that did post a question in my mind. The question is, when things are bad in your homeland and you don't protect your family, instead of protecting your family, we talking about little girls, man. We talking about women. You're not protecting your women or your daughters. You just decide to run away. If you run away to my homeland, to my neighborhood, can I trust you to protect me? What am I saying? I'm saying the Majara spirit is a spirit of bravery. It's a spirit of standing up and fucking being ready to die for what you believe in and being ready to die for something that's righteous. Socrates, and I'm not a European scholar, but Socrates said something very powerful. He said your job in life is to. He probably stole this from the Egyptians, probably, more than likely. But he said the purpose of life is to learn how to die. It's taken me years to understand that. The purpose of life is to learn how to die. What that means is I figured it out a couple years ago. It means the purpose of this life walk is to decide how you want people to talk about you on your funeral day. Do you want people to talk about you like you were a coward? Or do you want people to remember you for fighting an oppressive whatever? Well, unfortunately, some of our brothers and sisters in Nigeria, in West Africa, has chosen to run away from problems. And my concern is with my family, with my FBA family. And right now, um, with the data I have, the statistics I have, I think I can't trust some of those members because they ran away from adversity, whereas my ancestors stood to fight. And that's the Majara spirit. And that makes us nothing, it makes them nothing like us. We stand and fight, some of them run. So what's the solution? Do we teach them how to stand and fight? I'm a solution oriented person. What's the solution, Wani?
No, I'm not going to teach them anything. They're supposed to be the elders in the conversation. So
Good point.
one of the other things that I noticed, jumping to another segment of our culture, is our legends in Hollywood. We had a whole golden age of Hollywood, and it's organic, and it's based on talent and charisma. Okay. But with this person that they've sent over here to plaster her face on everybody's movies, they literally have to tip our heads back, put a turkey baster in our throats, and shove Cynthia Riva down our throats. They are just going all out to shove this woman in our face. And that is not the way our expressions have worked. Somebody just heard something and it touched them in a certain way, or someone saw a performance and it touched them in a certain way. Someone saw someone dancing and it touched them in a certain way. It was organic and it was from us. Um, that's the difference. We've got people cosplaying, number one, cosplaying poorly. And then when their poor cosplay doesn't work, you have the people propping them up, shoving them down your throat. And that has happened with a lot of acts, but I'm speaking about Africans in portraying us in movies. So that's one of the differences. We're just organic, and again, these things happened uh, without anybody shoving them down your throat. Yes, so there's some, stars out there that my mother used to laugh at and didn't like, but the person still had charisma and was still a very powerful actress in her own right. But that's one of the differences. I haven't seen anyone organic. I've seen everyone from overseas is propped up and shoved down our throats.
Facts. Come on, Miss Stacy. It's good to see you. What's on your mind?
Hey y'all.
Hey.
So I just wanted to
Hey,
answer that.
Stacy.
I just love you guys. So, in answer to your question about do we teach them? Yes, I agree with Wani. No, we do not. Number one, I wouldn't volunteer to teach them. However, the point, what um why would we need to teach them? Because we kind of already are. They don't want to learn. We've had years of example. You teach by example, right? You lead by example. They've had years to study us and see what we've done, and they have not followed. All they want to do is be lazy, make us do the work, and climb on our backs and jump over and take what we've worked hard for. So yeah, I totally agree. No, I ain't teaching them nothing. They don't want to learn because they should have been following our example and fixing up their own place. Um, and as far as the Hollywood thing, oh my gosh, I'm almost sick to my stomach. And I'm gonna tell you right now, that Mojaura spirit is totally real. Uh, we have people who want to be around us. We seem to have something that, well, that's what it is, a Majara, that they just, so many people who, I don't know if I could consider them friends, but the friends that I do have, they weren't people I sought out. They weren't people who I was like, oh, let's go hang out, let's do this. These people have always been like, hey, let's go do something. And I don't know what it is. I've had people who I try to run from. Like, why do you like me? Like, why are you trying to be my friend? Like, why are you trying so hard? Either try to follow me, emulate me, copy me. And this is not a flex. I promise I'm not trying to brag. And I never understood. I thought, oh, I'm an Aries and I just have this little charm or something, or I'm funny or whatever. I make jokes about it. But um I noticed when in hindsight, like a lot of the people who were my friends were the ones who are always coming to try to be around me all the time. And then and I know I mentioned Hollywood first, but I have acting skills. So not saying that I want to be in Hollywood. When I was little, I used to want to be an entertainer and all that. But even like in certain things that I do, people be like, "Oh my gosh, you need an Oscar, or you missed your calling." We have so many talented FBA brothers and sisters. And somebody brought up, I think the other night I was listening to Tariq, and somebody had brought that up, and I'm totally agreeing. I'm like, yeah, what happened? We have so many talented people that could be doing um that could be playing some of these roles. And I swear, when I'm watching TV, I almost feel like, do we need to boycott them? Like, oh, okay, well, certain movies, maybe we should just stop watching some of these people who, if they're pushing all these actors. I mean, I'm Netflix. It's like I might have to cut off my Netflix with all these new stuff they keep coming up with and showing all um these non FBA people who could, who are taking these spots that we need, or that our people need. Like, why are we watching that? Why am I paying for this? Why do I want to, and again, that Cynthia Revo and some of all these other actors and actresses, I'm like, yeah, why are they pushing these people? I don't want to see that. And it's like, we should boycott. Like, if you can't give our people these parts, then why would we want to watch you? And definitely gonna have to come up with some more stuff. So maybe on the FBA streaming sites, we're gonna have to put some more, some more black movies up there, FBA stuff, so we can watch. So we can be entertained. Because I swear, I will cut all them suckers off and only have FBA stream. Don't play with me, and I will land.
Oh, I love it, Miss Stacy. Such a blessing to see you and hear from you. Since Stacy and Wani and Nikki were talking about Hollywood, I wanted to hit y'all with some rare scholarship. I live to do that. I sleep in a bed full of books. I've always been that way. Well, we're going to be introduced today to Charles Gilpin. Y'all probably never heard of him. You never heard of him because he was a stage actor. Um, Charles Gilpin was a renowned stage actor in the 1920s. Why did I decide to highlight him? I highlighted him at a time when Woodrow Wilson was using the stage and using, if y'all seen Birth of the Nation, he was using Hollywood to attack us. Um, Salute to to actor Charles Gilpin, because Charles Gilpin playing in The Emperor and in Eugene O'Neill's plays, which was Eugene O'Neill is a big time stage playwright. Um, he played while Woodrow Wilson was using the theater as a weapon against Black Americans to make us look like rapists and hoochie mamas. Matter of fact, the sexy red narrative came from Birth of a Nation. We're gonna have a space on Birth of a Nation one day. But during that same time, you had Charles Gilpin on that motherfucking stage portraying Black American men as emperors, as leaders, as military officers. So salute to Charles Gilpin. Feel free to download his file and learn about him. Charles Gilpin portrayed the Mojaura spirit. He was from says a small intense man. A quote: a small intense man. Charles Gilpin was a native of Virginia. After briefly attending Catholic school for colored children, he took a job as a printer's devil. But Charles Gilpin was a won awards for stage acting and got he played uh, in Eugene O'Neill's play on the main stage on Broadway when black men wasn't doing that, and he portrayed us in the light of power and dignity. So I'm highlighting our brother. Are they anything like? Well, first let me kind of put a pin in something Wani said. Wani said some powerful shit that kind of shut down my little bitty light bulb. That my light bulb blew out. Wani said, "You're the parent." We were talking about Africa and I'm just trying to be, I'm a mediator. I'm registered with Supreme Court with of Tennessee. Hopefully Georgia Supreme Court's coming. They don't do reciprocity like that, so I'm jumping through hoops galore. But I'm trying to, as a mediator, I'm trying to give an olive branch. That's all I'm doing. And Wani shut my olive branch down. My olive branch flew out my hand because she brought to my attention that Africans are supposed to be teaching us, right? Don't they say that we come from them? That's what they say.
Yes.
I'm not agreeing that. Tell me more about that, Wani.
They say they're the roots of us, and yet we don't share anything except them claiming black eyed peas, which they didn't give us. Black eyed peas are African as far as coming from the continent, but they did not give them to us, nor did they tell us how to cook them. Europeans brought those over just like they brought over peanuts and tomatoes to them. So they're not the mother of us like we have said incorrectly. We created a whole new tree, and they're just not related to us in that way. They're one of the ancestral lines out of many that we have. And again, because DNA is overrepresented in West Africa, the DNA profiles come out and they still show us having relationships with tons of other people over 5 to 6 continents. I'm not sure why they think they should be prioritized and highlighted. I don't understand it. Why? I mean, we don't do that to English people. We don't say, hey, we have more English DNA than Swedish, so we should pay attention to you. No, we created a whole new ethnicity here, and we don't have to pay homage to anyone. We don't have to pay homage to English people, and we don't have to pay homage to them. So, another thing that sets us apart is our humanitarian spirit, which is not, it's almost non existent. in these African countries. They literally just sit there waiting for somebody to help them, which is probably why they have a view that the European is God, because they're bringing them something to eat. They don't help themselves and they don't help their societies. And we were really fed a pack of lies when we were told that these people, it takes a village to raise a child. It does. But that's not what they're doing over there. They're not raising their children. They have more orphans than we have Black Americans over in Africa. Um, we also have civil rights movements that influence the world, creating brown panthers, Polynesian panthers. The Israelis were calling themselves Israeli Black Panthers. Why are they following our lead? If these people are older, Israelis must feel that they're older than us. Why would they wait for us to do something when they're supposed to be an older, more established group? And another thing that's odd is that all of these people around the world have been there with their beauty standards, and we have influenced the beauty standard here. We have influenced with curves, which they said was not attractive, and the supermodels were built like boys, still are. We influence with tans, lips. In the 70s, almost everybody had an afro. They were getting curly perms. They were saying that they had Jufros. Even the little girl on Brady Bunch had on an afro wig during one of and the father had an afro for a period of time. Um, Another thing, we influenced the blockbuster movie 10, and we do have an influence, and it's just odd that other people around the world do not have that influence. Whatever they think is attractive is just completely dismissed, and the focus remains on us. So we have people in Africa staring at us. We have the dominant society in America staring at what we're doing, staring at our aesthetic, and it does stand out. Now, we created all those music genres and they don't develop their music genres. People in Turkey don't develop their belly dancer music to something modern. They just simply turn it into Turkish hip hop. They all just take a leap right onto whatever we're doing. They don't bother to develop their own music. They didn't develop Korean folk music and dances. No, they just copied off of Michael Jackson and then told us we're not doing that. We're copying off of American music. Well, we are American music. There is no white American music. There's no such thing. They didn't create any genre in this country. They have taken a couple of them, but they have never created any genres in this country. So, also, we have the world class abolitionists. And again, the things we're doing are in a few hundred years. And these people, some of them have had thousands of years to come up with anything. We have 101 HBCUs. Why don't Chinese people have those? Why isn't there 100 and some? They were here. Remember, they supposedly built the railroad, which they didn't because they only built 700 miles of track with the help of other um, immigrants here. They didn't even finish anything. We built thousands of miles of train tracks, complete tracks. We were owned by the train. We created music genres off of the train out over while we were working on the train. And we also invented things like the real McCoy inventions for the train. So we have done everything with trains here, built entire systems. These things are stand out far over all of the people in this country. Also, during slavery for 100 years, between the 18 mid 1800s and the mid 1900s, we invented about 50,000. We had 50,000 patents. Of course, some of them, the things that we invented were not patented, but we were motivated by freedom. We were told, hey, if you invent something, you can buy your freedom. So we were motivated. But where are these other people? We have other people living in this country. Irish people don't have 50,000 patents. Chinese people don't have it. We keep being told how smart they are. Indian and Chinese people don't have all those patents in the islands as coolies. You're going to give us our rights here. You're going to give us our credit here because the facts are the facts. All these immigrants over here didn't do anything. Italians didn't invent, they have Leonardo da Vinci. Where's your 50,000 inventions here in America? You invented crime here, international crime. That's what they brought. All of these people bring their crime, international crime. All of these Europeans brought nothing but that. They did not bring inventions. They did not bring world class military that's famous. We have famous military units, not them. They don't have that. They just came over here to mooch.
Juanita is amazing. Like she just brought up something so powerful that I want to back it up with scholarship. That's kind of what I do. She brought up the Mojaura spirit, and I'm paraphrasing her, caused us to jump back into that collective unconscious, that deep dark pool of thought, to come up with inventions because we were told if we come up with an invention, um, we could buy our freedom. Now I want to support her with scholarship. What Wani was talking about was meritorious manumission. This shit's so powerful and so important. I think I might need to put this in the jumbotron for y'all, for your reference, so you can use this in your daily life for scholarship. What I'm about to put in the jumbotron comes from Dr. Claude Anderson, of course. Dr. Claude Anderson's, I think this is Black Power, White Wealth. Well, meritorious manumission dictates that it says, quote, meritorious manumission was a legal act of freeing a slave for good deeds defined by national public policy. Stop right there. Ain't that ridiculous? National public policy. You damn right we need reparations. It was public policy to keep us enslaved. That's public policy. So, in my pro se opinion, our claim is to the government. It was government policy to enslave us, and it's written and documented how many different times. Well, if you keep reading, it says meritorious manumission could be granted. Give you some conditions. I'm putting in a jumbotron right now. Could be granted if I lost my page. Hold on one second. Yeah, meritorious manumission could be granted to a slave who distinguished himself by saving the life of a white master, comma, or it doesn't say or, but I'm saying or inventing a new medicine or snitching on fellow slaves. God damn. Let's let that breathe for a minute. The United States of America had a policy with us. The policy under meritorious manumission was, I will give you your freedom, which everybody should fucking have under the son of an almighty God, but I digress. What do I know? Um, we'll give you your freedom if you save the life of a white. So what does that do? That makes white life more important than ours, and that there goes our self-esteem issues that I'm suffering with, being a young man born in Alabama. Number two, inventing a new medicine, a new medicine or invention. So invention was promoted in the black neighborhood. And number three, the most destructive one. Look at that for yourself. Don't trust shit I say. Snitching on a fellow slave. Wow. What did meritorious manumission do to our cultural cohesion? What did it do to our ability to form communities? I remember my dad, God bless his soul. I'm gonna call him probably in a little bit, but my dad did some sacrifices and worked under his degree to make sure that I went to a safer school, like a high performing school in a white neighborhood, which traumatized all of us really, but at least I'm alive, you know. But I remember being at this white PWI high school, very prestigious high school, and it's a handful of blacks there. And as a child, I just didn't understand why they would run and tell on each other to get brownie part points with the white administration and the white, coaches and stuff. They say, "Ooh, Ladarius got weed in his book bag," and I'm like, "Why'd you just tell on Ladarius? He ain't hurting you. Everybody know Ladarius smoked weed, but what the fuck they got to do with you?" And then I see the dude who told on Ladarius and got Ladarius kicked out. All of a sudden, he gets good grades and he's starting to get time on the varsity basketball team. That is the remnants and residue of meritorious manumission. I want y'all to be aware of that. Save that picture. But let's shift gears to a positive. I don't want to get us down in the dumps because we're talking about Majora spirit, which is a spirit of uplift. Now, what I just talked about is in the South, you have a tradition of academic tradition amongst PWIs to hold blacks, particularly black men, down. Like I said in the other space the other day, in Alabama, I'm thinking about filing a claim against or doing something against state Alabama because I've noticed that they put a lot of black men, black boys at the time, black men now in special education. Right, that was intentional to keep us from rising up. But I'm saying, as bad as Alabama was, there used to be a joke back in Alabama. That maybe it's still there, but the ongoing joke is, at least we're not Mississippi. At least I'm not Mississippi. The implication and supposition in that is Mississippi is worse than Alabama, more backwoods than Alabama. I fuck with Mississippi, actually. I love it. But anyway, it is kind of backwards, and it is a little bit worse than Alabama. It still is. That's just the way it is. Well, reason why I'm bringing that up is we're talking about the Majora Spirit's ability to overcome, the word is transcend, right? So if you would look in the Jumbotron at Richard Wright. Richard Wright was born in Natchez, Mississippi. Natchez is halfway between Birmingham and Memphis. It's in the middle of nowhere. It's a neat looking area though. Um, Richard Wright wrote Native Son, which is one of the greatest novels ever. So think of the odds against Richard Wright. He's from Mississippi, where they didn't want him to read. They probably put half of his class in learning disability, mentally retarded, or whatever they had back then. And Richard Wright, going through all those odds, writes one of the most renowned academic uh, pieces of fiction ever. That's the Majora spirit, going through hell and coming out sparkling. How do we do this? I don't know, but we do it. So, Wani, my question to you is, how do we do this? What is this about from a scientific standpoint? How are we so resilient? What is it about us that other people don't have? Is it melanin? What am I looking at, Wani?
Yeah.
Put some shine up.
I don't
Go ahead.
believe it's melanin because, like I said before, the other people are not sports legends. They're not humanitarians. They're not advocates for people that are disadvantaged. We had the free people of color helping us every step of the way. They didn't say, oh, well, I'm free. We just let them sit in the plantation. Yeah, they'll figure it out. We don't do that. And we did not do that. Um, we are like, you know, diamonds pressed under become they we just are experiencing that same thing, rising from the ashes, diamonds under pressure. This is a scientific thing. It really is. You put something under pressure and it comes out a different way, and that's really what's happened with us. And they continue to press us down, and we do respond to the pressure, and it can happen on a personal level. Everyone around you can say, you're never going to amount to anything. You're a loser, and that motivates some people. Collectively, it motivates us, you know? But for some people, when they're put down over and over again, they're not motivated. They just believe what people are saying and they fall apart. And that does happen to some people too. But collectively, we respond and shine every time.
I'm talking in a mute. That's very fascinating. That's a story of my life. That's very fascinating on Wani. And I'm gonna address in a minute. Um, Wakil, did you want to add to this?
You can come off your mic, Raquel. Go ahead. And while we are waiting, I wanted to address something. While we are waiting for Wakil, I wanted to address something that Stacy brought up. Stacy brought up that she would like to see more movies or whatever in the, what do you call that website for Tariq? Oh, I'm
Dreamer.
forgetting everything. Yeah, the stream,
Mm,
FBA
okay.
stream. So if anyone has any ideas of what they would like to see on FBA stream, just inbox me and I'll send it to Tariq.
Uh, yes. What everyone said was awesome and on point, and I learned a lot. And also, too, the professor, I would like to say that that is very admirable that you could have the insight, especially at a young age, to what you dealt with being in a predominantly white environment and self-esteem issues and things of that nature. Um, and it is indicative of the Majora spirit in that specific case. Um, but I wanted also to talk about like the Honorable Elijah Muhammad um, talked about the specialness of African Americans, of us here, um, and he said that you know that God would come from amongst us, that we would be the leaders of all the oppressed people, other melanated people throughout the world. And he made this prediction over, 70, 80 years ago. So and we're at that precipice point now. And I remember also about the manumission, mandatory manumission, if that's how you pronounce it. The old, growing up as a 5% in New Jersey, New York, um, the older guard used to tell us. He told us a story, Prince of Law. He said that the slave masters would lock the slave in, uh, let's say some sort of hole or something, and until he came up with an invention that was useful to the slave master. And I just thought it was just a mythology to, give us confidence and things of that nature. But now, after the professor said the story of the mandatory manumission and how we have, 20,000, 50,000 patents, and that's just the ones that's known. That story now holds more credence with me, hearing it as a child. So I land my plane with that.
That's amazing. That's like a tactic of the of special agents. Like I'm gonna be careful what I say on this space, but that's called coercion. You force somebody to do something. I didn't know that, brother. Thank you for sharing that. Go ahead, John Horst.
Hey, what's good, everybody? Nah, I just kind of wanted to piggyback off of like what Wani and you were saying, Professor. I think one of the things that makes us the way that we are spiritually, um, specifically with a lot of the things that we create, and one of the main reasons why we're so creative is because during slavery we were looking for a way out. Like when you go through certain things, like like any type of traumatic experience, like you try to you know find you know you start creating like your own world to escape the world that you live in, kind of almost like what you know I'm not a fan of his or anything like that, but like Tyler Perry, like that's kind of what happened to him. Like his situation with his family when he was being abused and everything, he would say he would basically run away. He would like run underneath his house or something like that, this little area, and he would write all the stories that were like in his head. So his way of escaping was through his creativity and the things that he would just imagine. So like that's kind of like in a certain sense what we basically developed, because of our experience from slavery. It's just based upon like what we've been through that allowed us to be as creative and to create a lot of the things that we created because we were just trying to be free. And I believe that the United States could actually be far further along, innovation wise, if the system of white supremacy didn't oppress black people the way that it has. I have this theory that we're the only ones that can actually probably get to these other planets, outer space. I don't believe white society will ever be able to do it because we're just our spirit alone, just trying to escape what it is that we've been through. Like I can guarantee you, like one of us would probably be able to figure that out.
Yeah, yeah, that's very true, brother, and very interesting that it's almost like we're the chosen a chosen group of people. Because as a historian, I study. I don't know everything, but I study a lot. I get paid to study, and I don't know any other group like us. I can't really tell you a group like us that make um, lemonade out of lemons and just do kind of jujitsu on on odds. You know what I'm saying? I don't
Yeah,
understand it.
it's like God has, and I remember um somebody, there's this older black gentleman who was talking to me, and he said God has his hand on black society. He has his hand on us. And
Definitely.
I'm not religious or nothing like that, but I do believe in God. And he specifically said that God has his hand on black society. Like, there's
Who said?
what did you say,
Who
Wani?
said it?
It
Who said it?
it was this is older black gentleman. I was just speaking to him, and he was deep into the church, but he just, I remember I was speaking to him about something, and he just came out of nowhere. He said God has his hand on black society. And just when he said that, it always kind of stuck with me. Just the things that we've been through. You can't go through what it is that we've been through and still be here. Even Professor Black Truth said that. Like, he said that we're going to come out of this on top because there's a reason for why we're here. You didn't survive all of that just to come on the scene one day and just be completely wiped out. No, you're here for a reason. Our people are here for a reason. There are people on this planet, bruh, that don't even exist no more. And during the,
Wiped
yes, they were
out.
wiped
Yes.
completely out during the same time that we were around. And they're not here anymore. God has a plan for us. And I just need, for us just to understand that even, on plantations, I believe it's genetic at this point. Like there's just certain things that we just not gonna accept. Even when we would leave the plantations, we would run back to try to see, try to make sure everybody was fine. We would try to run back to try to get more people off. We didn't just leave, just leave your folks and just, okay, well, I got mine, you gotta get yours. No, we never been like that. Niggas would spin the block, either try to get their families off, or they would spin the block and try to get the slave master. We've always been like that.
Yeah. Yeah. We're brave, and that's what guys. Can we let's get academic? Let's get deep for a second. So when I was studying at the Graduate School of Educational Psychology, um, I learned that um, uh, I'm trying to frame this correctly. So there's a theory of self-efficacy. So basically, self-efficacy is how you feel about yourself with respect to being able to do stuff. So, if you look at the theory of self-efficacy, it's no reason why we should be doing the things we're doing. You know what I'm saying? Because it's basically attached to Maslow's hierarchy of needs, which I might need to put in the jumbotron. Hold on one second. Let me find it in my pictures, and we'll put it in the jumbotron. But there's a psychology scholar named Maslow who identified that for a person, a human being, to reach self actualization, that's a status of not being complete, being perfectly complete. There are a sequence of things that you need, and what you need basically is a safe environment. You need to know that you're not going to die in the bed, right? You need food and water, like the common sense, the brute things. And after food and water and safety, you need a sense of community. I'm messing it up. I'm about to put it in the jumbotron. Stand by, because let's look at this. I'm a visual learner, believe it or not, ladies and gents. What is your learning style? Those of you who in school, who got kids in school, as an educator, I would tell y'all to find out what your learning style is. Find out what your son and your daughter's learning style is. Make your life a lot easier. I'm a visual learner. Some people have to touch stuff that's kinesthetic, and some people are auditory. Well, anyway, I put it in a jumbotron. Purple is where you want to be. So basically, to get to self actualization, that's a point in time in life where you're self sufficient. You're fine. You could walk out street with mustard on your shirt, and you don't give a fuck because you love you, right? You don't need Gucci shoes and Prada shoes and all that because you love you. The rapper Ti said, that shit, we don't need that shit. That shit needs us. That shit he was referring to is Gucci, Prada, and all that jazz, right? But before you can get there, you need air, fresh air, food, water, shelter, clothing, sleep. So that's red, right? Then you need safety, health, employment, a job, property. Ooh wee! Look at orange, please. Look right in the middle of orange. Y'all see property? That's some shit that foundational Black Americans are not. The younger millennials and Gen Z, we don't have property. You see how property is a need. I heard Tariq Nasheed say something real important the other day, and we're from the same hometown, Birmingham, Alabama, where black foundational Black American families still own a lot of land. We still typically, well, he said when people are going through shit, they go back to grandmama house to regroup. And you know what I'm saying? That wasn't woo woo, that's science. Look at that. Safety and security, employment and property. And by property, I don't mean no damn apartment. You need a house, a family house that when shit's going wrong, you know where to go and to get your thoughts together. That's a need. And right after property, what does it say? Family and social ability. Uh-oh, what is social ability? A network of people. Hey bro, how you doing? I need a job. We don't necessarily have that like we used to. You know what I'm saying? We need that back. And once you get those things, you can get on to love and belonging, friendship, family, intimacy. Intimacy is a need. You need to be intimate with people. Isn't that a bitch? You need that sense of connection. And once you get friendship, family, intimacy, and sense of connection, you can move on to self esteem. So you say kids have low self esteem. Well, in the Black community, look why. What are we denied? We're denied the bottom of the pyramid, the basics. We're denied good food. We're denied shelter. We're denied sleep. How the fuck you gonna? How could I sleep back in the day when the Crips and the Bloods was shooting up the block? You know what I'm saying? I wasn't sleeping. Um, but anyway, I just want to point out that it's socially, there's a social dynamic that keeps us away from self actualization. But even yet and still, like Maya Angelou said, I rise. Without those basics, somehow we achieve outrageously great things. I attribute that to Mojaura spirit. The spirit carries us through, even though we don't have what society and what the psychologists and psychiatrists say we need to move on. I digress.
Hey, Stacy.
Hey, Wani. Hi, Nikki. Hey, Alan. So, oh, I sent you a message today, Alan, too. I got your book. It came in the mail. The mailman honked the horn. I was like, oh, it's my book. But you know what
uh,
you said? I'm sorry. You what
no, go ahead,
I
baby.
got
Go ahead.
so emotional when you said that about property and houses because being a foundational Black American, I don't know too many of us who can't go home if, I know there's people who, there's mental issues or they're homeless or something, whatever is going on with them. But for the most of us, I've seen people who are homeless. I'm like, you mean you have nobody? Like there's nobody that you can go stay with? Or I'm always just amazed. And, and maybe I happen to be blessed. I don't know. But I don't know any of my relatives or any family members who have been homeless or living on the streets. No matter what we've gone through, we've always had somewhere to go to. But even though both of my grandmother's houses have been sold now and they're passed away, which sucks. My brother Corey is now what, 40, how old am I? I'm getting old. 42. So he said some years ago, he actually bought a property. And he had said some years ago that, hey, I got this property. I want he goes, I don't want any one of us to ever have to be homeless. no matter what happens, if something was to happen or an emergency or somebody was to lose their house or had to move, you always going to have somewhere to stay. And so he put it in a trust, and it's like he's got this property. It's not down in the town where we are. It's a couple of hours away, but he was like, "Look, whenever you ready, let me know. If you want to build something on it, you can." So that just touched me because I'm like, you know what? And my brother thinks like that. He's like, I want to make sure my whole family is going to be good. That way, if anything ever happens, you got somewhere to go. We ain't gonna never be stuck out in the street or stuck anywhere. Matter of fact, even when I went through some hard times while Obama was in office. I stayed with my sister for a little while, and then my brother, same brother, he was like, "Why don't you just leave your stuff at my place?" And I was like, "When did you get a place?" And he was just like, "I got an apartment, and I don't be there. He always at his, some girl house or whatever." But he's like, "I just got it." So he told me, when take your stuff over there, you can stay there. He goes, and you just take over the rent or whatever. And so thanks to him, I was able to get on my feet and get myself together after I had lost my job. And Obama cut off everybody's unemployment. And then when he needed a place, he was like, "Hey, can I come rent?" When my son moved out, he was like, "Hey, can I come rent your spare bedroom? I just need it for 6 months until, while I buy a house." And I was like, "All right, cool." So, and he gave me, he paid me more than what I was asking for. And then in 6 months, my brother had went and bought him a house. Now he has a house and a whole nother property for, for the family to have. So we, as FBA, we really do look out for each other. Like, we really do. And when y'all were talking about, like, in Africa, people, whenever there's like civil wars, and when you said, what do they do? And the first thing came to my mind was run here, or to England or Europe or whatever, but they run. They don't stay. They don't, and they don't go back and check on each other, which is, it's just, it's so unheard of for me. I can't grasp it. It's just not, we just don't understand how that, it's like, that's your family. Family is your foundation. And I just don't understand it. And I do want to say this real quick. I appreciate you guys, because now I look at you guys like y'all my extended family. So anything happens, I know y'all gonna be here. So, and I love y'all for that, for real.
Oh yeah, we're a network. We are a network. And if y'all ever have any questions about that I can help you with, feel free to DM me. Because I think me and Nikki were just talking about that earlier. We are extended, we're our family. You know what I'm saying? This is the body of Osiris coming back together. With respect to my book, I did send books out the other day. I sent them. So y'all should be receiving books. And if anybody else wants one, put $25 in Our Story Publications, and I'll and put your whole address, and I'll send a book out. So I still got about 100 of them. All right. Moving right along. Uh, Houses, apartments are different, because apartments have rules. The rules of an apartment, they can kick you out. And I've seen the apartment game kind of play games with foundational Black Americans to kind of shift them around. But property, the reason why I brought up property is, in my pro se opinion, I think property needs to be a part of our reparations claim, because according to Maslow, if you look in the Jumbotron, property is a fundamental part of reaching self actualization. And that's where we want to be. So when you reach self actualization, what do you get? You get creativity, spontaneity, acceptance, experience, purpose, meaning, and inner potential. So you become peace, you become one with yourself if you get there. And that's really what I want for my people. I want us to be one and comfortable in our own skin. It's a reason why we buy these things. And I'm talking about me. I'm not shit. I'm talking about myself. It's the reason why I be wearing fancy shoes and shit. It's self-esteem. You know what I'm saying? Our self-esteem has been collectively damaged. But even though our self-esteem has been damaged, we still rise to meet our potential. So all right, moving right along. Are they anything like us? Well, Stacy just said something very important. She's talking about her whole family. Thank you for sharing that. She said when they're down, they come together. Come stay with me. Come stay with me. Right. When you look at these groups to have all the vitriol for us, that's not their story. These people do not help family out. They run away from family. And one of the things I want to tell the Foundational Black American um, community is, I'm sorry it's going to sound mean, but it's really how I feel. We have to be careful about trusting people, letting people into our inner circles who do not help their own family. You know what I'm saying? My grandmama used to say, sweep around your own front door before you sweep around mine. You know. Go ahead, Stacey.
Oh, you just reminded me. So another thing is I have a coworker and I found out her roots are Jamaican. Do you know she has nothing to do with her own mother? And none of her relatives. I think there's only one person she speaks with is one of her brothers. I think I can't remember how many siblings she says she has. She says she don't deal with none of them. I was like, none? I was like, why? Like, if she won't go into, she just said, I just can't deal with them. I had to cut them off. And she only deals with the brother. And I think the brother that she deals with is the one that was born out here like she was. The rest of them were all born in Jamaica. And then I guess came out here. So apparently, obviously, and growing up, she tells me about the friends she used to hang out with, and that's why certain things she'd be like she would go home and ask her mama why we can't have fried chicken like her friend down the street, you know. And so it's just it's funny because before I started listening to Tariq, I didn't really understand. I didn't grasp all of that, and but my thing was just like, why would you cut your whole family? I mean, I get it. There's things I have to, keep my mom at a distance because she can be toxic, but I still go around her. She's not absolutely cut off to where I would never not deal with her. There's just certain boundaries I have to have set with her because of our dynamic. But I would never just not, I would never completely not deal with her. Where if something happens, my whole family they knows, hey, let me know if something is wrong. I'm there. I'm the first one there. When she was in the hospital, I was there every single day. She was in the hospital for 6 days, and even though she was mad at me at first, I was the only one who drove like 30 miles to the hospital to sit with her. I was there 8 hours. The most I was there was 10 hours. I took days off work and just sat in that hospital with my mom. My mom got had 6 kids. One of my brother passed away, but out of all of us kids, I was the only one that went up there. And not saying anything bad about the rest of them, but just the fact that um I don't care. I tell people all the time, I don't care what that y'all not getting along. You cannot ever just completely cut somebody off. If it wasn't for them, you wouldn't be here. Your life wouldn't exist. How could you do that? So I didn't understand it. I definitely could not understand until started listening to these spaces, and I go, oh, that's what that is. And I'm thinking, wow, that's just sad that you don't, that you don't deal. So she's complaining about her child that she got that has autism. And it's like you could probably have some help if you hadn't cut your family off. So oh my gosh, it's just crazy. Just crazy. There was something else I wanted to bring up about having a place.
Well, can I add
Yeah,
on? I
yeah,
want to
yeah.
add on
Go
right
for
quick.
it.
You asked a question that I want to
Oh yeah.
answer.
Hmm.
Your answer, your question, her question, ladies and gentlemen, is how can you even do that? How can you cut off your family? How can you? Well, we are in what they call a Western society. Western, the word Western is code. Western means white, and we watch shows, Western shows, um, and we watch Western shows and we grow up, in that culture, and we emulate. White culture, let's be real, is portrayed as the number one culture. You know what I'm saying? The most exalted culture, and we're emulating a culture we don't fully understand. Dr. Welsing's in page 17 of her book talks about. She says the origin of alienation, anxiety, and narcissism. She wrote that in 1980. She says, quote, alienation is the very same dynamic that pushing respectful and harmonious physical environment lead to the pollution and destruction of the planet. So, Dr. Welsing says European not connecting. I've said this in prior. Not connecting to the natural environment, and that alienation from the natural environment trickles down to social behavior. So we're, in other words, without trying to get too academic, we're trying to be like somebody we don't fully understand. Um, Welsing says, so you tell you something really interesting, and I'll shut up if I can find the page. I might have to paraphrase it. I can't really find the page right now. But Dr. Welsing basically says that the neuropeptide that we have in our body connects us to understanding the environment, and everybody doesn't have it. And she says certain Europeans that don't have it have a hard time trying to connect with stuff, which is why if you look at their activities are so extreme. I went with some family members, and some of my family members married. Well, my wife's family married outside of the FBA, and they married Caucasians. Really nice people, really nice people. But we went out of the country to a waterfall in South America, and I walked with them to the waterfall. It was gorgeous, and they start taking off their shirts, and I was like, "What y'all gonna do?" And they walked up to the top of a jagged rock and jumped down like 500 feet into the waterfall. Like it was jagged rocks everywhere. I couldn't believe. I didn't understand why they did. I turned my head. I thought one of them was gonna bust their head on the rock, but when you look at that type of activity that risks the life, it's almost as if there's no connection there, a very mild connection, and they have to do extreme things to get more connected. I found the page while I was talking. Dr. Welsing says Melville's linkage of evil with the dread and condition of albinism parallels my own thesis that the absence of the neuropeptide melanin, the absence of this black pigment in the skin, and the other absent aspects of the nervous system critically impairs depth sensitivity of the nervous system and the ability to tune into the total spectrum of the energy frequencies of the universe. The deficiency of sensory awareness sets stage for absence of harmony, which she calls chaos and destruction, which is evil. So Dr. Welsing said that certain groups of Europeans are out of sync with nature. They're out of sync with harmony, and just by being out of sync with harmony, anything you do is destructive, right? I was listening. I'm gonna shut up on this. I was listening to some music. One of my neighbors was blasting some heavy metal or something, and I was like, listen. I was like, man, that sounds like noise. I couldn't find a rhythm like and I was like, man, this music sounds like destruction. And I thought about what Dr. Welsing said. So in conclusion, we have to be careful about trying to emulate people that we don't fully understand. You know, their lawn may look really nice, and they may have a nice house and a nice car and appear to be perfect, but you don't really understand what you're trying to emulate. On that, I land. You want to
I
land?
was just going to,
Go ahead,
so
land, Stacey.
I'm sorry. I was going to say real quick that I remember what I was going to say. And this just goes along with further proof of us FBA, how we take care of our families. My mother, she, 6 kids, single parent, got on Section 8 years ago, back in the 80s. And so one of the houses that she lived in, she'd been in there for several years, and the owner was getting ready to sell it. So what my mom did, she called up my cousin in the Bay Area and told him, "Hey, are you still purchasing property?" And she says, "Can you do me a favor? Can you buy this house so I can stay in it?" He came, he bought the house, and then she, ended up paying him. And it was, Section 8 guaranteed money, but she made sure, she's also paid him. And then when she was ready to downsize, because all of us kids are grown and gone and we're moving out, she was like, I mean, this is her nephew, so, and he kind of looked up to her, but she was like, "Okay, I'm ready to move. I need a smaller. I found a smaller place. So what does he do? He goes buys a smaller house for her and rents it to her. Sells the bigger house, and then when she had to move out of that one, when she was ready, she's like, I just need another place, whatever. He ends up getting his sister to move in. She moved from Wichita, Kansas, moved back out here to California, and stayed in the house that he owned. And my mom had moved somewhere else. She rented from somebody else, but it's just funny how all of this just still it stayed in the family,
which is which is
so it,
which is our pedigree. We stay together, and I want to keep that.
yes.
We're gonna move on to another speaker, but thank you for saying that. We need to keep that ideology of sticking together with our family and not trying to emulate the whole ideology of moving to a loft in downtown New York or downtown Atlanta to be a baller. That's European ideology, and then actually, although it's made to look vogue, it's alienation. We're gonna go to Doctor Your Highness, and then the Wakil. Go ahead, Doctor Your Highness.
Well, did Sotar speak yet? I'm not trying to be rude, but
I
Sotar,
didn't
did you
see.
speak
I didn't
yet?
see. No, he didn't. I didn't see him. Go ahead, Sotar. So Sotar, Doctor Your Highness, and then Wakil.
And Wakil, you're going to be speaking for a second time, right? When it's your turn, right? Wakil
Yes,
spoke already, right?
yes,
Okay.
yes. I
Okay,
spoke
so you
already.
can go. You can go after Your Highness speaks. Thank you.
Okay.
So go ahead, Sotar.
Hey, I still wanted to hear what Dr. Highness is going to say, but I was going to say, talking back to you all, a lot of times I'm saying, even with myself and my mother, everything's about control. So I'm only gonna help you get a house if you live 3 blocks down from the neighborhood. I'm only gonna do this, if you do certain things. If you only go to this certain school, if you're gonna do this job, I'm not gonna pay for this school. It seems to be all about controlling the son husband, and I think that you all are missing. We celebrate too much of having the mother in power. The father is gone, so things are not gonna be acting in, acting as appropriate as it should be. And I think you should be able to move where you want to be and just keep the houses or whatever property you have in the trust so people can go everywhere. So that's what I'm looking at. It's like I don't want to be controlled. I don't think you should control who person dates, who a real person live, etc. Just because there seems to be some type of insecurity about a family. I mean, we can all have a trust and have money flowing in different accounts and whatnot. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm looking at right now.
Yes, Sotar, I agree with you, but you're touching on something that I'm not sure if our community is ready to talk about. The system has is very clever. The system of white supremacy is very clever at how it wages war on us. And Dr. Welsing talks about this extensively. It's lowered the value of black men and lowered the need, the perceived need. There is an extreme need for black men in the household and black women equally. But it's given a perception of women. You don't need a dude around, a man around rather, and it's given a higher value on women, and that's created a dynamic of what you're talking about with the son husband because the father's not there to be a father. So mom is alienated in the European system, and mom relies upon the son to be the, and I don't mean this in a sexual sense. I'm just saying she relies on him to do functions around the house which are none of his business. You know what I'm saying? Like I've seen that play out time and time again, and it also creates, that's a real tricky one because that dynamic of the son husband creates men who are needy, men who act. You see a lot of this on the app, a whole lot of jealous, dudes who act jealous and dudes that don't know how to follow male leadership. You can tell who had a father in their family. Like me, I may be hosting a space, but if somebody gets on here that knows more than me, I shut my ass up. If it's a man that gets on here that know, or women, but particularly man's one to my that knows more than me on, that happened the other day with a dude on Spaces that knew Wani. I was quiet for hours. I was taking notes and listening. Well, what we see on the app is when a black man knows something, he gets in spaces. Some other black men get all insecure and get feel threatened by him because he wasn't taught how to. He perceives masculinity as a threat, and that comes from the dynamic. But we'll talk about that a little later. That's a very interesting dynamic you brought up, Doctor Your Highness, and Wakil. We're gonna go with the real because he hadn't spoke yet, but we're gonna go to Doctor Your Highness right now.
Peace, family. Peace, Wani. Peace, Nikki the God. Peace, Professor Allen. Peace to all the family in the space that's holding on to that Mojaura spirit and, laying the foundation and the trail for those behind us. And I just want to say that, you know, I mean, through all of this stuff that we going through, I do see a silver lining. Even with the movies, like the so-called FBA movies that they putting out. Um, Nigga the guy, I'm gonna inbox you too because I'm like, I'm like a jack of all trades, but I know people who got like their FBAs, and we work on films, we do films, but you know, sometimes it can be. I just feel like even in the mainstream, there's this push to kind of smother us, and I don't know how we gonna fight that. It's like almost like we might have to just come up with this other streaming site so that FBA filmmakers and documentary people who do documentaries, authors can have a place to be heard because we're out here. But it's like when you get into the industry, they kind of want to, I don't know if anybody's seen the six triple A movie yet, but I was so triggered. Like it was so triggering because, they trying to tell this untold story of these Black American women, and then it was like she was marrying some Jewish man, and then after that, it was a woman that they kept like crowbarring into the story. It was one girl who was Afro Latin, and she was in the battalion, and she got all the camera shine throughout the whole movie. Like, and then I noticed how Tyler Perry tried to he in his storytelling, he's trying to like make it seem like it was Black Americans and people of color. So it's like every time I'm seeing us in mainstream media, we can never be seen on our own. You know what I'm saying? Just standing out by ourselves. We always have to share our achievements and accomplishments. And then if we don't, then that's looked at as something wrong. But no, we all have, no matter where you are in the world, we all have our own unique, distinct stories. There's tribes all over the world. And foundational Black Americans deserve to have our story be seen and heard through the eyes of those who came before us. So I just wanted to say that, and I don't know if y'all want to watch that movie, but I was totally like towards the end of the movie, they straight up rewriting history. They straight up trying to make it seem like now Afro Latins had something to do with World War II. Now I think that was that World War II, Professor Allen. I think it was,
I,
but
I
I
hadn't seen
also
I hadn't
want
seen the movie.
it's I mean it was. I just want to see my like I haven't seen foundational Black American I just haven't seen us in totality since like the 80s. And I'm noticing even in the film world, you know, they're always like they play us, but they're not. And like I don't know why no one's in the industry saying anything, but we need to have we deserve to have our history told, by the blood of the same ones who came before. It's a different energy. I think I was watching one of Tariq's spaces, and on YouTube, but he was saying how we have that energy that transcends, so you feel it deeper. So that's another thing. Like the six triple A movie, like the story was amazing, but then the way they tried to tell the story, and then the actresses in the story, and then the foundational Black American actress that they do have in the movie, they tried to make her so belligerent, so degenerate, and I'm tired of that too. Like I'm tired of seeing us always in these degenerate, belligerent. If we are foundational and they finally put us on screen, we got to just be the most degenerate one, while everyone else can be humanized and refined. And I'm just hoping to see that in the future. And then I want to say one more thing. As far as families, it's I'm just hoping to see in the future that we stay together. And even with the like the reason why I'm so passionate about the film and even music is because that's what's kind of like affecting us. it's the industry's portrayal of what they think Black Americans should be, and then that's permeating in our education system. That's permeating in our like relationships with each other. And so I feel like if we could take control of that narrative, then I feel like change is we it's gonna be it's this is gonna be a next, you know what I'm saying, like this, just so much healing will take place. But I believe healing is taking place just by us talking about it right now. And I'm hoping to see good things in the future, for foundational Black Americans and our representation in media, academia, science, STEM, agriculture, all of those things, because we are still here. We're still working. We're just not being seen. And in the future, we will be seen.
No doubt. She said something real powerful, and if I could put a pin in it, Professor, I call him Professor Neely Fuller. Neely Fuller said something very interesting. He talked about 9 areas of activity. Um, and y'all know what I'm talking about. I'm not going to bore you with it, but I would pick one area of activity and try to make a difference in it. So my area of activity that I'm trying to make a difference in is education. I'm trying to counter the narrative in the history books, like she said, that show portray us in a light. And number one, you shouldn't have. It should not be. You should not. A person outside of our history should never tell our history because they have no context for understanding. We'll talk about more of that later, though. Wakil, what's on your mind? Wakil, can you hear me? Uh oh, can y'all hear me?
I can.
Yeah. Sorry about that.
Go ahead. I thought my
My phone,
thing went out. Go ahead.
no, it was me. My phone locked up. Yeah, I wanted to um address the degeneracy of the dominant community that Sister Frances Cress Welsing spoke about, that you read about earlier. Um, there was just to show and prove her point, Sister Frances, Dr. Frances Cress Welsing's point that she was saying about their unnaturalness. There was an incident, and I don't know how long ago this happened, but um, there was a mother who found a white mother who found the decapitated head, and this kid's kind of gruesome. So, the decapitated head and arms of some other person in her son's room, and then called the police. And then, if you look at the video footage of when the cops approach him and how they're so cavalier and so just almost, without any aggression or anything like that, and how he's just cavalierly said, "Yeah, I just wanted to see, try out something new." Was his reasoning behind committing that atrocious crime? So, but it goes to the point of Dr. Francis Cress Welsing of their unnaturalness, and how we shouldn't really kind of seek to imitate them, because in doing so, we don't we don't really know what we're getting into, what we're asking for, and what we're imitating, due to whatever socioeconomic um, ladder or status that they hold, or whiteness, the adjacency to whiteness. So I just wanted to put that out there.
Yeah, that's kind of what I
Yeah,
was.
the
Oh, go ahead. Go ahead.
yeah, if you look in the jumbotron, I'm not trying to get everybody to watch the video now, but it's there for reference what he's talking about. I posted this around the time when it happened, and it's as if he didn't even care, like it was totally normal for him to cut someone's head and arms off. It was weird as fuck. Go ahead, Professor.
Yeah, we have to be careful. Um, History will erase the mystery, and you have to understand who you associate with. So I'm debating over was it a good idea? Because my aunt June, a lady who raised me, told me years ago. Some of you already know this, that integration was one of the worst things that ever happened to us. Altomatic's attorney at law said integration was disintegration. Well, why? We have two totally different dispositions. The foundational Black American and the European, um, we have a disposition of helping and collectiveness, and the European has a disposition, like Welsing talked about earlier, of alienation. And it's not. I'm not judging. I'm just saying the argument is nature versus nurture. What makes you who you are? Is it just in you? Is it your genes, right? Or is it a combination of genes and the environment you come up in? Well, most scholars say it's number two. It's your genes. If your dad's an alcoholic and you grow up in an area where nobody drinks, you're probably going to be all right. You're not going to drink. Why would you? But if your dad's an alcoholic and you grow up or go to college in New Orleans, there's a high probability that you're going to drink some alcohol, and there's a moderate probability that your body is going to become addicted to that alcohol. That example was the nature of alcoholism, and the nurture of New Orleans, where it's fun to have a drink. You can drink in the daytime. Shit, when I used to date a girl in down there, and it used to be a place where you could drive. They had drive-through daiquiris. You could drive through the and get your whiskey. They give it to you with a straw in the car. I'm like, isn't it illegal to drink and drive? Well, how this pertains to Europeans, according to Dr. Michael Bradley, Europeans were nurtured in an environment that was harsh, freezing cold, with no food. So that created an attitude of absolute aggression and, more importantly, deception. That D is very important, that deception. Let me tell y'all some shit right quick. I used to do tutoring on the side for ACT when I was in Memphis. I do ACT, SAT tutoring for black kids, and I would boost their score like 10 points just by letting black kids know that the test is trying to trick you. Because most black kids take the SAT, ACT thinking that it's an honest test. It's just a test, just with some questions. No, I teach them that test, those questions are trying to trick you. And just that knowledge right there boosted their test score. Well, what I'm trying to say is the test was created by Europeans out of Leland Stanford University in California. So I call it Stanford Achievement Test. That's SAT. Well, anyway. And it was created to trick you. What benefit does it have to tricking people? I don't know. But it's a European ideology because during the Young Dryas, during the Ice Age, it was so little food that they had to trick people to eat. So I'm starting to agree with my Aunt June and starting to agree with Altomatics and Dr. Clark that our temperaments are too different. We want to help, and on some level, there's the deception in their culture, and that just makes us easy prey because we want to help and they want to trick, so they can pretend real easy like they just want to help. They want our help when we're getting tricked. So it's very fascinating, but it's another subject for a whole nother space. uh Dr. Welsing brought up, we were talking about the black male earlier. I think Sotar talked about the son husband. I wanted to identify something Dr. Welsing said on page 246 of her book. She said the system of racism in the United States has specifically labeled its number one target the black male. We're it. We're number one. The black male is not only intimidated and oftentimes physically destroyed, but more importantly, he must be destroyed functionally through the negation of his major breadwinning activity for the black family. That's it right there. That activity right there inflated the value of the black woman in the household. Now, am I saying either one? I'm saying, let me get something real clear. The black man and black woman have equal value. They're both 50-50 equals 100. They're both 100% together. But the system denies giving opportunities to the black male when it will give two times that opportunity to a black female. And what I want my sisters to know forever ad infinitum is that a lot of times this opportunity you get with the big job, you know what I'm saying, or the big degree, I want you to look at it through the lens of this system is giving this to me to separate my household because it won't give it to the man. So I just thought Dr. Welsing really put a pin in that. She also says, quote, when men are not permitted to become the major breadwinners and true financial protectors of their families, a major imbalance is created between the importance of the adult black male and the adult black female roles. Isn't that interesting? It's done out of warfare. But right, I talked a moment ago about deception. That's some of that deception. The European society is so good at deceiving you because on its face, that right there looks like it's easy to get the idea, the impression that these black females who get these big time jobs, especially in Atlanta, a big time, become a big time attorney or big time whatever, that she just worked, and you did work hard, but it doesn't allow the same opportunity to black males, and it destroys a black household. We're gonna leave that one alone. It says, uh, when men are not permitted to become the major breadwinners and true financial protectors for their families, a major imbalance. I said that. Likewise, the importance of male functioning is discredited and subtly disrespected. Oh, there it is. Black male, when you're not allowed to get the equal breadwinning opportunity or career opportunity, and your woman is, y'all could fall in love. But when she hits a moment where she has that getting that big paycheck and everybody kissing her butt at work, she's gonna come home and look at you like, ugh, you can't do what I do. Well, black female, it had nothing to do with you. It had to do with the white supremacy system. Last but not least, I'm gonna shut up. As a result of chaos and disorganization befalls a family life, leaving the family as a dysfunctional survival unit where the mothers are forced to engage in full-time breadwinning and protector activities and are not free to perform their major tasks as a child care and socialization. Got you, black female. Um, got
Yeah, and Professor, don't get in the car before you get to work. You turn on this radio, they tell my son she got her own. She don't need man, she'll leave man. All this I'm independent, no scrubs. You know what I'm saying?
yeah.
Then she get off work, then she put a movie on and the woman tell my son I don't have to deal with this. You know what I'm saying? Like the I think the whole thing is noticing this is it's all a trick. It's all a trick, and we almost got to rebel, like, because everything around us is telling us to do something that's, not that's not even going to be good for the collective, but more just like a me, I'm this, I'm that. But we can't forget, you know we can't forget the family. We got to keep the family together, work together, love each other despite, and then, in the future, watch the movies of family, because you don't even see black men, foundational black men, American men on TV either. That's a problem, and I've been noticing that for years. Like, that's another issue. So not only are black men not seeing themselves, you got black women that are seeing themselves, but it's a it's like a this whole self thing, instead of us coming seeing, and then even just seeing each other together, seeing black families together. You don't even see that on TV either. You go and look at a commercial, I'm starting to see like an interracial thing, like they pushing that. Every time I see like a black person, it's a family, it's like a interracial thing. What's wrong with showing the why they acting like we don't exist? We exist. Show us.
Well, the black family is essential to perpetuate our existence. So that's basically, it's just simple. It's warfare. It's not even personal. I would like for us to get to a point where we look at this stuff as we don't engage emotionally. I'm talking about myself too. Don't get triggered. Then just say, oh, okay, I see what you're doing, and just try to counter it. All right, so Tar, what's on your mind?
Hey, I was gonna say I think that's gonna be kind of hard because I mean I'll just go ahead and say it. A lot of these women are masculine as fuck. Like they're more handsome than me, and they put themselves in the male position. Like I've seen you, like, other these some of these Africans, they'll come and talk to Wani or Nikki, And like sometimes they'll to me they'll be putting a male presence themselves, and I'm like, when you put yourself in a situation, then you can't get mad at a man comes at you, and I just think that the man is more important than the woman. That's what I think. I support that what you may call the European ideology. One, the man is one, he's alpha, then the woman is second, right behind him. And I think that that's an issue, but you can't do nothing because even if you do say the woman understands they're masculine, combative, adversary, etc., they're still not going to tell those young girls, hey, you need to submit to your husband. You need to submit to this, do that, and the other. And that's going to be the issue. We can't play a role. We don't know our position. The man's the quarterback. And
Do you feel uncomfortable when I combat with African males?
no, I'm no. It's sometimes you do come at them, and I see where they're at. I
Mhm.
see what they thinking, where they're coming from.
Do you have a problem with that?
No, I'm not the African males, but I do think I'm talking about like I brought you two up a professor like defending you all, but I'm like, if she's gonna be the Amazonian warrior queen, then she has to fight. She can't. You Superman just come protect her. That's what I think. If you want to be the lioness, because some lionesses will go against some male hyenas and
I
male
don't think
what?
we should try to relate this to animals because animals do a lot of things, like the female lioness hunts and the male hangs out near the children. So, uh, men and women do have different roles, but if the other role is not being provided for, then the woman has to unfortunately take over that role.
Facts.
There's nothing you can do. So if no one is putting African males in their place when they say things like, I came on a plane, you came in chains, someone needs to say, no, you came on a raft and nobody wants you in their country. And I do know that men that identify with their maleness more and don't identify with being a FBA might feel like I saw some comments that I was too aggressive. I'm doing this here. I don't cuss men out for a living in real life. That's not what I do. I'm combating something that is hurting my group. And I don't care if it's a man or a woman. If you're hurting my group, I'm going to talk about it. So please try to separate that from male and woman, men and women's relationships. I'm not having a relationship with African men.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like a code.
And
It's a
Wani just
code with
go
us.
ahead.
It's a especially if you are foundational Black American. It's part of our code to not do gender division, even if you don't mean it. That's why this is a teaching space. We let you know when we notice something and we correct it.
Yeah, and Wani said something very powerful. Basically, Wani said the universe balances itself out. When the man's not acting in a masculine role, the female's gonna pick up the slack. And this is the unfortunate part. If the female has to pick up the slack, that's gonna cause resentment. She's gonna be thinking, "Well, shit, you the man. Well, what I need you for?" But the real thing, and I'm not gonna get emotional about this. We're just gonna be analytical. The real thing is, it's not even. It's neither the man nor the woman in the black foundational Black American dynamic. It's not you or her. It's the system, and that's a what I want y'all to get y'all to see is that's an attack from the system. The system set it up that way. So what moving forward, what we need to do is look for ways to avoid getting caught up in that systematic trap. What's on your mind, the black?
What's going on, everybody? Professor
Good.
One
Brother.
and Nikki, everybody else in the room. Uh, I want to add to the point that from what I learned from my family and looking at history, we have never been a patriarchal or a matriarchal like society. We have always been like a family unit, community type of society. Uh, and I want us to get out that mindset of them type of ideologies of one one gender has to run the household. It has to be somebody at the head because it always learning from my grandparents and my parents. It has always been a unit thing. Like they worked together and made things happen. Uh, the female always had like more of the house duties and like financial duties because the man was always working, and they understood that it a man has to have time to unwind. So they took over certain duties, you know what I'm saying, that most men in white households will take over. So like that just uh like the example when it came down to one and being aggressive, like to me, I feel like if you feel one or Nikki being aggressive, then you don't know what what aggressive is because they are very demure and chill and laid back. Like getting cussed out by them is, I feel like it's light work on the cool, and they don't even cuss really. Like they just have fly little lines that just make you sit back and be like, damn. And I feel like that's what hurts a lot of males' feelings on her. They don't know how to the mental combat that and deal with their own ego because at this point, like ego is not needed when you're trying to build, especially when you're thinking about community and thinking about the future. Like that's unnecessary because you thinking about yourself will never you will always end up with nothing or being alone, and we see how that has affected people who are up in an extra echelon or in an upper class. They feel lonely or they feel like they can't trust nobody because it's all about the money. So we have never been focused on that. That's why we like we pass down land. That has always been the main goal. The monetary factor, like we never cared about that. It was always the family and making sure each other at least had a better standard the next generation. And I want to leave it there.
Excellent. Yes, so our ideas are going to have to shift and change for our survival. I agree with the black. We're going to have to start looking at the family dynamic as more of a team. But how to do that, I don't know. Y'all tell me. Wakil, what's on your mind?
Yeah, I just wanted to look at that point that the brother was speaking on. Yeah, we are a new people. We are a unique people, but not only unique, but we're new. And like the brother said, if you can, if anybody that considers Wani or any other of the other sisters that speak out on our behalf as masculine, I charge you to go to any hood in America and talk to any single moms, who you know just just because they're very 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 demure, but more to the point, a lot of this is coming from we've been the victim of psyops, since time immemorial in this country. So a lot of this talk and this rhetoric of getting, like the sister said, you rarely see black males and black women together, family households on television and mass media. So a lot of that is there. It's done deliberately, and we're targeted deliberately through these different governmental psyops, whether it be COINTELPRO, whether it be Gloria Steinem. And I don't understand why we don't know that these things have not gone away. They're still here, that we're still being targeted, and it's evident, like the sister said, by what is going on the media, by not being represented through the media, by our music being targeted and used against us to create the likes of a Sexy Red and Lil Tebow and all those guys. So I just think we have to keep in mind that a lot of these, because they try to use this technique of memeism. So you put it out there, memeism, not talking about memes like we know them now as far as the internet, but talking about memeism as far as ideas being very almost, you take them on, easy for people to take on ideas after they're created and sold to people, and we take on these ideas And it was meant for those ideas to fester in our mind and for us to proliferate those ideas amongst our circle, poisoning us like sort of like rat poison. You know what I'm saying? And poison our interactions with each other, especially male and female interactions. So and people say, the Willie Lynch book isn't real. Da da da. It doesn't matter whether the Willie Lynch book is real or not because the effects are still the same. The we're still suffering from the effects of, you can still see throughout the history of our interaction with the dominant society and with ourselves the advents or the ramifications of the Willie Lynch letter, right? So, we can't fall victim to these psyops, and we're creating a whole new path for humanity to follow, right? And humanity is following everything that we do. You know what I'm saying? So, we have to accept who we are and be who we are, which is a brand new people setting standards that the world, the likes of which have never seen before. And I land my plane.
Yeah, well said. Welsing, what's on your mind?
I was listening and I had to stop. Hello, everybody. Um, you know, my father was born in 1925. This March, he would be 100 years old if he was alive. And you could not ask for a more masculine, ego-driven, type A personality. He was a big old black man, and he was a very ambitious one. Okay. And he would have loved women like Wani and Nikki. He would love somebody like No Taxation. There's a couple of sisters in these spaces he would have absolutely loved. And for this reason, I would hear him, and I'm not speaking, verbatim what he said, but basically, he oftentimes says that a man's weakness is that their ego does not evolve. And he said this, and he used to talk to some brothers used to come by his store or come by the house to talk to him, and he said this when he found my mother, my mother and my father were almost 20 years apart in age. My father was a widower. His first wife died while she was pregnant, from complications of lupus in the late 1950s. And he was a widower for several years before he met my mother. He was introduced to my mother, and my mother was young, and my father kind of left her alone to grow up in a sense for about 6, 7 years before they started dating. But the one thing he said that he liked about my mother was that she was good with numbers. My father was a creative, and he was okay with numbers. But my father often said this, and I say this to the brothers, that you want to look for a woman who, when you have your vision as a man, your vision for your family that you want to have, your vision for the business or businesses that you want to create together, your vision for the children that you want, and your vision for your children's future, that your vision is your wife's mission. And in order for that to work, in order for that to work, that woman, my father said, marry a woman who's as smart or smarter than you. He says, because I'm out there busting my ass. And he goes, what I'm going to give my wife is the true choice to work if she wants to, or she don't have to. She doesn't have to. And I saw my father. The money would come home in a gray this gray heavy plastic pack that she would have to take to the bank. He didn't have to worry about shit because shit was handled at home. He didn't have to worry about if the bills were being paid. He didn't have to worry about if the tuition was being paid. He didn't have to worry about a damn thing. So that eased up on him to create the kind of life that he wanted for his family because he had a woman at home that was handling her business. So that when he died, my mother didn't have to worry about anything. And this is where I think sometimes, not all the times, some we miss that a man's vision should be his wife's mission. And I land with that. My father always respected women that were very smart. He always respected that. He always respected that. And I tell you, the woman that he loved every time she spoke was Barbara Jordan. Oh my God. So it's 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 important to find that right woman, and it should not matter who makes more money than the other. Because you see, let me tell you something. As much money that I spend in insurances for myself, for my company, for my employees, let me tell you something. Let's talk about myself. Man, I wish, look, I would marry a brother right now who had worked for a civil job where he could work for the county, whatever, and get that damn insurance. So I don't have to be paying $12,000, $13,000 a year. When you see, the problem is that sister who made that remark about, oh, she wouldn't marry a bus driver or train driver, whatever. I forgot. I don't know what her name was, but anyway, what she's not looking at is the fact that what he brings to the table are certain elements from his job that's going to save you a whole lot of money, thousands of dollars, your 401k and insurance and all that stuff. You're not looking for the total package. It's not how much they make, it is what they bring to the table and what can be two people can build together. I remember this is 2025 now, but 23 years ago, I met a brother who works for, I live in Los Angeles. He works for DWP, just started. He's the brother that goes up on those poles with those things, and young guy at the time. He's still young. And I think he was making about, at the time, and this is like 24 years ago, maybe 23 years ago, about $48,000. And he wanted to own property. And I sold him his first income property. He's now on his seventh with me. He's about maybe 8 more years to retire from DWP. Even if he walked away from DWP, the money that he makes generating from those properties is enough that he doesn't even have to touch his retirement. And he's a brother that works for DWP that climbs those damn poles. So again, we have to be smart about what Professor said, how white supremacy has set this up for Black families to fail, and they shouldn't. And again, his vision is your mission in life. Find a woman who is smart. And like Wani said, look, as I mentioned the other day, you fight with grace. You want a woman that fights with grace. I land with that.
Love it, Wells, and I always appreciate your perspective. We're gonna go to Sotar and Stacy. Go ahead, Sotar.
Hey, yeah, I'm in this truck yard. So I was gonna say, I don't know about dating a woman that's that smart with all these degrees. We have no fault divorce. I didn't know what no fault divorce was till 4 years ago. That means the nuclear option is always on the table, and I'm talking about women in general. So, but from my experiences, when I see other people say, when you have a smart woman like that, she's gonna be calculating and cold. She always gonna have another option and things to do. I think for a woman to be in a relationship with a man, she has to be dependent upon him. If she's not, she doesn't really need him around, and that's where disrespect is gonna come from.
Okay, I just want to say something. I know a few women that got PhDs, and you know, they husband from the street a little bit, but they've been together for many years. So there are educated Black women out here who don't like equate
That that's
their
anecdotal
financial.
information. That's anecdotal information. The data shows that if you get a master's degree, a PhD as a woman, and you get married, your divorce is going to be like 90% guaranteed. That's
Well,
what is
I'm telling
happening.
you, I know people that are uh
That's
successful Black
anecdotal.
women.
That's not
I
across
think
the
no, but
board.
I just feel like you shouldn't. But I don't know where you like hearing this, but I mean, I don't think that you should look at it like that. I don't think you should have an outlook like that, because then you'll be like attracting those experiences. Because I'm telling you, there are Black women that make more than their husbands, and they're holding them down. And I don't believe that we should equate our Black men for how much they make. I don't agree with that. But that's what society is saying. So if society is saying that, how can we really believe that that's even true? When I'm telling you, I know a lot of Black women that's more quote unquote successful, but they still with their husbands or they significant other.
You look at the divorce rates. What are you talking about? You look at the divorce rate. That's where the data's coming from. It's not something society's telling. I think society's telling a woman to divorce their husbands. I agree with you on that, but you're not looking at the whole thing. And not to mention, I'm gonna tell you, you might have a woman that she was probably the nerd growing up, and she wants that thug jock guy that she never got. So she's like, he just got out of prison. I can easily control him. I better make sure he don't get a CDL so he leaves. So that's what's gonna happen
Let's
probably.
Kanye, what are your views on this? On let's get back to the topic. I hear y'all relationships are very difficult. Nobody knows that more than I do. But let's look at the topic. What's
I feel like I'm in the Taliban.
uh but it's that time of year, But what's on your mind, Kanye?
My bad. I was just finishing up a sandwich. Me. Um, I'm sorry. I hate to chew on the mic. I apologize, guys.
No,
Um,
we all been doing it. I did it a minute ago. Wani did it.
Oh, I didn't hear anything Kanye. I didn't hear anything Kanye said when he first came. Can you please repeat everything you
all
said,
right. Can you hear me
Kanye?
now?
Go ahead. Yeah, I hear you now. Repeat everything you first said when you
Oh,
came
I
to the
was just
stage.
saying I was my bad. I was chewing. I was like, I apologize, chewing on the mic. The professor called on me. No, I just heard something. I just had to got the mic, but I guess I'll go back to the topic. Um,
Oh, you can respond, Kanye. I was just saying we kind of turned it into like a relationship trauma
okay,
dump.
gotcha. Yeah, I was
Right. And I
noticing
don't
that.
have any trauma. I'm being dumped on.
Yeah, but and
So
I which I understand, but
Oh
that's
my
that's
God. How did we turn into a gender divide? Women aren't allowed to go to school room.
yeah,
yeah.
that's getting weird. Yeah, I'm with one. I will say this. I dated women who are doctors, lawyers, nurses, serial entrepreneurs, and I never had this problem, right? If anything, I find the worst in everything I see. That's another story for a different day. Um, but the number one thing you look for in a woman as a man is to make sure she's slow to anger, right? And the reason why you do that is because you're not perfect. You gonna fuck up. You need to make sure when you fuck up, she's gonna be understanding of that fuck up. And then on the flip side, you have to be slow to anger too. I think that's the key to it. But I think a lot of times people look for everything in their partner, and you forget that they're not perfect, nor are you. Um, and I just think that if we kind of look at what can we build together versus what can we get out of the person, then life will be a whole lot easier. Because when I pick a wife, um, I'm looking at, okay, what can I build with her, right? What can we build together? I want to build a family. I want to build this kind of family, and I want to live in this type of area or whatever, right? And I want to do this and I want to do that. It's just like building, not what can I get out of her. Like, yo, can I get her to do this for me? Can I get her to do that for me? And I will hope she would see me as somebody that she can build with instead of what she can get out of me. Because remember, if you can no longer get out of that person what you're expecting, then everything else tends to die and fade away. But if you can still hold on to what can we build together, can we make it valuable, then that's when people stick around. So that's my take on relationship thing. I'd rather not get into the whole gender thing because we can do this shit all day long. We can sit here and point out all the imperfections and everything that we all do, but all that's gonna do is piss me and Wani off, right? So we don't want to go down that route. We want to be nice. Like I don't get it. A lot of times we all fuck up. Like yo, I done fucked up some serious situations. Um, and I get it now. And also, I've watched people fuck up situations, and I just didn't say anything. So, yeah, we've all been on both sides of that spectrum. However, we should take we learn from that, and then kind of look for better things in other people. Just saying.
Appreciate it, Kanye. We're gonna go to the black. Oh, I'm sorry, Stacy. Then the black. Go ahead, Stacy.
So I wanted to speak on something you mentioned earlier when you were talking about how, with the whole gender war, because I know they've been talking about it, and I want to I'm not going to take sides or be negative. Something I learned watching, wait for it, Good Times.
Uh oh.
Um, do you remember that episode when James was going for this job? He was like, "Oh, it's this good job. Oh, they just giving out jobs. They said all I got. It's just a formality. I just got to go." I'm paraphrasing, but he said, "I just got to go in, sign the paperwork." He said, "Come on, Flo, you come down there with me. They probably give you a job too." And when they both got there, what happened? He says, give the job to the black woman. Now you done knocked out two birds with one stone. Now we don't have to hire the black man. And something clicked in me, and I was like, that's what that's the programming right there, because they understand that, oh, wait a minute, now you got the woman making the money bringing home the bacon, and she's looking down at the man going, well, I got a job, how come you can't get one? And I've seen it too many times where the woman thinks, now I don't want to say like, oh, she thinks she's better than the man, but not realizing that this system was set up to not give this black man a job, just so that way you can now look down on him because you feel like you're better because you were able to do it and he can't. And you still keep going, why can't you, Kenny? Why can't you do this? Why can't you do that? And then again, somebody mentioned resentment. It's true. You start to resent him for not. And then the sad part is, what do you think that's already doing to his self-esteem, trying to go out there and do something and get a job and make it work and provide for his family, because he's the head of the household. He wants to provide for his family. And, now she's got to come home and she's tired and her feet hurt, and I don't know. And then earlier, Your Highness mentioned something about the that movie. Was that 6 888 or whatever? I did watch it, and I agree with everything you said. And I just thought, wow, that's true. The way they keep trying to mix stuff and pull people in, and other people, other non-FBA, and trying to take our story and revamp it. And it's true what they did with the black girl. They made her overweight. They made fun of her, trying to say she can't read. She was from the South. They tried to talk mess about her, and I'm like, golly, what is it with these stereotypes? And when I mentioned, like, I love that we have FBA Stream, right? So earlier when I mentioned about, we need to make our own stuff. We need to have our own productions. We need to, Tyler Perry, he's got this big old mega studio, right? Why can't he come up with, why does his stuff have to be shown on Netflix or on Hulu or wherever his movies are shown at? Dude, why can't you come out with your own platform? You done everything else. I'm not saying we all should be watching Tyler Perry movies, but I'm saying for somebody who's made it as big as he has and his money is in, and Oprah came out with her little own or whatever. But I mean, maybe do we got to get together and try to do something like that, or at least we have FBA Stream and I love it. So what we can do. And thank you so much, Nikki the God. I will absolutely try and, when I think of some movies, I'll send them to you. But yeah, that's, what can we do to expand that network? Because at least we got that and we have that. And, so I don't want to do the whole gender divide thing. I am all for gender roles. I do like being feminine. I do like being a lady, and I do like my man to when I have one, to lead and I will try and support him and work as a partner as much as I can. And I will always, like who was just speaking just a minute ago was saying, understand that sometimes we all f up. And I'm a very forgiving person, except for if you cheat. But so there's going to be certain times when we do have to sit back and realize that we're human beings, and I just think it's communication, and both people need to be willing to sit down and talk and understand where the other one is coming from, and meet in the middle, compromise. It's all about, you can't just take. You got to give, as you got to give too. And that's it. I'll land.
Appreciate it. The Black. What's on your mind, man?
Um, oh, to answer Miss Stacy, Oprah, she don't own no more. Time Warner own it, and Tyler Perry just the face of his studio. But to add to that, I really think it's mostly a male ego thing. Uh, like, we live in a society where it has to be somewhere like 50-50, or most likely the female is going to make more. And to niggas be fucking up. Like, let's just keep it real. Like, we be at her fucking up. Like, know what I'm saying? We want everything to be perfect, and it can't be like that sometimes. And we don't live in a society where our grandparents and stuff was raised. So, as a male, you can't expect to be the breadwinner and be able to run everything. That's like, it's not impossible, but it's not feasible. It's like, so all that, we gotta be the patriarchy. like our counterparts. Like, no, that ain't where we come from. Because at the end of the day, yeah, Big Daddy did everything, but he listened to, you know what I'm saying? Well, Big Mama said it. She made all the decisions at the end of the day, and Big Daddy went with it. Like, let's understand the culture that we actually really come from instead of the culture that's been trying to been put on us, or what outsiders see as our culture. Because if you want to break it down and just your personal life, even that'll prove to you that it's never been like that. Like, we have always been a cohesive unit, and we work together as a community. That's why we have those sayings. It takes a village to raise a child, because that's how we always been, a close knit type of family. We have family reunions and get-togethers on the holidays for a reason. Like, people have copied our customs of family units. So, like, this gender divide was made to actually divide us, and find a way to combine other groups against us, and we must always remember that.
Oh yeah. You keep your eyes on the prize. That's what Dr. King said. You know what I'm saying? And keep in mind that the overall objective of the whole thing, and then that'll keep away from trauma dumping, you know what I'm saying? And getting caught up in, the whole traumatic thing, because it can be traumatic. Um, we're gonna go to no taxation, get a new speaker up here, and then when she's done, we'll go back to Sotar. Go ahead, no taxation. It's good to see you.
Hey, how y'all doing? I'm late to class and everything. First of all, how is everybody doing? And I am so glad we are not talking about them damn Africans. Y'all just don't know. Whew, I was ready to move on. First, I want to say this about the black family.
Okay.
The system upheld by the government and those that uphold the government systems, they've already done all the damage to the black family they need to do. That's what y'all not getting. See, you all keep expecting us to say, well, we're going to get the black family back together. What are the odds? You have, and the wife is going to stay home. My wife is going to stay home and watch the kids, and I'm going to go to work. And what are the odds after mass incarceration, a crack epidemic, and killer cops and the rest of it? What are the odds of us bringing that back
Preach.
in a short amount of time? That's going to take some generations because, see, it took generations for us to get here. That's what y'all not getting. And there's never been a time in this country when the black family has not been under attack. Never.
Preach.
Every single day. Every day. Every time you walk out that door, you are under attack. And that's just the way it is. That's life in America. That's black American life in America. And these pie in the sky, thank you, the black. These pie in the skies, well, June Cleaver and Beaver Cleaver and all of that old 1960s stuff they used to show us in black and white, where the woman stayed home with an apron and in some heels and a dress cooking. Baby, black folks ain't never moved like that. We've never had that luxury. So if you want to give black women the luxury of having the option to stay home and raise the children, like white women have the option to stay home and raise the children, then you're going to have to get your game up, because the black family is gone. It doesn't exist anymore. It doesn't exist anymore. It left in my generation. And what you're seeing now is piecemeal. You didn't see that crack come into these neighborhoods and lock the men up? What do you think that did to the men? What do you think that did to them wanting and desiring a family? Why do you think we have so many homosexual men in our communities? Connect the dots, y'all. We not ever gonna live like white folks in this country unless we receive a full and complete reparations plan.
Preach.
We're gonna live like this until we get a full and complete reparations plan. If you can think of anything about your life that you need, name that. It's part of the reparations plans that I'm aligned with because I'm talking head to toe, top to bottom. Do what we want to. We ain't never got to be bothered with white folks again. That's what I'm talking about. But anyway, I want to know. I'm through preaching. What is this? What's this spirit, and how do you pronounce it? And
But
what is it?
it's pronounced Majara.
Oh,
Nikki.
you were talking about that. Oh, one more thing, Professor. Let me say this because who was it? Kanye said, we have to be nice to each other. Well, we done took the class. I see. I get my A's because I remember stuff. We Professor done had the class. We ain't got to be nice. If you're nice, you're a fool. Be
Yeah.
kind. Be kind to one another.
Right.
Be kind to one. Give, show each other grace. Walk away sometime. See? Now, if they follow you, it's a different story. See? And then, okay, go ahead. I'm going to listen about this spirit
I
thing.
need to push back on a couple of things. 96% of black males are not in jail. And so we have a persistent 4% that have issues. 76% of black mothers with children and go to work, and 71% of white women. So white women are not sitting at home like, that day of the woman at home is over for everybody because of the way the country is set up, unfortunately.
If you want to sit at home and be a woman, your husband must be wealthy or you must have wealth yourself.
Yeah, and wealthy men, like Kevin Samuel said, they have options. So the culture of wealthy men is, yeah, this culture has been corrupted. The culture of wealthy men is
And
kind of different.
and the women have already done the be uneducated and sit at home, and that resulted in them getting um dumped and looking stupid with no education, nothing. So I think that they took the position that they're going to be educated so they can actually eat. So advising women not to be educated and you want a partner that's illiterate is pretty interesting. Doesn't sound like a black American position. We have an egalitarian position for the most part, and that's very successful in various parts of the world, including Africa. In fact, pygmies have an egalitarian system. They just help each other. They just make sure all those jobs are done. Whatever the job is, you might have a man foraging, you might have a woman hunting. It doesn't matter. If the man isn't feeling well, the woman will hunt. If the woman isn't feeling well, the man will prepare food. And they've been successful for tens of thousands of years.
Yeah, I've said this before, Wani. I'm under the impression that these people, the Khoisan and the Twa people, also known as pygmies. Pygmies are pejorative, but they avoid technology and they live very simple. But they seem to be very happy. And I refuse to believe if they've been around maybe a million years, they don't know technology. I think what it is they know something we don't. Sometimes the most advanced societies appear to be primitive. They appear to be primitive because maybe being primitive is advanced. You're operating the way you were intended to operate. What's your thoughts on that, Sotar?
Yeah, I wanted to say, I wasn't trying to make a gender divide, so excuse me. I was just attacking the genie that was in the room. Um, I do think that I do think that going back to like what Wani said, I hear all these women saying in general they want a certain type of guy, and I'm like, cool, you can get that guy, but the guy that you want, he doesn't want a woman that's gonna be trying to being on his level. He doesn't want a woman that's he's the CEO, she's the CEO, he's a judge, she's trying to be a judge. That's what I'm saying. You're gonna have to be a little bit different. And I want to say I liked what Miss Stacy said. I liked what what's the guy's name? Come on, Kanye. I'm sorry. I liked what Kanye said. And he's right, slow to anger. I just think that there's certain things with gender roles that are not being placed, and I think that is an issue. We can't say we want to have this certain type of family or any family, but the man is not in position.
What
You know what I'm
does
saying?
so I'm not trying to get dates on the stage. So what does that have to do with the way that I speak to an arrogant African?
They intimidated.
What are you talking about?
Let's just keep it
Uh,
real. Some of y'all
I don't,
niggas intimidated.
wait. What are you talking? What are you
I
talking
just
about?
don't understand how me speaking angrily to an angry African has been projected onto a date, or how women
I
in
did.
general carry themselves, or women are masculine. I'm not trying to get a date.
No, I wasn't saying that. I said. I mean, I think you're going. I wasn't talking about dating. I was just saying that in general, there's a yin and yang. There's a one kid. There can only be one president, one vice president. There can only be one alpha, one person under,
So
one person is dominated.
the next time there's an angry, belligerent African, you're going to handle it?
I'll talk to him.
We'll see.
I think that's the case.
We'll see.
I talk to him. I promise you. But I just think that, I mean, I'll say this: if you're going to be Wonder Woman to be an Amazon, then Professor, no one else can help you. You
Well,
know what I'm saying? Hercules can't come. I think you got to hold
When
that.
well,
did I ask anyone to help me?
No, you didn't. Professor intervened. You did not. To your defense,
well,
I
I just think
never,
that
hold up. I never do.
I know. I never said that. I was talking about Professor and certain things in general. I think that I would not be trying to pick a fight with a chick, no matter what she says to me. I would get another woman for that. You know, and everyone understands that. But when a woman tries to go for a man, it's like, well, now it's the man should know better. It should stop. And I'm like, no. Like I mean, I just never liked that. But
How does that
but
apply to dating and relationships with men and women? I'm not in a relationship with arrogant Africans that come on the stage.
I wasn't saying that was. I wasn't applying that. I didn't say anything
You
about you
did. That's why
and dating.
that's why we're having the conversation.
No, I didn't say nothing about
You
you and dating.
kind of put it all in one bunch.
Okay, well, no. What I said is like,
It's not
okay.
in one bunch.
Well, what I was referencing is
How
Stephen.
I relate to them has nothing to do with how I relate to other people.
Well, I just saw them as men, but I was referencing loosely a Steve Harvey episode. This lady said, "Hey, Steve Harvey, I have this master's degree. I have this $120,000 income. I have this Tesla and this house. Why can't I find a man that's on my level?"
What does
And
that
Steve
have to
Harvey kept
do
beating around
with
the bush.
listen, you're I don't know what you're talking about.
yeah.
I just want to
You
interject
brought up
real quick.
dating. That's why.
No.
Can I interject real quick? It's kind of implied, the way you're telling Wani about how she's talking to that man, but the point is, this was a disrespectful man coming into her space and non-FBA disrespecting FBA and then disrespecting her on top of everything. So of course she's not only is she defending herself, she's also defending us as FBA family. And Wani, honey, I hats off to you. Thank you so much. 100%. I love you and appreciate all of that. And you had our backs and I got yours.
Yeah, and so Tar Wani, she can stand, she can hold her own. She's maybe tougher than me. You know what I'm saying? And all the time, I don't always defend her. I'm sure y'all remember. Was it yes? It was a safe space before yesterday. There was a guy in there who called her a bitch, and went on. And I didn't say a word because it was strategic. I wanted the African guy was trying to be really nice and I love you and kumbaya, and I felt disingenuous, and some of the members on the stage got on, start putting heat on him, and I just wanted to see, if he was going to show his true colors, which he ended up doing. In the certain cases where I have defended our sister Wani or Nikki, that's really more about me than them. They both are tough; they can handle themselves. It's just there's a new culture of men out here, especially on X, that will argue and just be combative with women and then be all humble and sweet with a man like me. They'll be on the panel. Me, Wani, and Nikki be talking about the same issue. passionate about the same damn issue, and a dude to come on here and not say shit to me, and I'm the most passionate one about it, and just try to cuss Swanee out, and cuss Nikki out. I jump in that because I'm like, motherfucker, do you see me standing here? Like, to me, that's like a coward. But that has nothing to do with neither either one of them needing help. That's more about me. It's like, how dare you attack a female? I'm old school, you know what I'm saying? It's like I just can't respect a man that would like just look at me and say, "Hey, professor, how you doing?" And then look at Wani and say, "You stupid, blah 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 blah." I'm like, motherfucker, if you gonna cuss at her, cuss at me. Let's do this. Let's fight. Come on. So I don't respect cowardice. It's not about Wani needing to be saved. No, she can handle herself. Um, Mr. X, what's on your mind?
Peace to the room. I wanted to kind of build on what you said about how the most primitive cultures can actually be like the most advanced, because like if you look at like all of like the ancient wisdom that we learned about the Dogon, um, the Egyptians, like all of these ancient cultures that already knew what scientists are just now discovering. And you know how the European does. They just act like they discovered it all on their own, right? Um, but yeah, man, and one of the things that I noticed, like they were very eco conscious, and I feel like, especially like things like global warming and carbon emissions and things like that. If another people didn't just run rampant on the earth and the earth actually developed naturally, I feel like it would be a much more better place. I mean, like when they built houses, some like biodegradable material, right? And that's
You breaking up, bro.
uh,
You kind of breaking up.
can you hear me now?
Is he breaking up for y'all? Yeah, I hear you now.
Where did I break up at?
Biodegradable material.
Yeah, so I was just saying, like, majority of the time they made it from material that could go back within the earth unless they wanted it intentionally to be left standing like forever, or try to leave it standing forever. And it's just like I feel like, especially now, like with all this pavement and all these cities, like people are literally weirded out about nature when it's supposed to be connected to us. That's where we come from. And I feel like us as children of the earth, that's like our strength. Like when we were victorious against like the cave people, or like when they came into the swamps and whatnot, that was us playing to our strength. We were in tune with the nature and the land around us. And like how Dr. Francis says in her book, they don't have that capacity just due to their makeup, their physical makeup. Um, so I feel like us not having that connection with nature takes away a big part of our advantage here. Just here on Earth in general, like we were literally made to be in tune with the universe. And then yeah, just to address the topic about the Majora spirit, I just feel like the same way like how PTSD is, like not like the war PTSD, but like the post traumatic slave syndrome. Like how the same way it could be negative, it could also be positive. It could also make us resilient and make us to fight on, you know. And I think um, just connecting with that spirit, it'll give us the ability to do anything because it's encoded in us. It's encoded in our DNA. You know, anytime, you know, an empire can be kicked over a million times, but it's encoded in their DNA to like build it back up. You know, so that's why I feel like when you talk about a code and the spirit, that's so much more important than just having a leader. Because if you rely on the leader, they can just chop the head off the leader and the whole thing dies. So that's what I gotta say on that.
Oh yeah, oh yeah, very important points in that whole dynamic of um, leaderless. I mean, societies. You're right. That's the way you destroy movements. Is you identify a leader and you chop the head off the leader. I think that's a certain extent in this lineage movement. FBA is a lineage that we just decided to name, give a airtight name to who we are. I love it. It's not a group. It's just a lineage. But if you see a lot of ops are trying to identify leaders. You're a leader of the movement. You're not a leader of the movement. Tariq Nasheed said something so funny the other day. He said, there's no leader of the Puerto Ricans. I thought that was funny for some reason. And Dr. John Henry Clark talked about this years ago. Dr. Henry Clark said, the Koreans don't have a leader. It's so true. It's just like, hey, we're Korean. There are people who got money and influence, but uh, having that type of structure of a corporate structure of a hierarchy is can has a history. Let me put it this way. Be careful. Let me weigh my words. It has a history of um, um, putting people in a position of being targeted because you say, oh well, he's a leader, and then you can make up narratives and attack him. It's warfare, and what I'm saying. Let's go to what our sister Vicky Dillard said. Vicky Dillard said, "America's the prettiest battlefield on the planet. We're at war." Yep. Um, Moving right along, we're gonna go with. I'm gonna try Gal Galpox. I think that's what it says. Galpax 62. What's on your mind, Galpox? I think I said it right. Galpox.
Gal Pox, come off of your mic, or you're getting kicked out the space, or you're getting kicked off the space because your profile looks suspect anyway. So I'm giving you 5 seconds to come off of your mic, or I'm kicking you out. Five, four, three, two, one.
All right. I want to address some to our brother Sotar right quick. I want to get some clarity. I always appreciate you coming in here, but I'm trying to understand. And you said to yourself, and please, correct me. I'm paraphrasing. I'm not going to be exact. You said you I don't know the word follow, but you said you kind of vibe with the European um structure of male dominance. Would you agree with that, brother?
No, I wouldn't say male dominance. I think
What did you say? You said something. What did you say?
I think that the man should be in charge of the household. But
Got
that
it.
but
Got
that
it.
but that but that also goes back to what you said a while ago that unfortunately, and I hate saying this, that means arranged marriages. I hate saying that because
Arrange. Okay. So,
that
so, so,
parts
so
of
I
it
never
too.
had. FBAs. We don't have arranged marriage. I'm just trying to understand where are your parents from? You Black American?
I am.
Both sides.
Both sides. I can
Okay.
I
So,
can trace things
go
back
ahead.
if you want. I can go back to Memphis. I can go back to
No,
Arkansas. I
I
can go back
believe
to
I believe you, and don't misunderstand me. I'm always happy to hear from you. It's just I'm trying to get some understandings because it's just kind of I have had FBA friends growing up. I had a family member who's a in-law, let's put it that way, who had similar views, but he was raised in Georgia and like Valdosta, Georgia, and his dad was real abusive and used to beat up his wives and stuff. But I just want to I'm trying to get insight as to why you feel that way because generally I think it's fair for me to say foundational Black Americans don't feel like we need to be the head of the household and be the man and hey girl go fix my pancakes and get my beer like you don't really I hear that with my white friends my white colleagues or associates have an attitude of I'm the man, I'm in control. What I've seen in foundational Black American lineage is more of a kind of like a family dynamic and in fact, the whole imbalance of the family dynamic has come from the outside. It's come from the system of white supremacy saying, "Hey, hey woman, you make more money than him. He's worthless. So it's kind of like somebody was saying earlier, like some COINTELPRO bullshit. But I just want to know if you are aware of the origins and the reasoning, the logic, the psychological reason behind patriarchy and patriarchy, excuse me, in European society. Are you aware why men are viewed as more important than women in European society?
I was suspecting that when we were hunter gatherers, the man went out to hunt, the women stayed home with the children and whatnot. When we went hunting, killed, brought the meat back home, and they took care of everything like that. That's what I'm going off of. I
That
understand that's different. I understand women have to work nowadays. I'm
uh,
not. I don't have an issue with that. I'm just saying, still, I think the man should be like number one. I think we think clearer. I think we don't rely on feelings. So
well, I want to kind of educate you on that ideology. Um, Other than the Judeo-Christian tradition, which pushes religion pushes that ideology, but we're not going to even talk about that. Well, the reason why European Western society pushes men as higher value than um, than women is because Europeans had their genesis during what they call the Wormian Ice Age, WURM, if you want to look it up. Um, that's the Younger Dryas. So whatever cataclysmic event happened to create an ice age, that's you find Europeans shortly thereafter, like you know that period. So what I'm trying to say is Europeans had their ethnogenesis in during a very cold, barren time in American, I mean in American, not American, in world history, and it nurtured an attitude of ruthlessness and survival, attitude of scarcity. So what am I saying? I'm saying that when during that time period, that cataclysmic time period where when they were genocide, when they were born, the planet Earth wasn't producing a whole bunch of food. So masculinity, and it was freezing cold. So masculinity, muscle became a value because the environment was aggressive and ruthless, and being feminine and pretty was not a value. So you had different social dynamics. You had something called look up polyandry. European men, you have 10 European men who'd be married to one woman. Why? Because men couldn't afford to feed a wife. You had cannibalism. Um, Anthropologists and archaeologists did a study on that period and were freaked out because they didn't find bodies of babies, of infants. Um, everywhere else in the world, when you do anthropological studies, you find bodies of infants because children don't survive. Your immune system's less, and children have a higher probability of dying than older than human beings. And there's always infant bones. There are always bones of females, always bones of infants. And they were freaked out because they didn't find not one bone of an infant until the end of the study. They found a couple bones of infants, and both those samples had teeth marks on them. So thigh bone, which implied that during the Younger Dryas, Europeans were eating children. They were eating women. They found bodies of women with gnaw marks on the bone. What I'm trying to say is that culture is not necessarily, it's not our culture at all. I know we're mixed with European DNA. Obviously, I am. But overall, that nature versus nurture argument doesn't apply to us because we weren't born during that Younger Dryas. That Younger Dryas created outrageous violence, outrageous scarcity mindset. That's why you got people like Jeff Bezos up here. Why in the fuck you need 100? How much money does he have? Why do you need that? Dave Chappelle said once you get $10 million in the United States, you can buy almost everything. Like the difference between having $10 million in the bank and having $1 billion in the bank is asinine. Like how many mansions can you buy? How many shoes? How many cars can you buy? It becomes irrelevant. But you have people like Jeff Bezos out here and many others who can't get enough money. That goes back to the psychology they have that you and I don't really possess on an epigenetic level. So I just would ask you to kind of do a little, and I'm not, I'm not anybody's leader or anything, but I just before you really commit to the attitude and ideology that a man is better than a woman, I would, as a friend, I would like to let you know that that ideology comes from that Younger Dryas. It's not really something that comes from us. Now, I would say, and I'm gonna close on this. I would say that a man and a woman have different places, and our place is to, be brave and be that hunter, be that protector. Yes, we are in lockstep with that. But um, if I hadn't lost the page, oh, I didn't lose a page. I want to let you know that the reason why we don't function collectively in that position is not our fault, and it's not our women's fault. Dr. Francis Quest Wells said this quote: "When men are not permitted to become the major breadwinner and true functional protector for their families, a major imbalance is created between the importance of adult black male and the adult black female roles. Likewise, the importance of male functioning is discredited and thus subtly disrespected." So these black women you talk of that have PhDs, MDs, JDs, and got these CEO positions that just have disdain for black men, unfortunately, a lot of them are not aware. They're not aware that it's a system doing that. The system is clever. You have motherfuckers like B.F. Goddamn Skinner, look him up, PhD, who intricately studied how to destroy families, how to destroy balance between male and female. These people are more devious than half of y'all could possibly fathom. The only reason I know is because I accidentally stumbled into a master's program. I wasn't trying to get a master's in psychology, but I stumbled into it. It was divine intervention, and by the time I was done with my master's degree, I was like radical. I was so fucking pissed off. These people know what they're doing, and they have scientifically destroyed our families. Well, in conclusion, I want everybody on the stage, especially Brother Sotar, to know it's not the fault of the black woman. She's not responsible, and black women is not the fault of the black man. He's not responsible. He's a victim, sisters. I want y'all to know that there's a greater system at play. Slowly, meticulously adding positive reinforcement, adding negative reinforcement, just maintaining it on a minute level, so subtle and minute that you don't see it. It's so careful that black women have to work their ass off to get these degrees. Isn't that clever? The system doesn't give a black woman a degree. It makes you work harder than other groups to get your degree, black woman. So when you're done with your medical degree, you're done with your JD, you're done with your MBA, you know for damn sure you earned it. So you ain't gonna let nobody tell you that you didn't earn it, and you shouldn't. But what you didn't see, black woman, is that during the application process, the same there was a black man that had your scores who was not allowed to get in the program. Yep. So now that you got it and he don't, it's the system has tricked you into thinking that he's a sorry ass. And now he's mad at you because you walking around with a degree, single, talking about black men ain't shit. Stop fighting with each other, y'all. It's not y'all, it's the system. Learn and know it. And if you don't believe me, buy the ISIS paper. That's Francis Cress Wells, and you can get them cheap online. Capone, what's on your mind?
Oh, nothing, brother. Just wanted to let y'all know I appreciate the scholars, Professor, Sister Wani, Sister Nikki. Love y'all, sisters. And if I'm in any room and hear somebody disrespect my queens, I'm on their helmet, full force, 100,000 miles per hour. You know what I'm talking about? And with this role in the household of the nuclear family, my queen is my equal. She sees things I don't see. She moves the way I don't move. While I'm sitting back bringing the bread home, my queen is preparing the palace for me to come home to. I need that. When she is my peace, I'm okay fighting the world. You know what I mean? And that's the role our women's play and they've been playing. So if you are not able to sustain that type of lifestyle, you don't deserve a woman. You can play with the girls all you want, but women know the roles when they meet their king or their match, and I land on that.
I'm glad he said that because what he said is true. But again, let's use that as a teachable moment. If you, God damn, that's so perfect for the timing. What he said is um, if you can't provide for that woman, you don't deserve to be having sex, making children. You can't do it. And on this, let me tell you how evil the system is. on his face, what the lawyers call prima facie. On prima facie, that was correct. But what do we not see? We don't see a system that knows this. How the fuck does the system know it? Because B.F. Skinner and his goddamn evil colleagues, may they burn in the pits of hell, studied nature, and they saw that animals like rams, like goats, like even deer, what do they do to have sex? They fight, they compete. You know, and the strongest one gets to make the next generation of babies. He earned it. You don't get to have sex unless you earn it. So the system said, "How can I?" The system said, "My group of people can't compete with black man. Cannot. He's stronger. He's smarter. He's better. How do I defeat him?" And the answer was, "Deny him that fight. Do not let him get to the fight." So the system sets up little traps around that little area. You know, little area where the rams get together and fight so they can have sex. The little area where the bucks lock antlers and beat the shit out of each other, and the strongest one gets to have the baby, get the girl and have the child. The system says, I can't compete with them. I can't fight with those bucks. But what I'm gonna do is put a little poison around that area where they fight. So when they're walking up to the area, they're gonna get poisoned and be sick, and they're not gonna want to fight. They're not gonna make it to the fight. And that's what's happening to black men. We're being sabotaged at the door. I've seen this as a guy, as an insider. God damn it, we're sabotaged before we get to the fight. And black women are made to work harder than other groups, but they're allowed to get to the fight. And unfortunately, once they get to the top, they're alone. And the system's designed for them to think. And it doesn't make them stupid. I would think the same thing. They would think, well, shit, I did it, and I know I almost went crazy getting my JD or getting my MBA. I almost did, but I did it. And if he can't do it, then shit, why I'm not gonna let him be my husband, and he can't do it. I don't want to marry a nigga that's weaker than me. I'm the woman. But you don't, woman, ladies, you don't see the system did it. I live for the day where our sisters and our brothers say, wait a minute, this ain't even me. This is a system. That's gonna be a dangerous day for the system. Um, go ahead,
I, real
Waldy.
fast. Can
Oh,
I
go.
throw this in there?
Yeah, sure.
You hit the nail on the head because a woman's nature is we don't like to fight. And it's almost like we've been forced to fight. And so that just throws the whole it's throwing off the universe, I guess, so to speak. So I'm sorry. I just had to throw that in there.
No,
Like
you're
that's
not
not.
sorry.
And when you said that, we have
I'm
to.
glad you said that. She said a
Yeah, because I
woman's
was like,
nature
I
don't
don't
like to
even like
fight.
to fight.
So when you're put in a position where you have to fight and it's against your nature, you come home to your husband and he hadn't been allowed the ability to fight, you fucking resent his ass. This nigga, I just got through fighting. My boss trying to have sex with me. My coworkers trying to destroy me. I got to get my hair done, my nails done, and this nigga sitting at home and he can't do nothing. He's your enemy now, but he's sitting at home because he's damn near doomed to sit at home. You know what I'm saying? It's not you. It's not him. It's the system doing this goddamn shit. And really, ultimately, the system's doing this because the type of men who run the system cannot compete. If they ass get to the fray, they gonna get washed. They
Right.
ass make
And
it to
I
the
would
basketball.
put the 100, but my thing's not working. So I had to say exactly. Amen.
They ass get to the football field. What happened to them? They get a broke bone. They got to be the fucking
So,
kicker.
so if the woman is at work, and because I've had to step away a few for a little bit, so I'm back,
You good?
and I see we're still talking about male female roles. So if the woman is at work and the man is at home, which doesn't normally always happen, but if that's the case and she's fighting all these situations at work, and then she comes home and she looks at her husband. No, it's not relatable, but I'm gonna finish what I'm saying. Um, she looks at her husband a certain way, knowing that this is the system. Instead of looking, that's why we can't look at gender when we are in a pro black black empowerment society, because we know that it's the system. So there's other things that we can do to empower our men when the situation is as such, because we can't talk like we are your neighborhood white man or your neighborhood white Latino for that, or your neighborhood non-black immigrant, because we started out on a different footing. So what can be done? And then I want to just finish this whole gender division, whatever. And I'm not accusing not one person in here of doing that because I stepped away because I have stuff at home. Okay, gotcha. But after, I want this professor or any man who knows to explain this to me. What can be done to even things out?
Well,
And
that
that's
there
and
you
then
go.
we're gonna end this type of conversation after
Yeah,
that.
yeah. There you
Hey,
go. That
Professor,
you're
I
right.
got some things.
You're you're right. You're right ahead. Hold on one second, Sotar. I'm gonna come to you, but because this is kind of off topic, and this is kind of a triggering type of thing. And when you talk about relationships, it's triggering. It don't matter if you're talking to sixth graders. Really, to be just to sum it up, and really to be honest with y'all, this might not be popular to say this, but when white America gets a cold, Black America gets pneumonia. But this is a problem across the board. I think it's intentional. I'm gonna go ahead and say the controversy. I think it's about population control. Um, but yeah, but to answer Nikki's question, it's in the title. We need to rely back on the Mojaura spirit and start thinking of um, counteractions to bring us back together. And it's not going to be that hard. We need to bring back dances and, block parties where boy and girl can meet. And we just need to rely back on Major spirit, go back to looking for ways to counter behavior. It's not a hard problem to fix. Like our sister Wani said, the antidote is in knowing. I know, I butchered that, Wani. But now y'all know. We had a look about at 45 minutes trauma dump talking about relationships. But really, the solution is very simple. Just knowing. Just knowing, ladies, if you go off and get a prestigious position, just kind of know that the system is going to deny your man from getting that position, and have a little bit more understanding. Men understanding that, hey, if you go off and marry some or get in a relationship with a woman, a black woman with a fancy title, you might need to have a talk with her before you get married and say, hey, look, this is a system. Y'all need to be on code, be on the same page. This is a solution. We're gonna end this topic. We're gonna end it because it's not in the title, and it's something I actually don't really want to talk about. But I'm gonna tell y'all the fucking solution. If you marry a black woman, if you got a fancy title, you're a doctor, lawyer, professor, whatever, and you marry a dude, you're thinking about marrying a dude, buy the ISIS papers by Francis Cress Wells and sit down and read that shit together as marital counseling. The end.
Also, also buy Shahrazad Ali's books,
Oh yeah.
Black Man's Guide and Black Woman's Guide. Those two books are very helpful. I keep those in my house.
Yeah, those books are real helpful. Don't allow see one of the reasons why that became frustrating for a lot of people on stage is getting triggered by that issue is what the system wants you to do. When you get angry, it was a big waste of time. I'm mad and they do this and that. Da, da, da. That's a waste of time because that's what they want to drain. You're dealing with energy vampires. They want to drain your energy. Yeah. We got to learn how to get out of our emotion. And I'm talking to myself too. I'm not no hypocrite. Get out of our emotions and be more logical.
Yeah, and but you know what, too? You and Wani may not completely agree on this statement, but I'm gonna say it. Sometimes it's a with me. I have a background in mental health. I'm a nurse, but I also have another degree in mental health. It's that, and I'm not saying anybody is mental here. I'm not saying that. I'm saying that it's that time of year, and I see it
Mm,
around this time all time. It's like seasonal affective disorder. So sometimes we need a space where people can just unfold everything. And I'm willing to provide that. But let's do it in that space that is for that. I do feel like, however, if somebody wants to or needs to talk about something, we will address it in our space, but it won't take up the whole. We will shift back on the topic. We won't just cut someone off if they want to talk about something. We'll let them
right.
continue, but we're gonna still go on with our topic, and that's all.
And I want to add one thing, and we'll move on with the topic. Uh, y'all, when I first started, when we first started holding spaces, people would DM me about, hey, professor, we need to do this and have a space on that. Can y'all keep doing that? Because that's very helpful. We have a list. Um, we have a list of Wani, Nikki, and I have a list of titles that could probably last a whole year. That that we pick from, but it's really what y'all want to know about. So if y'all want to know, if y'all are all passionate about something, please DM it, and we'll discuss. Hey, well, a lot of people are DMing me about this, and if y'all want it, we'll talk. I'll do some research. All I really need is a couple hours to do some research, and um what I was saying, yeah, and then we can have the topic on. It's all good. Capone, what's on your mind, man?
Oh, nothing, brother. Just going on the topic, and I just want to say I love my people, but we are an adaptive people. The
Hmm.
mojo that we carry is something they want to take out of us, and that's
I
not
can't
gonna
hear
happen.
Capone.
Hello?
Are you there, Capone?
Yeah, can y'all hear me?
I can't hear anyone speaking.
Hello?
Oh, Nikki, Capone is talking.
Yeah, he got to drop and come back if she can't hear him.
All right, y'all drop.
Okay, I just dropped him. Where is he? Can somebody pull him back up? I don't see him now. Oh man, I don't see him. I dropped him down. I
I
don't see him. I'm sorry about that.
hate it when that happens.
Somebody please pull him up for me. Oh, there he is. Okay. I don't want nobody thinking I'm just dropping people.
He says some that they trying to take our mojo,
Okay.
and that reminds me of that Austin Powers 2 when Dr. Evil was trying to steal
And that
Austin
was
Powers'
real. It's
mojo.
real. They trying to do that for
When
real.
when you said that, that's what I thought of. I was like, oh
Right.
my
Trying to
gosh,
do
that's
take
what
That
they're
was
our
my
doing.
mojo.
movie too. They trying to do that for real. They want to
Okay.
be like us. They want us so bad. They want to sabotage everything we touch. But I love our people because we adapt to whatever they try to throw at us. We are not going to be cut down so easily just because they cannot compete in the arena that we step into on any level. With that being said, I appreciate the scholars, Professor, Sister Wani, Sister Nikki, love y'all, and I land my plane.
Great point. They want to take our mojo. And
Oh
because
yeah.
Mojaura is a mix, because Mojaura is a term. Let's make this clear. Y'all know how I am about Mr. Tariq Nasheed because he's my teacher. Um, he coined the term mojo. He took the two words mojo and aura and he put them together and coined the term Mojara. And then he coined the term Mojara spirit. So when people define that, we want to keep FBA and Friedman in mind and his what he envisioned. The word is for all of us of the lineage, but I just wanted to give people a clear background. Who is next? Was it Kanye or Mr. X? I didn't see Mr. X speak, but it seems like Kanye just got on stage. So who wants to go first? Or was it the black? Oh, it was the
It
black.
was Kanye, I think.
It was Kanye.
Yeah,
Go
it was
ahead,
Kanye.
Kanye. Okay, go ahead.
Oh yeah, no. I was just gonna say shout out to what the guy was talking about. I'm not sure how true this is, but I did see a story today. The artist, her name is Money Long, and she writes like music, I guess, for people. And they wanted her to write a soulful record for a Caucasian artist. I think they had a picture of what's the chick name, Adele, and she refused to do it. She said she's not gonna do that. And they were like, "Well, she's not gonna do it, but somebody else will." And it's crazy because that's the mentality they have. But I do think her making that stand is the first step. Like, don't sell our culture out to people who are not gonna appreciate it. And yeah, it's that harvesting of the soulful thing that they've been doing since the Elvis. They call them blue eyed souls. And if you look at I can't think of the guy's name. Shit, it's slipping my mind. I'm sorry, I'm really sleepy. But what's his name? Tank. He was doing an interview and he was singing that song "Stay with Me" by what's that punk name? Sam Cooke. And he was singing a song. He was like, they won't let black people sing that song. He was like, you can have that song, and they're gonna try to buy it from you, and then they'll take it from you, and they'll give it to one of them, and they'll have you singing some other shit about hatred and shit like that, because they don't want soulful music coming from black people anymore. And that's what makes Cardi B and the Bruno Mars nigga so dangerous because They're singing the positive stuff. Well, he's doing the positive stuff, but you look at those black faces writing that soul. So it's not coming from him.
Yeah, and that's that's true. When you were saying that, I was thinking about Adele. When Adele came out, I was just you know what a good shift, Kanye. Kanye is talking about the Majara spirit, and what we didn't identify earlier, y'all, is Majara spirit can be felt and heard through a voice, that soul sound, right? Al Green be spitting that Majara spirit. Um, you know what I'm saying? So many, but to Kanye's point, when he was talking, all I could think about is Adele. Like at that period of time, like 2000, I had just finished my master's degree. 2015, um 2014, 15, 16. Like where were the the only soul singer, some comedian said that is the only soul singer is Adele. It's like she hijacked that whole Motown, like that sound. So yeah, how do we keep people from hijacking our ism? I don't know, but that's really interesting. Kanye, the majority spirit can be contained within music. It's just a feeling, a sound. Fascinating. The black, what's on your mind?
I think it was Mr. X before me.
Go ahead, Mr. X. Thank
Go
you.
ahead.
Yeah, bro. If you got something pertaining to what they just talked about, then you can go. Cause mine is kind of. I had some kind of crazy theory
Okay,
that I
well,
wanted to ask y'all
I could
about.
build on
So
what Kanye said then.
Everybody's so polite in this space. I think it's just culture that is brought, and everybody respects it. But go ahead, the black, and then the X, Mr.
Uh,
X.
Oh my God, you were just thinking the same thing I was thinking.
Hold on, stop for just for a second. We're gonna go to X, but Nikki, would you agree that before, or maybe 6 months ago, the culture wasn't like that? Wasn't it like more ratchet
Mm-mm,
on the? It's the culture
mm-mm.
shifted, hadn't it?
Yeah, because me and Wani, we have had a lot of conversations about spaces
Hmm.
and the tone and the just the whole lack of just etiquette in some of these spaces. But then you don't want to leave your people, but I guess sometimes you have to set the tone. You have to be the person, the group of people to set the tone because people just understand that here. It doesn't. Nobody has to even really say anything, unless it's someone who we don't know, who's not around us or our circle who comes around sometimes. And but people pretty much catch on. No issues here.
Right.
Sometimes Kanye comes on the stage, throwing shade. You know how he is, but hey, we we love Kanye. He's a part of the family. He's sitting there quiet. All right.
Oh, I'm not falling for it tonight. You're not gonna get bait me into an argument, Nikki. Shout out to Nikki. Everybody loves Nikki. Nikki and Wani are very respectful individuals on this app, and I do not throw shade. I just slightly state the obvious. I do think that, um, some chastisement is in order. Come on, and Professor's too nice to do it because he'll know somebody's using words they don't understand, but he won't say anything. And it's like, damn, do I gotta be the person to say it? And then when I say it, notice people don't do that as much anymore, right? Because like it's like, damn, they're catching on to me. It's like just use your own words. So I don't know, Professor. Yeah, that's what I would like to see, a space about that, right? And I think this is all Wani's fault, by the way, because Wani's so well traveled and she knows a lot. So every time she speaks, like, damn, what doesn't she know? And people like, they feel that pressure to be like Sister Wani and be like Brother Michael and be like Professor Allen. So they get to using words they don't know. I heard a guy with a straight face said we can let me stop. I'm not gonna do that. No
I
shade.
know, funny.
But you know what I'm talking about, the black. You
Yeah,
was in there the other day. We had that conversation.
yeah. I was there. I mean, then another thing, like most people, like Nikki said, no, this ain't really the space for that. Like this is an intellectual space. Like we actually trying to build her, and the people that do come in, they try to come in and disrail that. But to add to your point, I posted a video the other day uh about Sam Phillips, the one who kind of like uh inserted white people into rock and roll because he discovered Elvis, and his whole point of doing that was you know what I'm saying, financial gain. He seen that all the artists that he was recording was getting record deals, and big record companies was starting to notice that this was a type of music that white people did want to listen to, but you had your hard white supremacists that they boycotted it, and only thing that they wanted was they was cool with the music, the boogie woogie. They just wanted white people to sing the boogie woogie. You know what I'm saying? They just didn't want they little white girls dancing to black people. And that's the irony of it, because the like when you watch some of these older documentaries of these legends, and they speaking about it in from their point of view, like we was cool doing our own thing. It was the white people that was so attracted and enamored by what we was doing. They was crossing the lines, and the police had to stop them. We wasn't crossing the lines trying to dance with no white folks. They seen the fly moves and dance moves, like, hey, what's Buddy over there doing there? And they had to be part of it. They had to learn how to do the twist, even though they couldn't twist it right. But it just shows that our aura and our spirit and everything we do is attractive, even though they try to demonize it. But they want to be part of it, and that's why what he said about, oh girl, I'm glad she did that, and I want more artists and writers to do that, because at the end of the day, they don't want us to perform their music because they know it's music is powerful to us. We use that as therapy. We clean up doing it, like when we angry, we use it to calm our nerves. So, like Professor said it in many spaces before, the album was made off of carbon. We made them carbon. So, you know what I'm saying? It was just the elements what the music and them tones had done to us to help us survive through all the struggle and pain, and you can hear that through our music and everything we do. That's why they how these cosplay tethers come in and play us, because it don't have that same spirit. It won't give us that same reaction to want to actually get involved and do something again. Because when I watch these movies or these remakes that they try to do of our elders, it don't feel the same. But when I watch an older movie of the same type, and I watch like the the old movies on Martin Luther King and people who played him, you feel that spirit of Martin Luther King in them, even though they don't really look like him. You know what I'm saying? So that I understand why they have to infiltrate and divide and put these people that look like us in position, because that spirit gonna always make us want to get involved and build and come together.
Real talk. And the spirit does bring us together. And I think our sister Nikki, or maybe Wani earlier, talked about jealousy. People are jealous of that, jealous of our ability to come together. I remind y'all that music is a unifier in warfare. If you look back at the Civil War, what do they have out there on the battlefields? They have a little boy playing a drum, and they have a little boy with a bugle. If you ever have a family member that you want to go to college for free, because if you're poor, a big secret is to teach the little boy how to play the bugle, because there's always a position at colleges to play trumpet and bugle because of the military requirement. Like, but my point of bringing that up is music unifies. Um, it brings people together, or it can be used as a tool of destruction. And the system of white supremacy is very aware of that. And it has its fingers tied in tight into our music to keep Majara spirit out of it. I saw Dewan B kind of. I don't want to be a charlatan and talk about something I don't understand. Maybe our sister Wani knows more about frequencies and stuff because she knows more about music than I. Don't know much about music. I know music history. I don't know how music works. I'm like the only person in my family that can't play anything. I tried, but I can't. But my point is, they know a lot about this stuff to try to keep us away from unification through music. That's one of the reasons why degeneracy is pushed heavily in our music genre. Yeah, but it's a good point, Black.
Okay, so we're going to go to the hands. Let's see. I see there's zero hands, so I'm going to call on zero. Let's see. Well, thing, I'm looking to see what you have to say.
What's on your mind?
Is it my turn?
Go ahead, Kanye.
Yeah, no. Shout out to the money long lady. I do think that we should definitely support her. So if y'all got like a ringtone or something, set it there. I didn't know people get paid from that. Somebody just told me that a while ago. But
Someone just
also,
okay. She's pretty good though.
yeah, yeah. I was gonna have I had a suggestion for a Twitter Space
Okay.
idea for you. I think so. I'm a huge student of history, like yourself, Professor Allen, and "Message to the Black Man in America" by Most Honorable Elijah Muhammad. The first page where he talks about speaking in like simple sentences so everybody can understand. I do think that would be a great space because I had an interesting conversation with somebody earlier, and they were confused as to why I wasn't screaming at the top of my lungs at somebody who didn't disagree with me. And I'm like, well, if they're screaming and you speaking calm, right? Your words get through a lot faster and a lot easier. But if you yell with these people, it doesn't go nowhere.
Yeah, again, that's goes back to the beginning. You weren't here, Kanye, but the beginning of our space when we talked about the jujitsu used with Black Americans to counter what the topic we're talking about the second part, which are they anything like us? And we're kind of talking about how we did a comparison contrast of what historically what do Black Americans do when they're faced with war, atrocity, or something that damages the family. We do the opposite. We come up with a we don't run. We come up with a situation to bring us together. So how that ties into what you were saying is um, we always look for solutions. We're solution based, whereas other people don't. If that makes any sense. Bad news. What's on your mind?
Love, peace, and reparational justice.
Where
It's good to
where
see y'all.
you been?
Oh, yeah, this is my new account,
Okay.
Uh, so I followed y'all. If y'all choose to follow me back, if you don't, we following the same agenda. So it don't even matter. I love my people, uh, and thank you for this space. We understand our role in our community. You know, this Majora spirit, or this swag, or this hip, cool. Like the spirit that we have, where we are able to endure the worst atrocities and come up with some of the best things that have benefited humanity, if not all, for this day and age. So much have been, but at the same time, it wasn't just one way. We had our comedians, we had our singers, we had our, black folks. We used to go to plays and things, and we had our mediums as well. Now, issues come if you come in a space like I treat X like I treat my community. Sometimes you want to go and learn some information. Other times you're trying to go to the club. Sometimes you're trying to go to the comedy club. Sometimes you just want to be in a ratchet place. It's just, but across the board, it's it takes fingers to make a fist, and when we can bring all these different aspects of who we are together, you know, we knocking these folks out. So that Majora spirit, or whatever you want to call it, that just special thing that we have, where we created rhythm and blues and bluegrass while you were lynching us. We created funk while you was trying to trick us. You know what I mean? Just so many, back to the earliest beginnings. Our cuisine is Southern cuisine. Our cuisine is their favorite cuisine. We have it's something amazing. I don't know how to explain it, and hopefully I'm making some sense. But we have a this endurance amongst our people, where you know we got different aspects. Richard Pryor did his work. Martin Luther King did his work. Different aspects of the Black American push to liberate their people. They Some of them had to hide it. They did so much to smother our spirit. What if they would have just left us alone? Man, America would be greater than it's ever been. But they want to depreciate the value of its best part. So we got that Majora spirit. I'm a land. This was definitely inspirational, um, and it just is a testament to our people's ability to create the best for the world when they.
Th- That was a mistake. My finger touched the wrong button. Bad news. Keep your bill. I'm sorry.
Oh,
My bad. My finger touched the
oh
wrong
no,
button.
oh no! I said it's just a testament to our spirit to give the world the best of us, even when they giving us their worst.
Right.
You know,
Um. I,
appreciate it.
I appreciate you.
Thank
I'm
you.
glad to see you back. With another account. I wanted to kind of talk since I was trying to reflect on what I like to do is look for what is called a through line, a common theme. We talked about a lot of different things related to Majora Spirit, and what we kind of came into what I came to a consensus on is that we need a spirit to fight what a war. So what war are we dealing with? We're dealing with a war. I've said a bunch of times psychological warfare, but um what is psychological warfare? Psychological warfare is a war of the mind. It's a war on your mind. Um, there's a book I recommend to everyone called um, the 33 Laws of War. I read some of y'all was in the JW the space with Tariq the other day. I was reading out of it. It's Robert Greene. Uh, he wrote 48 Laws of Power. It's him. His books are really deep, and they identify um structures and structures of attack. Really nothing really changes. Guys, history is so critical because nothing really changes. um the same type of tactics repeat. They keep repeating over and over and over again, and they're just remixed against us. So if you learn the basic premises of attack, um you can kind of avoid them. The Robert Greene says in the 33 Tactics of War, he says presence of mind is a kind of counterbalance to mental weakness. Think about that. If you know what's going on and you're presently thinking about what's going on, it counters being vulnerable. So we need to keep in mind that we're in a psychological warfare. And that's very interesting if you go back to ancient thought. There's an ancient line of thought that your soul, which is your spirit, is your mind. All is the well, I can't say talk about that book, but there's a line of thought that says that everything is mind, like we live in the mind of God. Well, being mindful of what's happened to us is a defense to everything we're dealing with. Like Robert Greene said, the quote, the presence of mind is a kind of counterbalance to weakness. So just being aware of what's happening, being aware that we're in just a gigantic psyop is a counterbalance to being vulnerable. Being aware in everything you do that you're being attacked. Your self-esteem is being attacked. Ladies, when you go um, to the beauty supply shop, the name of that store is attacking you. The supposition of the beauty supply shop is you need to go there to what? Be beautiful. Well, you're beautiful in the first place, right? That's kind of what I'm talking about. Um, yeah. So, just in conclusion, um, I just wanted to say, understand. Robert Greene says in the rule to psychological warfare, he says, "quote Understand your mind is weaker than your emotions." But become aware of this weakness only in moments of adversity, precisely the time when you need strength. What best equips you to cope with the heat of battle is neither more knowledge nor more intellect. What makes your mind stronger and more able to control your emotions is eternal discipline and toughness. Black Americans, we need to work on our discipline, and we need to work on not being. And I'm not being a hypocrite. I'm talking to myself. Stop being so emotional. When you get emotional, like my daddy said, you lose. The moment in a battle on a battlefield, the moment you get mad, you lose. You know what I'm saying? So let's kind of be try to be less emotional and kind of tactical in our actions. But I digress.
I wouldn't mind. Also, I wouldn't mind doing certain. Just like I said, I wouldn't mind doing certain types of spaces. I normally don't do my own. I'm kind of like Wani, where I mostly co-host, but I wouldn't because we have developed a family over here. I wouldn't mind people contacting me for certain special types of spaces if it's about healthcare or mental health. You can inbox me directly about those, and we can coordinate. Doing a special type of space, and I will launch the space myself.
Right on.
Sheila, I
Oh,
know somebody just came up. Yeah, I'm sorry about the long pauses, y'all.
that was
I wanted to say something. I just didn't want to jump in on nobody's toes.
no, you good. Go ahead.
Go ahead, family.
Oh no, I was agreeing with you, and I think that was a because there's so many different spaces. You know, it's easy for people to get us messed up with whatever spaces you frequenting. But it's like, people say, oh, women are like this. No, that's the women you was dealing with. Spaces is like this. No, that's the spaces that you've been dealing with. I've done this in the past on Clubhouse, but it hasn't happened too much on uh, uh, Twitter or X. But I would find myself in a space of just Black Americans just chilling, having a deep conversation. We are just a diversity of energies, and everybody is plays their part. So different spaces because I don't like being bored. If y'all gonna beef all day, I'm gonna be bored. If we laugh all the time, I'm gonna be bored. If we talk about knowledge, the galvanization of the equation all the time, I'm gonna be bored. And then it's just, but when you mix it up, it kind of keeps the passion. Absence makes the heart grow fonder. So we'll take a break from shit. Man, let me go see my people over here doing. They just be talking shit all day. Boom, then you come back into your other space rejuvenated. We have so many aspects of who we are that benefit us, and hopefully that made some sense, y'all. I appreciate the space.
Yeah, diversity is important. I saw something else I highlighted with the Robert Greene's mental warfare. He said, understand the presence of mind is the ability to detach yourself from all that, see the whole battlefield, the whole picture with clarity. All great generals have this quality. So, back to not being emotional. I promise I'm gonna leave the whole warfare thing alone. But being able, having the ability to stop and just say, okay, why is this happening in context? Why is will be kind of like a key to our salvation as well. The black, what's on your mind?
I just want to add. I don't know if y'all done seen this little video already of the British black people eating Popeyes for the first time.
No,
Uh,
enlighten
I
us.
just want to know what what food are British black people known for? Cause I just feel like them liking the chicken and them being like using the same tropes of saying black people in America like chicken all the time and seeing their reaction. I just feel like in 5 years they gonna find a way to say British black person created chicken somehow.
I don't know what food English people are known for, but I hear I haven't been to England yet, but I hear that it's disgusting. I heard that the only thing that tastes decent in England is porridge. I heard porridge. Porridge just sounds nasty to me. I don't even know what porridge
Some
is.
You said
porridge?
porridge.
Porridge?
Yeah,
No,
yeah, it
it's fish
sounds
and
nasty.
chips.
Hey, can I add something to this?
I'm
Like,
gonna say
It's
some
fish
mutton.
and chips.
Yeah, fish and chip. You beat me to a porridge.
That's the only thing, but that's not really them. Everybody who lives near the
thank you.
ocean fries up fish. So that's not, they know the beans on toast is going to make them look dumb, is basically what's happening.
What is
Yeah,
what is porridge? Is it soup? What is that?
it's like
No, it's
grits. It's the closest thing you can
I
get to
thought it
grits.
was like oatmeal.
I
Ugh.
think it's like
I'll never
oatmeal.
know because it's
Porridge is like
nasty.
I
cream
know.
of
I'm just
wheat.
fucking with y'all.
My
Ugh.
It's like
sister, my
Is
grits.
baby
that bad?
porridge is like cream of wheat. My baby sister, her baby
Oh,
dad, is from Guyana,
okay.
and
Does it
his
have lumps in it?
mother. I don't know exactly what it has in there. All I know is his mother taught my sister, how to make it, and and it just looks like cream of wheat. That's it. So I'm like, it's probably, you do it if you make it like you're making cream of wheat. It's probably not bad because hey, I grew up
Oh,
on hot
I thought
cereal.
I'm
So
getting it confused with mutton. That's the stuff that
oh,
went
okay.
bad and made Lizzie Borden kill her whole family because it was
Oh,
nasty.
Lord have mercy. So, hey, you guys, I love you guys. I got to drop off. I'm at my job. My manager's here and I can't have my phone, so I won't be able to sneak it. But I'll see you guys later.
Peace
Love
out.
y'all.
Much love. See you later. Yeah,
So basically, it's a matzo meal.
the people I know that got stationed over there, that's what they said. They said fish and chips, and if you know where to get porridge, it's that's the only thing they could eat. And but like the sound porridge just sounds nasty to me. So I don't know.
Luckily, they know that and they have lots and lots of alternatives. And the national dish is curry, so they know that their food is terrible.
So they got to borrow somebody else's stuff.
Yes, they did.
Oh God. Okay, I saw a hand. Oh, I thought I saw a hand. All right, I think in
But
conclusion,
cream of wheat was the best porridge with the brother on the cover.
my grandmother used to buy cream of wheat. Man, I can't. That stuff's so nasty. Ugh. I'll mess with some oatmeal, but cream of wheat. Well, let's not even talk about it. Um, Mr. Cummings, what's on your mind? Can you hear me, Mr. Cummings?
Hello.
Hey,
Good evening.
good evening. What's up?
Nothing much. I just was coming to say hello. I know Kanye, one of the speakers up here. I was coming to say hey, and try to be a part of the conversation.
Okay, so we were let's the more Majora Spirit is kind of like a complicated topic. You would have to been here from the beginning to we'll go back over it. But I got a question for you. Are
Yeah.
they anything like us? We're referring to a song. They not like us. So are you familiar with that song?
Uh, I may be. Remind me.
The um the song that referred to lineage. They not like us.
Is it the one that says I got loyalty, got royalty inside my DNA?
Is
No,
that
I know what
Nah,
you're talking
that's
about. I
different.
That's
know what
the
you're talking
same
about.
And
I'm
I'm
song.
not
trolling. I'm trolling.
supposed
I'm
to
trolling.
laugh right now.
I'm trolling. I'm trolling. I'm trolling. I'm trolling. But yeah, I know they're not like us.
okay? So question: are they anything like us remotely?
They're not supposed to be. That's why there's an us and a them.
Well,
So no,
that's not
of course
that's
they're
not
not
that's
like
not
us.
that's not like that's not the question. Like literally, are they in or do we have any
Oh, you want
similarities?
a yes or no?
No, no, I want an
No, they
elaboration.
are not like us.
Why not?
They're not supposed to be. That's why there's a them and an us. So they're not like us, and we sometimes we just got to remind them. You know what I mean? Yeah, we can be all buddy buddy. Sometimes we sing kumbaya, but they're not like us at the same time. So uh,
What do you mean
sometimes
by what do you mean by they're not supposed to? Because that's not what I see in my daily walk, especially now that I live in Atlanta. I see a lot of them dressing like us.
okay. So does
I
that
see Bay hoodies, I see Jordans, I see
okay? So if a clown puts on a tuxedo, are they not a clown?
well, it depends.
So is the tuxedo what makes the person, or is it the person themselves?
That is the essential ethos of the question. What makes the person? What makes us us?
And how can
Okay.
you compare a culture to a clown?
Well, I wasn't specifically calling them clowns, but I was just saying that what a person wears. He brought up they're dressing like us. He said he's in Atlanta. They're dressing like us. Well, I mean, if a clown puts on a tuxedo, are they still a clown? That was just my question. You know what I mean? To invoke thought on his inquiry.
But you're talking about culture and you equated it with being a clown.
Okay. So
My nigga, what he's saying is just because somebody dressed like us, that don't mean they ours.
right.
Like, for example, right, just a nigga wear a fitted hat
and a do rag don't make him 50 Cent. He's just a clown who trying to dress like 50 Cent. That's the overall point. Like we don't have to we don't have to do this.
Doing kung fu don't make you Chinese. I feel
Correct.
you. I'm
You
with
know what?
you. I
You
was
got me,
just
bro. You're right.
engaged in the conversation, man. That's all.
Okay.
What's
Well, yeah.
going on? How you doing, bro?
Um, what up with it, Kanye? How you feeling,
Not
man?
much. Still being harassed online.
Hey,
I
that's how
know.
it go. That's how it go. That's how it go. They hate the truth. They want to be lulled to sleep.
They had a 12-hour space about me, gang. Can you believe that?
12 hour space.
Oh, what's the
Who
problem?
is they?
Oh, people I will not mention under any circumstance because that's what they want me to
Why
mention.
not?
Well, you can't bring it up and then shut it down. It don't work that
Oh,
way.
oh
Wait,
no,
wait,
my
Yeah.
bad.
wait.
What
That's
was
not
Forgot
that
my
playing
brother
fair,
with him.
brother
happening?
Kanye.
Okay, okay.
Some
No,
of the
that's my
same
dog. I chop it
degenerates
up
she
with him.
was arguing with in the other space.
No, it
Oh,
has nothing to do with this space. No, that's my dog. I chop it up with him offline. So I just had a conversation and I forgot we in front of people. So I'm like, oh, my bad.
I don't get it.
Me neither. But shout out to whoever it was that played that song, I guess.
Got it. What we saying, Kanye?
No, I was just saying, like, nah, nah. But that's another thing, though, right? A lot of clowns are vying for attention right now. And I think the best way to do that is to starve them and not give them the attention they seek.
Hmm. Yeah.
Yeah. Me and Kanye were in the space the other day, or was that yesterday? About and we were telling people about how uh, if you never get frustrated with a person, it's because they're scamming you. You know, anybody that has their earnest, you're gonna have disagreements, right? Because you're different people. Like I said, they're not like us, right? So we're gonna have our disagreements, right? And that's how you know that I'm not scamming you. You know what I mean? Because there's a give and take with everything. You're not gonna agree on everything. So if you do have a relationship with someone, y'all seen Rick and Morty, and everybody
I
had
can't.
these
I
fake
can't.
ass friends.
I'm too sober to watch that.
Well, you don't have to be high to watch Rick and Morty. It has great. It's a great. So one episode, everybody had fake friends, right? And the way that they disseminated who was a good friend and a fake friend was, do we have a bad experience? And everybody had flashbacks with all these people that they swore that they loved their whole lives. And then you realize, like, we've never had a bad experience. Why is that? It's because you are the bad experience, right? They were just implanted in them. It's a crazy story, of course. Rick and Morty is, like you said, trippy stuff. But
I try. I
That
tried.
was kind of deep,
I
brother.
tried
I
to
ain't gonna
watch
lie.
that one time, and it just seemed like I needed some type of drugs to watch it. So maybe I'm being hard on it.
Hey, Professor, but no cap. MSNBC tried to get on the creator of Rick and Morty ass and try to make it seem like he was being a divider in politics because of the aspect and how he kind of put things in perspective. It sometimes if you are a highly sober person, yeah, you might have to get high to understand some of the aspects. But if you see like the
I
if you
don't
like
think
to
so.
find hidden keys or like hidden meanings in stuff, that yeah, that's a good show for you because it has a whole lot of
So
hidden
you're saying it's
meanings
deep?
and
It's really now. I'm just to be transparent. I've only seen it twice. I watched it with this girl,
What's the
Rick
show?
and Morty. It's a cartoon. It just looks like
Oh
marijuana.
Lord.
It looks. It
Have you
just looks
seen
like marijuana.
yeah,
Have you
it's
I
seen the
don't.
even if you
show,
Oh,
get past the
and I
Professor? Have
first
you seen the
love
show
animation.
Futurama?
What'd you say, man?
I love
Have you seen
animation.
Have you seen
I
the
like
show Futurama?
Futurama's
Oh, I
great.
love Futurama. I love
Let's
that
get
show.
back
Yeah.
to Rick and
Is that
Morty.
not
Why did
trippy?
I?
Is
Let's
that
get
not
back to
trippy?
Rick and
No,
Morty.
no, no. I don't think Futurama's trippy. I watched it damn near 20 years ago, but I thought it was straightforward and intellectual and just outright
You looked
funny.
at a cyclops every day, didn't think it was
I
trippy.
like Bender.
It's not
But you
equatable.
know, the funny part about Rick and Morty is now that we're talking about it,
They
they
all got
actually
two
take
eyes.
100%. They actually take very complicated things and explain it in a very simplistic way. And they were so good at doing this that Marvel literally stole half their writing room because they wanted to make their complex ideas come off simple. And that's kind of what I'm talking about because like this shit's not rocket science what we're talking about. I just think some people get lost in the language. Like earlier, was a guy he proposed this thing that I think is actually pretty decent. He's talking about setting up a directory to help Black Americans where we like, you know, offer mentorships in different cities to help people out. And
He did this years ago, so he's still using the wrong colors apparently. And the lady wanted to argue with him. I'm like, yo, you're missing the point. Like the colors might be wrong, in your opinion, but the idea is a good idea. We shouldn't shun the idea because you don't like the colors, right? That's the type of shit you got people doing. I don't know. It's just kind of strange, but I don't know. I think it ties into the shout out to Rick and Morty though.
Well,
There's a sh- there there's a show
I
to
brought
look.
up the Rick
Go
and
ahead.
Morty reference just because uh like
Sorry,
I
somebody
said,
else talking.
Kanye, we was talking about that space and how anybody that has an earnest relationship with you, you're going to have bad experiences with them. Uh and that's just what it is. Um
Well, that's called life. No matter what you do, you're gonna have a bad experience. That doesn't matter. You keep breathing, you're gonna have a bad experience. It's part of the package. And relationships, any type of relationship, is gonna have ups and downs. It's just the reality of it. Now, Rick and Morty. I've only seen it twice. The visuals of it kind of like I watched it with one of my colleagues, and it was like, I don't get the reference. So I'm not saying that it's not deep, but there is a cartoon that my students love, like the Gen Z loves this junk. What is it called? I almost got it. God don't. It's a cat, and he live in the ghetto.
huh?
It's a
Hmm,
cat.
sounds like something I'd like.
It's a cat, and he I got the
Is it new?
gumball something. Gumball what?
Oh, Amazing World of
Is it
Gumball.
new?
And
I
Man,
tell you,
I'm
they
thinking
my
that's
shit
about
when I was young.
Garfield and Heathcliff.
no man.
Garfield and
That's
No,
like
Heathcliff.
that's
no.
from the '70s. We talking about
That's
like,
old stuff. Might as well talk about Bugs Bunny.
yeah. I don't know.
No,
Hey, bro, that's too old for me. I don't know. I know Garfield because I had a cousin used to call folk Garfield, and I used to be like, "What the fuck is a Garfield?"
I never liked
But
Garfield because I actually like Mondays, but
It's just the same joke over and over again.
I actually like Mondays, so
He's fat, he's lazy, and he doesn't want to do stuff.
wow, never seen a Garfield.
my
Um,
antithesis.
but I sat and watched some Gumball's Great Adventure. It's a cat named Gumball who lives in the hood with his family. But he ain't black, but it's like a low class white kitty who lives in the hood who has a fish that he walks around. I'm like, man, these cartoons are like turning
Oh,
into
white
like
kitty?
like a Caucasian acting kitty
Caucasian cat.
that is named Gumball who has a fish that walks around the neighborhood with them. Like I'm like, this some drug shit is what this
It's
is.
not better than Family Guy, though.
Yeah,
And
you're getting lost in the medium. You can't get the message, man. You can't just be
that's the
routing it off and
that's the
say it's some
truth.
drug
The
stuff.
medium is I'm getting caught up. I'm getting caught up in the
Oh no,
medium.
I can't stand. I don't like the animation. It's too goofy.
You got everything's trying to
And
tell you something.
Gumball
You got to
is a
be able to
white
interpret
nickname.
everything.
It ain't got nothing. They not like us. That's a white nickname, Gumball.
Gumballs, gumballs not. My man said gumballs not like us. Love it.
But yeah, so
Yeah.
what is the Majora spirit? Let me get a short synopsis.
It's a spirit. It's the spirit of the Black American. We have a different spirit than any other group. Name any other group that's done what we've done, gone through what we've gone through, and still been victorious. There are none. I'm a licensed historian, and I can't tell you of one group. That the closest group I know of, shoot, Wani, would you say the Russians is the closest group? They've had a press, but it's not even equatable. Um,
No, the closest group that um, is in our category in terms of achievement and having people to copy off of everything we're doing
Japanese.
is the ancient Egyptians. Now,
Oh,
where we have something in common with Russians is that they won't buckle under to Europe. Like Europe wants to make them, submit, and they will never submit. And we never submit, unlike the rest of the diaspora who falls into the global caste system. They don't resist the global caste system, they just fall in line, but we don't. So it is confusing to people because, Asian people will come over here and they'll slap
Okay,
them
y'all
upside
mean
the
about
head, but
race?
they know they can't.
I was confused. I'm confused a little bit. Okay,
Why?
so because I all right. Well, hey, actually, let me explain it like this because I'm not really confused. Let me explain it like this. I think all I know you're saying Black American. right? But I count that as just American achievements, and I see American as a race in itself.
How
So y'all probably gonna
Yeah.
disagree with me on that one. Yeah,
how is
y'all want to
our
kick me out the
how is
room with
our
that one, huh?
sports
No,
how
I'm
is
not
our
gonna kick you out.
sports
We're gonna
legends
make you defend
wait
your thoughts. Defend it.
Okay,
how are our particular sports legends American achievements?
okay. Because they're an
We
American
are
sport.
Americans. No, we are American. No, they're not American sports. See, the problem with some of this is that people have credited white people with inventing clothes, sports, and instruments, and they didn't do that. So that's where people are falling down right away in these arguments. It's an American sport. So we have legends in it. We played it without white men in the Negro League. So what? Why should we take a second seat?
Um, so like, okay, so I get that we have like ties to the motherland, right?
That I'm not saying
What is
that.
a
But we
tie?
have to
What's
acknowledge
the
that
tie?
we are
What's the
Black
tie?
Americans.
We have
Hold
some
on.
lineage.
Slow down, young man. Slow down, because nobody made that supposition. What we saying, Wally?
No, I said we have lineage ties to 5 to 6 different continents. What does that mean? We have our own achievements here in America, which is where we live. That's where our ethnicity was created. We wouldn't exist if it wasn't for North America and the intersection of all those things that happen here.
Mm.
Right.
Yeah.
So, okay,
Go ahead.
here, let me say this example. Right. So, slavery is everywhere. Slavery is currently happening right now. Right. Nowhere in
No,
history,
no, no,
wait,
brother,
just let me
no,
finish.
brother.
Just let me finish. Just let me finish. Nowhere in history have the slaves gotten their own freedom other than the American slaves. Okay.
That's not true.
That is true. No other
No, it's not.
no other place in history have slaves like the word slaves comes from the Slavic people, right?
Mm-hmm.
And we have more Slavic people in America than the actual country of Slavia or Yugoslavia, whichever one they originated from. Okay, because they're still the Slavs still aren't free in the country of their origin. All right. So what I'm trying to say is nowhere in history
You said you
has
didn't know where they came from.
nowhere in history, right? The specific country, but they're
Or
called the
Slavs are
Slavic people.
still
They're
in.
called the Slavic
I
people
know
because they
what
were
they're called.
the
Please
caste.
stop talking about
I
Slavic
don't
people.
know
We
what
know who they are.
I'm trying to figure out what
What
his
country?
conclusion is.
What
Right.
country
I keep. Well, you have to
has
stop allowing
enslaved?
interjections so I can land my plane.
Well, you can't say crazy things like Slavic people are not enslaved,
Well,
but you said they haven't been freed. Okay?
what
Everybody who was enslaved is not enslaved now unless they happen to be in Africa being thrown in a cobalt mine. Yeah, they still have slaves. Proceed.
Well, my point has been so obscured now, so I don't. It's
That's because you
Yeah,
obscured it.
you obscured your point, sir, son. I think you're either trying to troll, and if I hope you're not trying to troll because it's failing miserably. But what I think you're trying to do is sound like you're like trying to appear to sound like intellectual, and that's not a good idea on this stage, because that's not the intent. I'm not trying to sound intellectual. Wani's not. We're trying to come up with solutions. What I'm trying to say is, you don't really. I don't know what your conclusion is. It just sounds like you saying a bunch of stuff. Like what is your point? Do you
am
have a
I
point?
allowed to say it in totality?
No,
And what does that mean
So
in
there's no point in me
totality?
no,
speaking.
you're not.
There's no point
No,
in me
you're not.
speaking. If I'm not allowed to say it
That's
until I
right.
can finish, then there's no point in me speaking. Go to the
No,
next
you're
hand.
not.
Stop!
Because
Hey, stop being
Slavic people are
stop being so emotional.
Slavic people are not
That's not
enslaved.
emotional.
So
That's
that's
logical. If I can't finish my point, there's no point in me speaking. Go to the next
you're
hand.
correct. You are correct. Next hand.
Didn't I just get through saying
Hey, I sent you a video, one. Can you put that in jumbotron? Let
what
me
it,
see the example of
But
Mojaura.
what?
The example of Mojaura, with the essence of it.
Oh,
Yeah, I was the whole time I was looking for a chart to talk about slavery. Slavery was different in every place Um, it was different. The transatlantic slave trade was standalone. It was exclusive in the way that it treated us. It was standalone. But I'm not even gonna try to address it. I don't know what the gentleman's conclusion was, but anyway.
Well, he said the Slavic people were still enslaved and they haven't been released from slavery. That's not true, so there's no reason to listen to anything else.
Yeah, yeah. Next point.
That's why there were interjections. Not going to sit through that.
Yeah, just to tr- address that with evidence. So ancient enslavement, slaves had basic rights were honored. Colonial black enslavement, that's the transatlantic, American slave trade. Slaves had no rights. Ancient slave, the Catholic Church accepted slaves as humans and interviewed on their behalf. So in ancient antiquity, the Catholic, and although that's written in Dr. Anderson's book, I trust Dr. Anderson's scholarship. Somehow I just don't believe that, but that's what his book says. That's antiquity. And during our slave transatlantic, it said most religions supported black slavery and intervened on behalf of the slaveholders. The whole and justified it with the Bible. In antiquity, it says slavery was viewed as a temporary and unfortunate social condition. So that's the whole Slav thing that the dude was talking about. It was viewed as temporary. So you might be a slave, you might work yourself out of it. Our slavery, black slavery, was permanent and inherited. So if Wani had a daughter and she was enslaved, and she had gave birth to a daughter, her daughter inherited that stigma. In antiquity, governments did not use their powers to exploit any racial group for private wealth and power. Um, then transatlantic, European nations and colonial powers conspired to manipulate and enslave blacks in order to develop a new world and colonize Africa. I mean, it's no comparison. Like our transatlantic slave trade was worse in every way, namely because of the group of people who got their hands on it. You had the Arabs. And Wani, did you hear that? Am I making this up, or is there scholarship to prove that the Arab slave trade was even more brutal than the European? That's ringing a bell in my head.
Absolutely. Eunuchs.
More brutal.
Yeah, I think it was worse.
I don't know. It. They both have their. Yeah. Bad news said. You know.
Yeah, that's right.
He
They did have
said
eunuchs.
eunuchs, and they threatened our men with castration. So I don't know which one is real. They're all very bad.
George Washington Carver was a eunuch.
George Washington. Well, that's kind of disrespectful. I wouldn't call him a. Yeah, he was castrated, but I wouldn't refer to him as a eunuch. See, we got to be careful with words. We have to understand the words we use before we say them. Words are very important. Let's look up the definition of eunuch. I'm willing to bet that George Washington Carver didn't fit that.
I just said that because I know he was castrated.
Yeah,
That's how
I think.
rumors start, man. Come on, brother.
Yeah, we got black people. We got to be careful with, and I'm not trying to be your dad or nothing, but let's be careful with these words. Because somebody in here that doesn't know, um, or is ignorant about the slave trade will get in another space and say, "Well, he was so and so was a eunuch."
Yeah, that's why it's good, especially when you have educators in the room to try to correct things and educate so that we don't, go off task.
Yeah, a eunuch had if that was a position. So a eunuch was a guard that just happened to be castrated. So the eunuchs were castrated for a reason. That I'm gonna be careful how I say this. Certain forms of the Muslim faith, Orthodox forms. I'm not demonizing the whole faith, but I'm saying certain forms allow multiple women, harems, if you will, and the sultans and rich powers of the Arab slave trade would have harems of beautiful women. So the eunuch was castrated because out of paranoia, these sultans didn't want their guards to have sex with their women. So eunuchs just happened to be castrated. That was kind of like a byproduct of being around the sultan's women. Fire Nagy, what's on your mind?
Okay, can you hear me?
I can hear you just fine.
Okay. I want to add this to the conversation. Uh, Thanks for, let me give you a brief prologue. Hey, Professor, I really appreciate
Hey,
you and Wani. You guys always infuse intellectualism into these conversations, and that is much appreciated in these spaces. So don't think it
So
goes
who's speaking
unnoticed.
right now?
um, um,
Fire
uh,
Nagy.
Fire Nagy.
So
Hello, Fire Nagy. Welcome to the stage.
thank you, appreciate it, and I really do appreciate that you guys bring that. I want to briefly disagree with Wani, and hold on for a second. Um, I think Egypt's ascendancy took like thousands of years. Our ascendancy took like 100, 150. Ours is continental and it's international. And I only think the only group of people that is even remotely comparable to us, and Professor, I know you've read a lot of history, but we would be comparable to the Janissaries of the Ottoman Empire.
Oh,
Wow.
no, no,
Tell me more. I love the
no,
Janissaries.
yeah, I don't know. Let me make a quick, and I love that you're doing this, but I want to make a quick disclaimer because I don't want to give the impression that I know everything. No, no, no. There are many, most of you in here know a lot that I don't know. I know a lot about a little bit. So, brother, educate me,
So the
please.
Janissaries were an enslaved people from the Balkans that the Ottomans took, and they made them their elite soldiers. And the Janissaries, over time, became empowered over the Ottoman Empire, and they are the reason why the Ottoman Empire never modernized and was eventually became the sick man of Europe, and eventually collapsed when Western Europe, discovered the Americas. So the
Wow.
Janissaries were the fighting force; they were the elite; they were the upper echelon of the Ottoman Empire for hundreds of years, and in their ascendancy.
Your mic is acting. Wait a minute. Where did it go?
Yeah, he got kicked off, but I want him to come back.
Oh, you got to finish that.
Yeah, come back
I just learned
now.
about the Janissaries. I need more information.
Yeah, please come back. Damn. That's outrageously frustrating.
Andy said they were like us. I want to know all about this.
Yes, I gotta hear this. Hopefully, Fire Nagy come back. I think his connection got lost, or you know
He
what?
had
Maybe
a headphone. Maybe he was driving and, you know.
but the timing was very suspicious. There he is. Come back. Come on.
You guys hear me now?
Yes, sir. Are you?
You
Can
guys
you?
hear me now?
I can hear you. Do you have a headphone on?
Sorry, hold on, hold on. Can you hear me now?
Perfectly.
Yep.
Okay, sorry. So, yeah, in that regard, they helped the ascension of an empire, which was the Ottoman Empire, and their decline actually led to the decline of that empire. And I know some people here may be familiar with science. So here's a term that's often thrown out in science. It's called a sentinel species, and a sentinel species are like frogs. That's how scientists measure the health of a lake. They go out and they pull out frogs from a lake, and they determine if the frogs are sick, then the lake is sick. Black Americans are essentially a sentinel species of the United States. Everything affects us first. If we're having, marital issues, if we're having economic issues, housing issues, they affect us first, and then they begin to affect the broader society. And you can see that more and more in our society. We'll say, "Hey, we've been saying this forever." Yeah, we are the sentinel, group of America. Anything that is going to happen or will happen to America will happen to us first. And I'll
Do
end my plan with that.
do you think those Janissaries were the same background as the Turks, the Turkic people?
No, the Janissaries were kidnapped and turned into slaves. They were from the Balkans. They were,
Really?
yeah, they're from the Balkans. Yeah, um, the Turks are from the Anatolian steppe. They're more Central Europe, and stuff like that. They're from the Anatolian steppe. The Janissaries are more so from the Balkans and things of that nature. But they were a group that was kind of, I would say, enhanced and modified because their purpose was the elite fighting force of the empire. Well, what were we? We were modified. We were. People think that, oh, you guys are saying, no, we were genetically modified. That's why we're so good at everything we do. That's why we're more in tune with each other. There seems to be a psychic power that's not really there, but we can kind of sense how the other person is thinking. We have a lot of non-verbal communication, and people don't pick up on it, but we do have that more so than everybody. We have heightened athletic ability. You know, you always notice black folks will tell you you stink before everybody else. We have heightened senses of smell, bigger hands, bigger feet. I think in many ways we are genetically enhanced because of what happened to us in the ethnogenesis, you know, but also the crucible in the what's the word I'm looking for? The filter that we were put through. We all know what filters do. They take out all the impurities. We were put through a
What can I kind of add on to that line line of thought, what you said about us being enhanced and us having heightened senses. Well, where do I start? So in the well, hold on. Did I cut you off? Did you land your plane, Fire
Oh
Nagy?
no, go right ahead. I want to hear this. Yeah, I want to hear. Go ahead.
Okay, yeah. That, what you said made me think about something that's not very known, and I'm glad you gave me the opportunity to share this with the family. During the Vietnam War, so ooh, I don't want to. I'm trying not to out people because people told me information I really shouldn't be talking about on this channel. Let's just say some people that served in the Vietnam War told me the numbers were off. With 58,000 U.S. citizens died in the Vietnam War on record, and I heard the number was exponentially higher than that. Well, there's some speculation that a function of the Vietnam War, according to veterans, was to kill black men because black men were disproportionately drafted into the Vietnam War. Well, this is what I'm saying, brother. It seems like what I'm saying is unrelated. It's not. In the military, when you get killed in war, KIA, and an autopsy goes on. That's standard procedure. So during the Vietnam War, medicine had advanced a little bit, and the medical staff start to notice that the brain, which is part of autopsy, you take out the brain was different in black men than in white men. They noticed that the black brain seemed to contain another gland. It was larger and it's different. And some speculation have there's been speculation that the Atlanta child kidnappings of the early 80s was involved with that. It was a continuation, like, wow, black people have something that we don't. Well, you were talking about psychic ability. There's a guy named Rupert Sheldrake. It's spelled just like it sounds, Rupert Sheldrake. He's English. He's a PhD psychologist that does parapsychology. Now, Rupert Sheldrake has proved with science that ESP, the ability, psychic ability, is real. How do you do it? He had an empirical experiment, where he had 30 people think about somebody's name and or think about a certain specific person. They didn't know that they were all thinking about him, but they were thinking about him at the same time, and the person called them. Think about your mom. The mom called with great proficiency. I think it was 33%, like a third, almost half probability of people calling. Well, we do have that ability, and if you go back to Chancellor Williams, the destruction of African civilization, Chancellor, as I've said several times, Chancellor identifies that the Portuguese, the Europeans, were looking to kidnap a certain group. They weren't just running around kidnapping Africans. They weren't doing that. They were looking for what Chancellor calls the Bouchon. That's what's written in his book. But when I try to do research on Bouchon, I can't find anything on it, which is very strange. But it's clear as day. I can take a picture and show y'all. Chancellor says the Bouchon people. Well, these people have similarities to, or maybe the descendants of the Egyptians who were pushed out of. If you look back at history, look at Alexander the Great story, and Ptolemy one Lagi called Sotar. He pushed them. They ran when the genocide happened. They ran west, which is why they ended up in West Africa. Chancellor Williams said that the West Africans, out of their jealousy and hatred, kind of isolated them, and then when the slave trade kicked in, the Portuguese and Europeans wanted the Bouchon, wanted the descendants of the Egyptians because they needed them to build stuff, which would explain why Benjamin Banneker knew all the shit he knew when he was just a slave. I mean, just like a black man. Like, how the hell you didn't go to school, but you know how you built DC? How'd you know that? DC is built off the like a mirror image of Egypt. Don't trust me, look it up. Well, just in conclusion, to kind of support what you're saying, Fire Nagy, I agree with you. We do have heightened senses and abilities that other people don't seem to have. And I wanted to say that's backed by science during the Vietnam War. when autopsies were done and physicians noticed that there was something in the black man's brain that was not in the white man's brain. That's all I had to say.
So, what other group of people creates things and everybody around the world tries to copy it? Because we literally have Inuit jazz, Turkish hip hop, and Pakistani rap. And I'm trying to figure out why. Why don't they develop their own belly dancer music and their own Korean folk, whatevers? Why don't they do that?
Korean boy bands.
Yeah, why do they do that? I don't know of any other culture that is coveted. People traveled around the world to get next to it, to be involved in it. Like Drake came over here to rub shoulders with us. People came from all over the world to do this. So the only other culture that I know like that is Egypt. But now
Hello.
I've got to look at these Janissaries because I did not know about them being enslaved. So they're just another form of eunuchs that didn't get unified.
God damn, Wani, I never thought about that. You're right. You're brilliant. The whole world used to go to Kemet to study. They couldn't get enough of it. And that's exactly what the fuck is happening with us. Why? Because, like Chancellor Williams said, we're them.
And amazingly, I know that I'm anti, Pan African and all that. I don't like bias research. But when they kept making all those correlations to Egypt, it does turn out that a lot of Black American men have a haplogroup that goes directly to um,
Ramses the second,
James Ramses the third and
third.
those
Why do I want to say second?
we always do that in the Amarna mummies.
I, I'm going to
Um,
say this real
go
fast.
ahead.
Wani, I don't know how you guys are going to feel, but you do know Larry Graham is Drake's dad. His dad is African American.
Yeah, we know.
It
Oh,
doesn't
okay.
matter.
No,
Yeah,
no,
yeah,
we
you're
know
right.
he is. I'm just saying the attention and the need to come over here from wherever you are. If Drake was all that, why didn't he make the whole world go over to Canada?
Right.
I think Drake
It
is like most Black Americans. He's drawn to we're drawn to each other like moths to flames. We really have a hard time being away from each other. 99.9% of our ethnicity has never really left the United States. No one ever questions why is that. No one
that's
ever thinks that,
interesting.
huh?
That's interesting. Proceed.
Yeah,
I
no.
I
I
don't
think it was the
Oh,
Jew in
I
him
go
that
ahead.
wanted to copy us.
yeah.
I don't think Drake identifies with being FBA. I don't think he identifies with us. I've heard him on his records identify with being a Jewish.
Jewish.
Yeah, that's what I've heard myself. I've heard that. I'm not saying allegedly. I've heard it in second records I owned
So
back in the day.
I'll say this, Professor. I think the reason why he does that is there's no more space for. We have so many artists, we have so many boxers, we have so many athletes that when you see, for example, what was the Olympic hurdler? I can't remember her name right now. Her last name, Quinn, Jasmine Quinn. She was a hurdler for Puerto Rico, but she's Black American. Her brother was Robert Quinn. He led the NFL in sacks. She only ran for Puerto Rico because she knew that she couldn't get out of the U.S. Olympic trials. She'd be defeated by her own kin. And so there was no lane, there was no sponsorship to call yourself a Black American woman because so many Black American women are great hurdlers. I mean, they almost swept the podium. And so I think we have to acknowledge that we've accomplished so much. We've been at the top so long that people who have like maybe dual nationalities or a different parent might try to get the money somewhere else because they're like, look, there's a lot of black boxers, black sprinters, and they're all Black Americans. If you look at like the number of people, it is staggering. Like 50, half of all the world heavyweight champions in the world in world history are Black Americans, not Americans, Black Americans. We've held half of the heavyweight champions of in all of history. That's crazy.
It
Yeah.
is insurmountable. These people fussing and fighting with us over track, and we've been in almost every sport that the Olympics has to offer, including getting a gold medal in bobsledding. And they made a movie about how they couldn't get a gold medal in bobsledding. But here's an example of that Black American Mojaura spirit. I was watching the Olympics, and they said this Italian guy won this track.
I know who you're talking
Um,
about.
uh-huh.
He was born in Texas. His name is Lamont.
Right.
Now you
He's
show
got an
me the
Italian
Italian guy
mother.
named Lamont.
He has an Italian mother and a Black American father.
An Italian named Lamont. That's funny.
Right. And I couldn't believe, I was like, yeah, you don't need much.
And you know
You
what he
don't need
did?
much Black American Majora spirit.
He also moved back to the United States from Italy here recently.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and what's the girl, the Japanese champion
The
tennis player?
tennis.
Yeah, that's black, just black as me.
I forget her name right now.
It's escaped my
Oh,
top. She had suffered
Naomi
from depression.
something. Naomi something.
Yeah.
and don't forget that Black Americans are the reasons why you can't do backflips in ice skating anymore.
Wow.
Yep.
Because nobody else can do them.
Yep.
All right, Mr. Cummins, what's on your mind? Mr. Cummins going once. Mr. Cummins going twice. Can you hear me, Mr.
Yes, I
Cummins?
can. My bad. I was outside. Hold on.
It's all good. What's on your mind?
Um, well, it's crazy because a lot of the things that y'all ended up talking, hey, um, I never got to finish.
You breaking up.
Mic check, mic check. 1 2 1 2.
You good.
Okay, so y'all ended up saying a bunch of things that I would have said because I never got to finish. The one point that I really want to bring up is the fact that every other slavery in history is followed by a mass exodus. Who was it that said, "We never left America"? Uh, all the other
Malcolm X.
slaves in history have to do an exodus and leave their country of origin. Us Black Americans that fought for our own freedom, not only
Hold on.
fought for our own freedom. Here,
Mr. Cummins, hold on. Let's chill. Let's slow down for a minute. I'm trying to understand your intent. Yeah, I hear you. You got a big speech and a like a monologue and stuff. But with all due respect, sir, you're we're not really clear on what you're trying to say. So if you would, sir, in one sentence, make a declarative statement. This is this because of this.
today is a
I
good day because I had a good day. How
no,
about
sir.
that?
I'm not.
Y'all don't really
Thank
want me to talk. Thank you for
you're
having me up on stage.
you're being real emotional, and I'm trying to help you. I want you to be successful. Believe it or not, this is not the type of space where we
Then
make
allow me
fool.
to speak without muting me if you really want me to be.
This is not the type of space where we make a fool out of people. You're making a fool out of yourself, sir. And I'm trying to really honestly understand what you're trying to say because
Well, if you keep muting me, I will never
believe,
be able.
May I ask a question real quick?
go ahead, Wani.
These statements about slaves who never left or did leave, can we be specific so we'll know who you're speaking
That's
about?
what I'm trying to ask him.
Because there's a lot of slaves that um, never even had a country. Like when the Slavic people moved over closer to people you would call Greek people, they didn't have a country. They were moving around. Like gypsies, they didn't have a country. They were moving around. Like Jewish people, they didn't have a country when they got caught up in things. So which
I
people
appreciate
had
the
a
time,
country?
whether it be interrupted or not, be on stage. Have a nice night.
Go away.
Yeah, you ain't
Go
got no
away. Go.
answers.
Oh, good riddance, you emotional little boy. Where daddies, man, niggas wear condoms, goddamn it. Fuck wrong with y'all? Wear condoms, motherfuckers. Had this motherfucker, you're not listening to me. Do you think that's gonna get girls to like you, motherfucker? Fuck
I'm
wrong with
about to
y'all?
pull some I'm about to pull some people on someone on stage.
I did y'all see that motherfucker? You're not listening to
I
me.
think he had a tantrum.
I would have beat the shit out of his ass. He's my son. I would have knocked that nigga through a window.
Wait, who is that? Tars? Can somebody pull up Tars, please? I can't get Tars up.
I don't see him not being up. I don't see.
Taurus.
It says he's a speaker.
Hello, can y'all hear me?
Hey, Taurus, what's up?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yep.
Yo, what up, FBA family, man? I just want to say, Dr. Allen, I've been following you for a long time. You and Nikki the God. Um, a lot of people they don't have this essence what we have,
Right.
and that's the difference between the FBA family. I mean, because we are riders. Not only we are riders. Well, let me tell you a little about myself. I'm from Inglewood, California. You know, my family's from Arkansas. Like my daddy from Conway, my mama from Maumelle. It's the suburbs of Little Rock. So, but it's like um, you guys give so much information, and people that are not us can't understand what you're talking about because, and I'm gonna explain this in 1 second, and that is because if it's in you, it's not gonna be on you. You know, I mean, we just don't wear this. It's in us. And if we look at across the globe, from Zambia or wherever the hell you want to go through, I'm sorry for my cursing. In
You good?
Africa, they don't teach them this. You know what I'm
Right.
saying? Like they're they're being taught uh colonial colonialization, and that the white man, I mean, this is some real true facts like when I'm spitting. So they're being taught that, but we're the only ones who have ever put forth bringing forth us up and trying to bring others along. And I'm trying to Dr. Allen, do you think we should just stop it and let them learn on their own? Like,
Yep.
and
Leave
Yes.
them
There.
I
alone.
land my plane.
They're like a ball and chain.
Taurus. I thank you, brother. Yes, absolutely. We're. It's time for us. I was saying the other day, we're in the age of nine. Shit done got serious. That's why I kicked that young man off the stage. It's time to be serious, young people. I mean, not young people. That's something I'm used to saying at work. It's time to be serious, people. We're in the age of nine. We're in the age of completion, the age of Aquarius. It's the time for the truth, and the truth is, we need to help each other. We need to focus on each other and work on. We can't. Wani said it even better and more succinct than I did. She said that they're a ball and chain. I'm not trying to say anything bad against them. I'm just telling the truth. They have weighed us down. Let's not be emotional. Let me not get in my feelings and say how. Let me be an example to that young man that got up here saying y'all not listening to me. I'm not just talking. I'm talking about scholarship. Let's look at Dr. Anderson. Dr. Anderson says this Claude Anderson. He says, Adams, quote, as a matter of fact, ethnic and racial immigrants have historically been a wedge between whites and blacks, giving whites an alternative for interacting with blacks. Each time in history, either before or after war, when the American economy was expanding and could have offered material economic benefits to blacks, a new influx of immigrants or refugees arrived to fill in the void, further exile blacks from fruitful participation in the national life, according to Dan Lacey, historian. Now, what does that mean? That means that the Africans in these diasporic, not all of them, we do have writers. We have writers from Haiti. We have writers. Welsing in here. She has lineage from Cuba and Jamaica. We have writers, but we're talking about the ones that drain us, come over here and in alliance with the system of white supremacy and take benefits from us. Now, the system of white supremacy uses them as a chess piece to hold us down, and they're complicit with it. They know that I'm gonna come over here and keep these niggas from getting their money, and I'm gonna get their money. It's fuck that. And we're up here smiling at them, trying to help them, thinking, "Hey, brother," and they thinking, "Hey, um, what's the word, chump? Fuck that. I care about you. I care about foundational Black Americans. I need to raise our kids." You know what I'm saying? We got young men like that dude that just came in here making a goddamn fool out of himself, all emotional because ain't don't nobody like me. We need to focus on that. We ain't got time to help somebody from Gambia. We need to help that fool that was up here trying to get approval from people on a goddamn app. Did I answer your question? Hopefully. All right, all right, Mr. X, what's up?
I just feel like now would be a good time to share my theory with y'all.
Come on.
So my theory is, well, first, I think you guys agree like all other races are grafted from the original man, right? Will we be in agreement on that?
Agreement. Now,
Which
go ahead, Wani. That's a Wani question.
which races?
All of them,
When you said other than what?
other than the original man, the black man,
Who's that?
us.
We're not the original though.
Well, we're pretty close. Like I know, like the first group is like the Khoisan or whatever. You're talking about genetics, right? But
So are they in line with the creator, the Khoisan?
um, I mean, I would. I don't know. I haven't really gotten to that far yet. I don't know their history or their lineage or whatever. But
Uh, oh, go ahead.
They're the oldest that we know of, Homo
yeah,
sapiens.
yeah. So I would just basically like my theory is it's basically like all of these other groups are grafted versions of ourselves. So they're basically like different versions of ourselves kind of drawn out, right? And I feel like this is like the ultimate version of the original man mastering himself. And like I feel like it's divine intervention or divine plan for us to end up in this land where every race on planet Earth is coming to, right? And I feel like the purpose of this plan, I mean, this plan is in, if you want to get spiritual, it's in, you know, text like we should be in bondage 400 years in a land that's not ours, and we'll come out with great substance. I feel like it's like a divine plan for us to basically knowing yourself on the grandest scale possible and mastering all of the different facets of ourselves, which would be the different races around the world, in order to uh I guess come out with great substance or come out and be the ultimate version, or I guess what you would describe as God's chosen people.
Yeah,
And I just wanted to.
go
Well,
ahead, Wani.
one thing you were saying, the land that's not ours, and we're the only group of people who were created on this
Facts.
land. We're the only natives. We wouldn't exist if we hadn't been in North America because we have lineages from 5 to 6 continents, and our ethnicity was created here. But I agree with everything else you said.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Sir, what you said sounded real familiar. Bobby Hemmett, the great Bobby Hemmett, said something similarly to what you said. He said the original intent of the Black American was written in Scripture, and he said we were intended to be put up under pressure. Um. Oh wow! I just saw something that happened to me the other day. Oh wow. Well, anyway, I got sidetracked. I'm sorry. I'm looking for scholarship for the gentleman that's talking right now, and I saw something that kind of shocked me.
We're not mentioned in scripture.
No, no, no,
They didn't even know about America.
scripture, scripture. I lost context. Want to help me out?
Um, you said we were written about in the scripture.
Did I
They
say
didn't
that?
even know. Yeah, they didn't even know what America was.
No, I
No,
said
there's like
I said Bobby Hemmett said that.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, 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 yeah.
yeah,
And Gnostic texts, but yeah, and I'm not gonna argue that point because I don't even know the scripture. I'm just quoting Bobby Hemmett. Well, I'm looking through a book.
Okay.
Yeah, that's all. I wouldn't dare say, well, the Bible said it.
The Bible didn't even know Australia existed.
Yeah, I'm not doing that. I was quoting Bobby, but what I am flipping through And I'm gonna give you a little reading assignment, my friend. You want Sheikh Anta Diop's "The African Origin of Civilization." This is a book your colleague was reading through the other day when I sat back and listened.
Mm-hmm.
Very dense book. In this book, they got a diagram, and if I can find it, you know what? I'm gonna put it in the jumbotron just for you. I can hardly find this diagram. I look for it once every 2 years. Once every 2 years, somebody brings this point up of a grafted man, and the whole Yakub argument, and which is kind of controversial. And I flip through this damn book, and it's the most hidden diagram ever. I'm not gonna promise
But
you.
there's a lot of versions of Yakub. That's what's so funny.
That's why I don't engage in it.
That's why Ancient Aliens whole thing is a Yakub theory because they said aliens came down and made some people. They're not shy about it. There's a lot of Yakubian theories out there. It makes one wonder.
I'll tell you while I look for it, and I'm not gonna promise you. What happens is I find it 2 out of 10 times. Pages must be stuck together or something. I don't know. But if I can't find it, if I get frustrated, I'm just gonna tell you what it is. I'll tell you while I look. Listen closely. There's a temple in Egypt. Is a temple called the Temple of Seti One. I like saying that. It's SETI number one. Seti One. I don't know why I like saying that, but I do. Well, anyway, the Temple of Seti One had a what you know as a hieroglyph, what is actually metanetter of the creation of different types of man, and the different types of man were just up there. It was a jet black man. It was a brown man. There was a Asian looking kind of like a what is called like a what they call a Semite mixed man, and there was a white man, the last one. Now, on the Temple of Seti one, they put it in the Kemites, Egyptians, put them in order. Like this is first, this is second, this is da 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 da. And the first, I want to say the first was either the black or the brown. It's either black or brown. The brown may have been first, actually. Black may have come after them, but the Semite was in the middle, and the Tamahu was the last one. Now, the reason I remember Tamahu is Tamahu means basically translates in a way to the white man. So, if you look at the picture, the hieroglyph, the meta netter, it's obviously a white dude. Well, here goes the thing. Hemet, Bobby Hemet, read Egyptian scripture that says there it is, Seti one. Um, Ramesses and his father set up. So Seti one, Wani, is Ramesses the second's father. And there was a temple of Seti one. So anyway, this scripture, the Egyptian hieroglyph, I gag saying hieroglyph, but y'all don't know what metanetter is. The Egyptian writing, let's put it that way, says that the worst thing, these are Egyptians talking, they said the worst thing we ever did was to create another man. That's what they said. And so if you put that together, one could deduce, I'm flipping, I don't see the damn picture. One could deduce that the Egyptians may have created Seti one, or created the Tamahu. But here goes a real interesting thing. The interesting thing is the temple of Seti one flooded in the middle of the desert. Can you believe that? Somehow it flooded in the middle of the damn desert, and the picture was destroyed. It's almost like somebody didn't want you to see it. But Sheikh Anta Diop has a picture in his book. I'm still looking for it. Go ahead, Wani.
Did
Talk
they
about.
did they say more about the process of making this man?
Well, I'm sure it's written somewhere, but I don't have access to it. It was in the Temple of Seti One, which is flooded in the middle of a desert.
Well, like even if you just want to look at it like scientifically, I think when you can replace grafting with just mutating, right, from the original state.
Hmm. Well, scientists agree that something dramatic did happen and it's not organic. So I don't know what to say.
I thought I took a pic. This to see this type of shit. I'm obsessive compulsive. This drives me crazy. And it's possible it could be in another book. I thought it was in African origins. Uh, anyway, while I look for it, I think housing, then the black, then we go back to TARS. What's up, housing? Oh, I can look up Tamahu. That's what I can look up. Go ahead, housing. Tamahu. There it is. 256. 256. The housing must not be by his phone. Go ahead, black.
I was gonna say,
Hello?
Okay, you there, housing? Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm on an important phone call. I'm gonna get right back with you guys. Hello, Wani and everybody. I'm
Hey,
coming
What?
right back.
All right, bro. Go ahead, black.
I was gonna say, I posted a page out of the book "Hidden Cities: The Discovery of Lost Ancient North American Civilizations" by Roger G. Kennedy, and something interesting in there that I like to point out that since we know that the the whole study of archaeology kind of started in America by the founding fathers digging up Native American graves. That's how they kind of knew when they made it to so-called Egypt to dig into the land and find, or dig into mountains and find lost graves. But in the book, the author breaks down how the founding fathers, when they came here, they found Egyptian like civilization here, and most of them really didn't know how much knowledge about Egypt at that time. And the Egyptian hieroglyphs wasn't discovered until like Napoleon and the people that was with him, which one of the people was part of the French Revolution in Haiti. So I feel like it's a reason why it's so many laws against doing archaeological work in America, because we all know that the land is older than what they say. And
Right.
if you go by some of the stories of Christopher Columbus, he used parts of the Bible to so-called discover America, like with pages of Second Idris. And so, what the brother said, in the Yakub story, I kind of feel like all that happened here in the whole premise of history and science was to dismay the just America being something that was inhabited, or just something that was here in the old world sense, because we know the stories of like Atlantis and different lost land mass was really just a story of about America in some sense.
Man, it's just so much. It's so much information. Like I don't. I'm to the point now, black, that like I don't even my brain can't keep up with. You're right. Yes, you're absolutely right. And
In Colorado, they got an interesting place called the Garden of the Gods. Also in Arizona, they have a place similar like that that has a whole lot of like rock structures that look like Egyptian motifs and things, but those are like private government lands that not too many people are allowed on.
of course, it's all like cover ups. This stuff will kind of crack you up a little bit when you start looking through it, because it's like it's so much overwhelming information that it's not really hidden. Not really hidden at all. It's just you've been propagandized to believe that it's not something that you're looking at is something else. The Grand Canyon is something else.
That's why
That
I be
temp
kind of feeling like Montezuma and Montezuma, the Inca chief, probably could be the same person, knowing that Caucasians or Europeans didn't know how to pronounce a lot of things, so they just labeled it how they wanted to.
and some of their mislabeling is intentional, but I think like Wani put a while back, some of it's just disorganization. Some is just, and that's not your words, Wani, but you were like, they just like naming stuff. You're black. You're Indian. He's Indian.
They name people Indian 4 or 5 times. East Indian, West Indian. My goodness, he's Indian, black Indians. Give it up. Pick a new name.
Insanity,
I've been
man.
noticing like a lot of science is like it's part truth, and then they'll mix lies in there with it. So you have to look through it and kind of comb out the truth from the lies. And if you don't already have kind of like a inclination on what the truth is, then like you're gonna be running in circles.
Intentional. Science is not science. Science is whatever white supremacy says it is. Do you know 99.9% of what you call science is theory? And theory is just some shit somebody says might happen. The theory of relativity, a squared, what? No, that's Pythagorean. What's it? E equals mc squared. I heard a physicist say that shit ain't even true. It's theoretical.
God. Yeah, it's all theory.
Yeah, I mean, because the theory of relativity says matter cannot never travel at the speed of light because light is messy and it'll like, you know what I'm saying? But some of us have had experiences where we've transcended, you know, space and time and gone incredible distances. Some people on this panel may have had those experiences. So how did that matter to at the speed of light? You know, just bullshit. Europeans have a certain type of check this out. I'm gonna use a new term of art. I'm gonna say there was a time where I would say they have a certain type of arrogance. I'm not gonna say that ever again. I'm gonna say they have a certain type of perceived arrogance. You see, we don't know what we're looking at. We think we're looking at arrogance. We're not. We're looking at insecurity masquerading as arrogance. I know, and I know, and I know, and I know. Anybody in here who's ever went to a professional school, like I went to law school, but I've seen it happen in so many different visiting my friends and family and my wife's school and stuff. Like, you get around a certain group of people and they just know everything. The rest of us just trying not to get kicked out, trying to study. Talking about you get black people in the school a lot talking about, oh man, I don't even know, man, I don't even know. And you talk to the other ones and well, that's because of this, that's because of that, and this because of that. And it was just a need to be thought of as somebody who knows. So the question then becomes, why do you need to be thought of as somebody who knows? Why do you want to be thought of as the expert? It's an insecurity. I know a little bit of something. I'm published here and there. But what did I just say earlier? I said y'all know a lot more than I do because I know a whole bunch about a little bit. I bet you if I spin around in a circle and pick somebody on the stage, y'all got more in your head than I do. I promise. I know a little bit about a little bit. I know enough to know that I don't know a goddamn thing. I'm learning right with
Well,
y'all.
well, scientists do know when the mutations of white skin and straight hair and blue eyes occurred and blonde hair, but they continue to let people make caveman drawings of white, shaggy haired white boys. They literally do that. They're the ones making the drawing. They need to insert themselves in. They don't fit into the evolution. Isn't that a problem for them?
There you go.
Literally don't fit in. So it says, in short, cavemen, early Homo sapiens, or Neanderthals would not have been white. It can't have been. So all that Fred Flintstone stuff, and all those movies,
Impossible.
all those charts showing people turning from apes, which they didn't, into
I wish
humans.
they did.
They did not do that. Sorry.
Turning into apes?
Yeah.
Not.
Yeah. Darwin had some good ideas. However, that was not one of them. Um, so anyway, that didn't happen. But scientists, if you look up any book that they have said to read, it's going to show you this um, evolution of man. It's going to show a white man coming right out of being an ape, and it's like, no, they weren't even there. They came last.
Mm-mm. Insecurity.
That's how they justified us being 3/5 of a human being. And then like what they would show like a straight haired ape, and then apparently we're supposed to be right after the ape, as so that's why they kind of call us subhuman. But they don't explain how we have so many much more distinct features in the ape. We have super
Lips.
curly hair. We actually have lips. Um, we look the furthest from the ape. They actually look the closest to the ape. They don't explain how you can go from straight hair fur to kinky curly hair to somebody who barely even has fur when you
I have
have more hair.
never seen a I've never seen a primate with a Jerry curl. Have you?
No.
Path of justice. What's on your mind, man?
All right. Well, again, thank y'all for this continued conversation. I definitely have found myself looking on these spaces for conversations by y'all, the big three, Professor A, Wani, and Nikki. So I do find myself specifically looking for y'all on the internet as some of the best broadcasters and intellectual thinkers we have in our spaces, online definitely, but just in our culture as a general. So thank you for your continued contributions. So for what I was going to say was more specifically on this Majara spirit, and they are not like us. I think uh, going to what Neely Fuller says is that when the white supremacists use a word, they usually have a wholly different meaning for that word. But these other cultures are pretty much the same, whether they are what some may call black or melanated immigrants or otherwise. Uh, they have a whole lot different meaning. So one in which I was asking, I think 2, 3 years ago, was like, what word do these cultures have for coons and sambos? Because we hear a lot of these tethers when they're trying to undermine us use the words coons and sambos, but they only have those words in their native tongues. But so that's one thing. But even when you go deeper to it, they don't have a history of holding their own people accountable as far as fighting their own treacherous people or their own people who are aligned specifically with white supremacy. So when they use the words, they're really trying to imitate what we're saying for their own benefit, but they're not really meaning what we're saying. So let's go to another example where this is becomes more purient because a lot of times we want to go to all these deep abstractions of whatever culture, whatever in the Bible. But let's just break it down in even simpler terms. So let's go back to the Daniel Penny situation. You have all these melanated immigrants literally watching the situation and not only watching a black man get beat up, but watching a black man get choked out to death. But you go back to our situation. You have that Montgomery Brawl situation where it didn't even get anywhere near that level, and black folk were literally swimming across the river to beat up the white man who was regaling against the black man. And I go back to my own family history on my mother's side from little old country middle Georgia, at least from the accounting of my mom, both my great grandfather and my grandfather were, for different occasions, threatened to be lynched by the community. Well, white folk, but our community literally got together and they didn't tell the white folk you can't do it. They just were clear that to the white folk that if you do that, there will be some consequences. So within my family specific history, but my community's history specifically, the whole thought of black empowerment and protecting our culture is meaningful Where if you go to these melanated immigrants, it literally means nothing except for what they can excise or extract for resources from Black American work to empower our people. And I say that another example is there was a contributor on Tariq Space, one guy, a gentleman from, I think it was Tariq Space, a gentleman from Mississippi, or who had relatives in Mississippi, was talking about one time he visited his family, and I think white supremacists were burning some cross somewhere. And he said what that Mississippi family did is they just went to their homes, everybody grabbed their guns, and they were quiet. So they took defending themselves in a very literal sense, and that we're not going to sit here and complain about nothing. We know how these racist white folk are. We're going to literally arm ourselves, and if they come at us, we are going to handle that directly. So you look at that history being behind the values that we have and our actions, it's nothing like these other groups. And we don't have to necessarily be on the abstraction of all these things because these are real examples that shows how which manifests in our real lives versus that of these other groups. So they're not like us because they just aren't like us because of the conscious and intentional choices not only they have made, but they continue to make. And I guess last 2 points is one word that Professor A mentions, and that's funny. At the last time I called in here, he mentioned it literally like 5 minutes afterwards. But the word was metacognition.
Oh yeah.
You look that up, and they're talking. Yeah, they're talking about the. I saw the definition of the awareness of one's thought processes, but I look at it even more like what are these little elements of, well, we say little micro elements of thought processes, awarenesses, and otherwise that makes up our thoughts. And then let's look at another word, meta culture. Maybe we need to bring that one and define it specifically for us. But these examples in our
Wow.
history that shows how our culture was made. And when we look at that, we're gonna be like, man, we are nothing like these other people. And I'm not going to say that we can't get a union, but there's
Meta
no way we're going to.
culture.
Yeah, and let's
Interesting. So
go
you're
back
saying
to.
small, I hear that. That means
Well,
small
what we
little
say
thing.
is little, but there's small choices that became collective that ended up
Holy
creating
shit.
a culture.
What do you do? What's your profession path?
Well, honestly, right now I'm just out here kind of doing random stuff, but I ended up going to grad school also and law school
Okay.
specifically, and I had a psychology minor, and but I looked into a little bit of everything. So some of these things I just
That
look at.
man, dog. If you go for that PhD, man, you got a thesis top. I mean, well, same thing, dissertation topic. Metaculture. How do you change culture on a large scale? You do it small. How does a nuclear weapon evaporate a goddamn state? By using an atom.
And if you mind if I talk about one more thing, y'all were talking
Oh
about
no, no,
general.
I know. I demand that you talk about several more things. That's in order.
Okay, well, at least as far as one more thing that was on my mind, y'all were talking about the theory of general relativity, and I don't know enough about physics to know specifically how Einstein defined that. So that is a very important question. But when we get into the subatomic level, you have a lot of weird shit that happens. So one of these weird shit is that an object can be in two places at one time, and while that seems like it's impossible under the theory of general relativity, when you get into the subatomic level, that is in fact possible. And way they're trying to use that is for technology of communication and these supercomputer processing. So I think I read an article, so it may or may not be fact. So I put my asterisk there, but on at least as far as this conversation goes, what they were trying to do was get a communication across a long electrical network to happen instantaneously. So what they did was against, let's say, a communication or electronic or electric field, there's, you have a lot of processes, let's just say, that get in the way of that instantaneous communication. But they were able to inspire, at least as far as this research goes, that instantaneous communication across this electronic network. So this shows that, again, on the subatomic level, there's a lot of things you can do that are very powerful that don't really go in along with general relativity, as we would see E equals mc squared. But I guess I brought that up not only just to bring that to y'all's attention since that was part of the conversation, but on a deeper level, again, those sub processes of what we consider to be a nucleus or atom or a thing, they're extremely important. When you get, especially when you get into the macro, thousands, millions, billions, trillions of processes, those things become extraordinarily important, but focusing on our history or the meta culture therein, if you would, those examples, like I said, were common within our culture, foundation of Black American culture. But within these other cultures, they not only have no history, but they can't even go and talk about Black empowerment. And they're like Marcus Garvey is a great example, but his, what you would say, his son, Dr. Umar, you're like, if you go back to Cuba, how much processes, how much are you going to get done there? And the reason is because they don't have that culture. He has to be here because his native culture is not open to foundational Black empowerment. Well, Black empowerment on any level. So I think that's an important conversation to have. Is like, if y'all want real unity, again, going back to my previous point from the conversation, y'all have to do the work of Pan Africanism. You can't just say I'm a Pan Africanist. You actually have to do the work, which they don't ever do. Like Wani talked about the specific work that she did and what legacy she got from her grandmother. Well, these folks, they don't have that history. So what are we even talking about? Not only on a pragmatic level, but on a metacultural level and a metacognitive level. You can't even communicate the words that we have because you don't have that history. So the words you say literally have no meaning, pragmatically speaking. But even within your own consciousness, it doesn't mean shit. You're just acting like it means shit because you want to extract benefits. You want to get to be known as the Prince of Pan Africanism, talking on issues that you really don't participate in and your people haven't participated in. And more or less, you're not really trying to do. You're trying to build a school here. You're not trying to build nothing in Cuba. You're not trying to build anything within those people. So I think us distinguishing this on an academic level is not only messing people up because they want to get tangible benefits of what we built here as far as economic system for Black Americans and what we build for access to minority programs and them actually even being here. They want to get that on a financial level, so that doesn't need to be undergirded. But they don't have really a culture of unity on any level or empowerment on any level, or what they can build on any level because they just haven't done the work. I mean, and when we look at our culture, we have a lot of uniqueness to that, but that core part of the culture of building and fighting for our own people. Y'all talking about the word solutions for our own people and protecting our own people. That's here. That's literally, for the most part, nowhere else. So I think we need to focus on the pragmatic part of the conversation. And the abstract stuff is important, but really, when we just look at the pragmatics, it makes it very aware why we need to not only continue to delineate, but it's just us because we are the only one who have done the work. So not just to ramble on, but I think that needs to be a
Dude,
big
that's
part of the
what I'm doing.
conversation.
Yeah, man, I love it. Metaculture, small things, small bits. What small thing can we do to absolutely flip Black culture? Well, we're doing one right now. We got a space that a lot of people tend to know about where we've Wani has changed the culture by telling people, hold on, slow down. And that's that just that little thing. That right there. Other people are taking notice. I did it a minute ago. Hold on, slow down. That changes the culture. That changes, and y'all. Let me define it. When I define it, y'all gonna have a mental explode. Your mind gonna go boom. When I joined Spaces about a year ago, so think about a year ago. My question is, what was the culture of Twitter? It was ratchet, but Black Twitter rather, right? Bunch of crashing out, yelling, right? I would say our space has kind of changed shifted the paradigm just a bit, not much, but enough where I don't hear
I would
that
say it's
crashing.
it's very Wani. How would you describe it? Would you describe our space as being positive, or and I don't want to be sitting here. Oh, we're giving each other pats on the back, but is positive a word that you would describe our space as being, or use one word, Wani?
Credible.
Yeah, and I ain't talking about me. I'm talking about y'all because I will straight lay into somebody's ass. I have a small. I'm impatient with ignorance. I'm gonna give you a chance, like with that young man. I was like, okay, well, let me hear what you. What are you trying to say? Well, you're not listening to me. Well, that's strike one. What are you trying? Are you trying to say X, Y, Z? Well, if you let me finish, and then it's like I see red. I can't help it. I'm in
Stop
counseling.
it. That was funny as hell. Stop.
Nobody
I
ever
mean,
listens to me. It's like when you say, hey, you say, hey.
because he said one sentence and it was bogus and wrong. Slavic people are not enslaved.
Oh,
Next.
you know what? I knew I was like, uh-oh, let me duck because Wani getting ready to pick up her house shoe and throw it. But y'all have to remember, and some of these people don't. Some of these people haven't been around. Some of them are new, so we got to be a little patient with them, y'all. They don't know. They don't know y'all like that, especially you, Wani.
Came up. I mean, I'm not crazy. He came up here trying to troll,
I know
and
he
then he was
did.
like, "Oh,"
I'm trying to
I was
give
like,
him
and I,
Highly
grace.
contrary.
I let it go too. I was like, "Okay, that's cute."
I already knew what he was going to do. He was going to try to say we didn't do anything because we're in America. We are America. So when people say, oh, you only calculated the moon landing Shut your because bitch ass up. you're Do you in even know how to America. delineate? Shit. When people say that,
You saw how she just ignored him,
when people say that
blocked and
you,
removed.
when people say that we only calculated the moon landing because we're in a white country, they really believe that. They believe that we are guests in NASA, that they were just, giving out welfare and said, okay, you poor, broken down black ladies, come over here and calculate the moon landing, and we're going to hold your hand through it. That's not how it works. We have a lot to do with tech, and people don't want to know that. There's a reason that those women were in there and a bunch of Chinese women were not, and a bunch of Indian women were not. Their people did not have anything to do with tech here. Okay, so we have a lot to do with tech. We had a lot to do with those initial inventions, mechanical, technical, medical, agricultural, all of those. And so those women were rocket scientists, geniuses. We had a lot of those. We still do. It's just that they don't segregate and we can't see them as clearly as we could between the 1840s and 1940s when they had all the inventions separate. We still invent. We still have tens of thousands of inventions and innovations, but it's not segregated, so it's not as easy to pull it out. We have everything that we've done. We made it pop, just like sports. People say, "Oh, well, you're just playing sports. You're playing white men's sports, and you're in a white country. That's why you're good at it." Nope. We played with no equipment and then built up to the Negro Leagues. We were segregated. We were not supported. We were not trained. And then we got attention, and then white people started getting involved. Even had a white man on the team. Now, do you think sports would be as interesting if it was just white boys playing baseball? No. They made tons and tons of money off of those first boxing matches, off of those baseball games with black men on them. We made these sports empires, so we have every right to be on the team. We're not guests in sports. We're not guests in NASA. We're not guests in rodeo in the Wild West. Again, they tried to make us feel bad. You're the houseboy. Everything was a boy with us. You're the houseboy. And okay, you take care of cows, you're the cowboy. But the white man was the cattleman. But now that white man wants to be a cowboy, just like he wants to be a nigga. Okay?
Hmm.
Whatever my men in my group are called, white men are going to want to call themselves that. Whether it's cowboy, whether it's nigga, no matter what it is, they're going to copy off of the men in my group, Black American men.
There it is. Something about us. Chancellor Williams said that we are the Kemites. He didn't say that, but he insinuated it. They went hunting us down. Furthermore, the Americas was a colony of Egypt, according to Bobby Hemmett. Yep.
Also, we're not guests in the Grammys. All of the music genres that they're awarding were created by Black Americans, and yet we're put in a position, oh, can we get an award in our own music genres? Can we be in the Hall of Fame? Can we be in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame and the Country Music Hall of Fame? Music genres that we created. We shouldn't have to ask. Of course, we are in those, but we're not guests in Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. We created rock and roll. The term rock and roll comes from blues. That's why it's called rock and roll. You understand? The word rock and roll was used to describe sex in blues. And it was the next music genre over. It became known as rock and roll. That wasn't a white term, it was a black term. Black architects created rock and roll. All of the uh, any kind of movie award that we get, we're not a guest in Hollywood. And we already had this discussion before how we had a very powerful uh, uh, producer and director early in Hollywood, how we were the subjects of Berlinger and Edison, how we worked with Edison to create the part of the bulb that makes the movie projector work, just like the light bulb. Same guy. We're part of Hollywood. We were the subject of it. We were mocked in entertainment before Hollywood, and they continue to want to portray Black Americans. So we have every right to say, no, don't portray us that way. Stop using foreigners like Stephen Fetchit to misrepresent us. That's how we got so involved in entertainment because they were constantly portraying us incorrectly, and we were constantly saying, no, we look like this. And it's been a battle the whole time.
Right. And it looks like a battle that we're winning, which sounds ridiculous, doesn't it? Like over time, we're still here. We have longevity. And now there's a whole nother player involved from India that don't give a fuck about either one of us. And from my view, it looks like the founded system of white supremacy is trying to friend up with us. Housing, what's on your mind?
Oh, I'm here.
Oh, go ahead, bro.
Good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
Yanni, Nikki the God,
Good evening, housing.
the team.
That's it.
Yay. Okay. This is what I wanted to say about what is the Mojaura spirit. My perspective is that, you know, Yanni mentioned it, is that we're it. I'm using the word IT. We it. On every level we are it. No matter what we do. And we have a connection with each other from, I'll give you an example. When I was a little boy and my grandmother used to pick me up in her Cadillac and take me food shopping with her. And she didn't have to say nothing to me. She just gave me that look.
Uh-huh.
That look. When you get in here, that look said everything. When you get in here, you act up like these little white kids crawling on the floor. You know it's waiting for you when you get home. That's that Majara spirit right there.
Show is.
Another one is that we don't even need to know. No, let me say it like this. I don't even need to know you. You could be any black man in America, black American man, but we'll give each other that head nod, like, "Hey, what's happening?" That's that connection we have with each other. Even the sisters, it's a connection. And when it comes to sports, when it comes to music, like if you listen to Miles Davis, Coltrane, that's all black American music. It's just they just spitting fire.
Hmm.
Strictly Fire. One of the best music albums, jazz albums ever been made was Kind of Blue by Miles Davis.
It's beautiful.
It's one of the best things that ever been written when it came to jazz.
Hey, I love Supreme Fire as hell too.
You know, I got it on my Apple catalog, and I got Coltrane. I got Mike. I got top classics because it just does something for you if you're a Black American. I got all my sisters on there.
It speaks to you.
Yes, it does. And the music today, like when you listen to it, like it, when you stop listening, you feel like you've been robbed. Like it takes something from your spirit because you allowed yourself to listen to that garbage, as opposed to listening to Michael Jackson or Nikki Howard, all the great artists of females. And I got so much other stuff to say, but I'm just giving you an example. You know, if you're a Black American and we have a connection with each other, and no other group move like we move. And you could see these other groups, like one of them guys that probably just came from them South American countries. He got a fitted hat on low, got shorts on, got a pair of icy white Harlems on. You wasn't dressing like that down there, watching us. Look at the Asian girl over there in Korea somewhere doing her little hip hop dancing. Where they get it from? Got it from us. So we are it. Period. I'm gonna use the word it. And no, they not like us. No other group is like us. But I was kind of fascinated with the brother Fire Nine. What's his name? Yanni, the brother that was talking about
Her name is Wani with a W. It's
Wani.
with
No,
a
I don't
Wani,
care.
with a
forgive me.
W.
You know I'm used to everybody mispronouncing my name
So,
over like
so I'm
my
not the only
entire
one.
life.
Yeah, the whole
Be-
whole
No,
lifetime.
you're
All
not.
right.
I
So
don't even notice it. I know who you talking
so
about.
get in line. I'm just gonna get in line on that one.
Yeah, to the left.
Absolutely. But the brother that was speaking, Fire Nine, what's his name? He was mentioned like the closest group to us.
The Janissaries.
Fire.
Yep.
I thought that was Fire Navy. Oh,
Yeah,
okay. I'm
yeah. I
sorry, y'all. Go
kind of
ahead.
like fascinated to the stuff, the kind of stuff he was talking. I'm like, I never knew there was any other group that was close to us besides, Commit. And I mentioned this a long time ago. I think we got a direct connection to these guys from back in the days. I think we just like
Yeah,
we their
we do.
grand
We're
we
still
their
working on why.
grandkids and granddaughters. I believe so. This is my belief because after the ancients and prior to after the ancient Egyptians fell and all that, we coming into history. We coming forward. Like we moving up, coming up. We coming all the way up into the 1700s, and no other group was moving like them until we came after slavery. We started making it happen. When we went to Oklahoma, we just built a whole city right from the ground. And you got them little mean white people over there mad. Oh, we can't have this. What they do? They destroyed the town. So many other towns in America they destroyed because they was purely hating on the ability that we have to make it happen. We're just it. And I'm gonna land my plane there.
We definitely appreciate you coming on stage and contributing, and we love having you here. So thank you very much.
I found a home right here. I just want to let y'all guys know. So
Shit, you're welcome
Uh,
anytime, bro.
yeah, but listen, I was driving. I was coming off the parkway where I live at, and I looked at my phone and I seen They not on yet. I'm waiting for them to come on around 10 o'clock. So I literally came, rushed home. I was tapping. I said, I'm just getting off work. It's freezing because I'm in New York. I'm in upstate, not upstate New York, but I'm like in the middle, and it's cold up here.
What's that called?
Uh, up
What's
Chester area, Putnam area.
oh, that sounds familiar.
Yeah,
I used to live in Rochester. Now that's fucking cold.
I'm 8 hours from Rochester. That's north of me. Rochester. Yes. Yeah. It's cold up there. It's cold up there.
I put something in the jumbotron for you.
I'm gonna say this one thing before I land my plane. One thing about upstate New York, it is so beautiful in the summertime.
It's
Um,
gorgeous.
I
Look at
not.
look at
I
what
not.
dog. Look. Tell them about Watkins Glen.
Well, I don't know about that. I could tell you about Fairhaven Park. That sits right there on Lake Ontario. I could tell you about Lake Geneva. I could tell you about the Finger Lakes. Oh my God. When you pull into Fairhaven Park, only thing you see is tall pine trees and cabins. You think, you think you like when you come into the park, you see Lake Ontario, and the lake is so huge, it's so gorgeous. If you never seen a large body of water, you're assuming is that the ocean? Actually, no, it's one of the Great Lakes. Did you also know that's part of one of the largest bodies of fresh water in the world? You guys know that?
Yeah, we used to go to the Finger Lakes when we lived up there all the
No,
time. It's just
Lake.
beautiful.
It's nice out there.
We talking about the largest body of fresh water in the world. Lake Ontario is part of it.
Yeah, that's near Rochester. Yeah, that's Rochester. It's right there.
Yeah,
I used to go
Lake
there.
Ontario, Lake Erie, Lake
I
and all connected. Yeah, and I'm
used to
gonna
go there. Apartment right there, right next to Lake Ontario, and on the side is
yeah, but I'm not. I'm in the Westchester area. I'm down. I'm 10 minutes from Manhattan.
oh wow.
Yeah, I'm 10 minutes from Manhattan. So I know I be seeing everything that go on in the city. You know, it's a lot going on right now in Manhattan. A lot going on.
Like what? Like what?
Just everything. You know, everything. A lot going
People
on.
being set on fire,
That too,
pushed
Yanni.
on the chain tracks,
That too. That I was my
stabbed.
called me and says, "You see what happened?" I told him I didn't even want to look at it. I don't even want to look at it. It just does something to me. It's just like it's horrible. You got a group of people down there. A lot of people that be on the subways, they don't know. They smoke a lot. It's a lot of K2 smoking going on down there. They smoke K2 down there.
What's that?
That's
That's
that.
like a weed, ain't it?
Yeah.
Dipped in.
Let me tell
Yeah.
you,
It's potpourri sprayed
in the,
with chemicals.
between the
Oh yeah.
2000 2008, a lot of people were smoking that. It gave you a little buzz, and it wasn't showing up in your urine. You know,
That's the same. That's that shit they call spice, ain't it?
I don't know. I know. We just call it K2,
Now,
and
I used to work at this mental place and we used to test people for drugs. It's been a while though, so all this new stuff coming out.
yeah, that's because the Chinese got wind of it, and they started putting all kind of other stuff in it, make you really go crazy. But when they first created, it was a bunch of white boys selling it to the Arab boys in the stores down there. They come up with a bunch of. So I was in Manhattan one day. So I asked the Arab guy, I said, "What is that white guy doing down here?" He said, "This is the new stuff here." I said, "What is it?" He said, "It's K2." I said, "You selling this to people?" He said, "Yeah." But that's the kind of stuff that you could get a little buzz. It wasn't chemically affected to a point where it makes you lose your mind until the Chinese got a hold of it. The Chinese and stuff I heard was putting a lot of other stuff in it, and that's what making the people go crazy. They was bringing tons and tons of it over here, and they was making it down in Mexico too. So
Yeah,
yeah,
it's old. It's not new. I saw that shit when I was in Rochester. It's K2. They call it Spice. And the shit is like bath salt. It will make you like fucking eat. It'll turn you into an animal. You'll eat somebody on that shit.
no, no, you talking about that other drug that people take is come on a tablet form. That's the bath salt,
Yeah,
professor.
Professor talking about the
What
fake
is
Yeah,
bath
that's
that?
The
bad.
E
So
pill.
yeah,
That's
they'll
the E
take all their
pill.
clothes off.
Oh my God.
Yeah, that's the E pill there, Professor. That's the one that,
Wow.
What about
you know,
crocodile?
they homegrown it. I mean, they make it right. They literally make it right on the table.
Now tell us about crocodile where you can see your bones.
What is that, Yanni?
Oh boy.
You lost me there.
All your skin falls off and you can see your leg bones.
Yeah, I'm leaving. I'm getting ready.
What is that?
Drop in the
What kind
listener.
of drug is that? Let me know.
Oh, you talking about that flesh eating them
Crocodiles.
flesh eating
Yeah.
drugs.
Oh, and where's that at,
They were
Yanni?
That's in
laying around in
Ohio.
in Ohio. I was gonna say Russia.
Oh no, no. Is that the one that down there in Philadelphia?
Probably.
Yeah, you anybody ever seen footage of Philadelphia when they
Yes.
and tell you one thing they ain't saying is mostly white
I
people.
see them.
They literally
It was
zombie.
almost exclusively white zombies.
Yes.
Out there doing a mannequin challenge.
Yeah, yes.
That was not
You know,
funny. They were like standing still, bent over, touching their toes.
for for hours. It reminds me
Why
when I
is
was
this allowed? What in the hell?
I don't know why that's allowed.
That's the pre-zombie invasion, cause that's what they remind me of, especially when they be all bent backwards. Like,
But when are they
how do
going to
you not feel
invade? They're just
uncomfortable?
hanging around one area. When's the invasion going to start?
They gonna eat each other
Oh
brains. I
no.
think that's how they start off.
Oh no.
So stupid
They,
eating stupid just make more stupid.
Johnny, they could barely walk 2 paces,
I sing them.
let alone attacking somebody. Yes, but
We have third world level homelessness here.
and
And
that,
then it might be like that show K and Peele. Zombies might be racist. They scared of black folks.
Everything is racist. Let's not fool ourselves. We already know ET is racist. Everybody's racist. That's why I'm joining in.
everybody. But yeah, but the subways in Manhattan, it's like a whole different world right now. It is crazy because you just got so many people living down there. Because once it's cold up top, they take it down to the subways where it's nice and warm at, and you can ride the trains forever. So it's where they keep the warmth at, and it be it's like it's wild. And the guy was just mentioning about how they sat and watched Daniel Penny get literally lynched by the white guy. It was nothing but immigrant people there watching, and one Hispanic. Like
Yep.
five of them. Now that F train that runs into Lower Manhattan. I think it runs all the way up to like 28th Street. It goes all the way to 42nd, I think. But that was the F. That's down in Lower Manhattan, and the hood don't be riding those trains. The hood ride the D, the A and B. Those are the trains that the hood people, Black America's trains.
What what percentage do you feel is Black Americans where you live?
Ah, that's a tough question. It's a lot of immigrants up here, Yanni.
Yeah,
A lot of
I don't believe there's any black Americans. Prove me wrong.
Where I live at?
In New York, I think they're outnumbered.
We outnumbered tremendously,
Well, why does
without question.
everybody keep telling me that, oh, the immigrants are only 1%? No, they're not.
No, they deep. The immigrants are deep into New York. Are you kidding me? They got Manhattan locked up. Yes, a lot of black people moved out to Long Island. They didn't step their game up. They probably moved out to Long Island. But the area I live in, they is nothing but immigrants here. Hispanics, a bunch of them. We outnumbered. Yeah. And when it comes to the Caribbean and the Africans, like Professor said, we got a number of riders that, support our movement. But those riders, they don't be checking their peoples. Because once they get over here, they humble. But once they get two nickels, they rub them together. It's on and popping. They got their nose up their ass. Can't tell them nothing. That's how I go.
Yeah.
I run for. Let me tell you something. I got a story. We got one guy. He hangs out. He's from. He was born. He said he was born in Brooklyn, but I know he. Everybody call him. They all his son, his pop, his brothers, are French and stuff. I don't want to hear that crap. Anyway, I came upon the conversation, and the only thing I heard him was saying was, "Oh, it's always black on black crimes. It's always this and all that." He's African. He's from Nigeria. He's African, and it clicked on me. I said, "You sitting here all talking about Black America, right?" So I bumped right into the conversation. I said, "Where are you from?" Took him like 20 minutes to answer that. Born here? I was born in Brooklyn. I don't believe you. If you were born here, you was an anchor baby. He never heard that term before. And all my little peoples that was with us saying, "Why you call him that?" I said, "That's what he is." So, and they didn't know what an anchor baby was. I had to break it down. I told him an anchor baby is when his parents came over here, had him, and kept it moving. So, for them to stay into the country. But anyway, he was just so comfortable about talking about the underbelly of Black America.
Where he lives and is hanging out and knows all
Ye-
about.
Yes, he talks about all how the bad things happen with Black Americans, like all other groups do. He's not the only one. But I told him, I said, "Look at your country. That's Look at it, so poor over there." I what was they was It was talk like the Atlanta, the city of Atlanta, raised more money annually than the whole country of Nigeria. I forgot who said that. I think it was Professor Black Truth who mentioned that. So I just passed that information on, and he says, "No, that's not true." Oh, it's true. Make a long story short, I'm in my plane air. I made him run home and get his birth certificate because I was chewing him out so much. And I'm gonna land my plane there. Thank you, guys. I'm just gonna sit back and listen.
Every
Love it.
every aspect of Nigeria fails when compared to black Americans. We're competing. Remember, we're a group in America, and we can beat all of these people who have full-blown countries with UN seats. They have international crime. They can't say anything about prostitutes. Okay? They have to go to certain streets and certain ghettos to point those out. They service all of they service all of Europe, all of Asia, and all of Africa. Open. prostitution, laying on mattresses in the woods, just blatantly, millions of them. They can't challenge us on morals. They have a whole season where they do things to infants. I don't want to say. They marry children. They eat arms and legs from their fellow Africans. They cannot challenge us on anything. Not crime. They have every level of crime. They have regular gang activity. They have highway robbery. They have corrupt police. They have Boko Haram that steals entire schools of girls and rapes them and throws them back pregnant. They have scams. They have drug dealers, prostitutes, pimps. They have every level of crime. And they have the nerve to even have versions of our gangs. They have 400 and some scams, and they're monitored by Interpol. Most countries don't want them to enter with their passport. They are on a level that Black Americans have never known.
No cap. Fire Nagy, what's on your mind?
I just want to add something. I think what you were talking about in physics was superposition. It's when one electron is observed to be in multiple places, and I think that's what you were referring to. That physics is weird, and that's yeah, that's just for the group to know that's superpositioning. And yeah, it is weird when you actually get into learning it because you're like, how can one electron be in multiple places? And it's something to do with like how fast the electron travels relative to what we can see. Um, the last gentleman I think was talking about quantum computing or quantum entanglement, and he mentioned something also about meta. I couldn't remember the exact things.
Meta culture.
Okay, that's I don't know if you ever heard of Leo Tolstoy. I think you have because you read seem like way more than I have. But Leo
Oh, what?
Tolstoy,
Love and War.
yes, he talks about how societies aren't really built through the Napoleons and the great generals, but they're built through like the shopkeepers, the bread makers, the masons. It's the small things
Yep.
that build a society, and that push it forward.
The clerks gave Hitler his power. It wasn't the army.
Hmm. And so I think for anybody who's interested in metaculture, Leo Tolstoy, it talks about Russian society and how it came about. But yeah, Professor, I just had to say that like you kept talking about this. He's talking about superpositioning. That is crazy. Um, you should watch that show Dark Matter. It's on Apple TV. It talks about Heidegger's cat. That how we're in superposition, how we can be in superposition and be almost everywhere at once. It is crazy.
Well,
Physics is crazy.
we are. Um. Oh man, I'm about to fuck y'all up. There's a guy. Everybody, when you get a chance. Hold on one second. My thing just got shaky a bit. Okay, can y'all hear me now? Oh Lord.
Yeah.
Yes,
Yeah, I can hear
sir.
you.
Yes, sir. We can hear you.
Oh,
Go ahead.
oh, yeah. I got full bars, but it said connection. But okay, there's a guy named Brennan. God dang it! Now I can't remember his name. Brennan. God, you Google guy who got struck by lightning and had an out of body experience. So there's a guy who had three back-to-back out of body NDEs, near life. He died three times and went to the afterlife three times, and they're all related to the first time. He's an older guy in his 80s, and when he was a 20 something in the 70s, he was on a telephone. The telephone used to have a landline, and the lightning struck the landline. And those of you old enough, I'm an 80s baby, and I remember my grandma and them used to say, "Get off the phone in the storm." They used to say that shit. But the lightning struck the telephone pole and hit him in the head and killed him. He said it knocked him out of his body, and the doctors revived him. But he went to the afterlife. Long story short, he was talking about. He brought up a really good point. Any of you in here took science know this. Atoms are hollow. So if atoms, let's say, what's the saying?
Ladies and
If the White
gentlemen,
House was an
Roger Trotman has stepped in the building.
It was Roger Trotman.
You're digitizing.
Oh Lord. Can y'all hear me now?
Yeah, now we
Yeah,
can.
but that was a good
Jesus,
ass joke.
that's funny. I wasn't that bad, was I?
Yeah,
Uh,
you were. You were.
somebody hit me with computer love. That's classic as fuck.
That's funny.
What were we talking
I
about?
called.
I had to take a dance
I
break.
called.
One and wrong.
I called
You
her.
wrong.
I called her the other day, and I heard.
That's because it was breaking up.
I called her.
Shoot.
I called her the other day, and she was playing dog catcher. I'm sorry. What do you call that guy who sing dog catcher? George, not George Foreman. The guy who sings the dog and me dog catcher. Well, I called her.
George. Yeah.
George Clinton.
She was playing that real loud.
That's because the phone kept breaking up and it reminded me of those songs.
Okay.
And I was dancing.
Say, funny thing. George Clinton and them was involved in little MK Ultra experiments too.
Those pants look like it.
Like
Yeah,
they was going freely to the little universities, getting high with the white boys. It was so crazy. Like the white boys lured them to the schools to get them high on LSD, and all they did was go back to the studio and make badass music.
So that's where funk came from?
Yeah,
Y'all would be y'all would be surprised how involved the CIA is with universities. I used to work for I did COVID-19 research when I was a college professor at a historical black college, and we were a member. It was a badass job, y'all, because I was a part of a task force. I was the commander of, well, the leader of the black school, but it was five schools involved: University of Tennessee Medical School, Rhodes College, and such. So it was kind of like the X-Men. We all came together to do this. But man, the Dr. Amos Wilson said some deep shit, and we had a space on it. It was one of our first space. Who's more dangerous, the thug on the street? That's one of my favorite spaces. Y'all remember that? Who's more dangerous, the thug on the street or the PhD? PhDs be fucking shit up, man. They the ones that perpetuate all this nonsense. Trust me. Um, was Fire Nike? Did you land your plane?
Uh-oh.
Oh, can you hear me,
Yes.
Wani? Okay, because I got bars. Like my bars went down. I ran to
Did
No,
the.
you
no,
I had
get
to
a
no.
run an errand.
I can.
message?
My phone is charging. No, I landed my plane.
Oh, okay. Go ahead, Troy. Damn, my eyes are fucked up. That says Tars. I said Troy. Troy. Go ahead, Tars. Maybe he can't hear me. Well, what I was saying before I turned into computer love, uh, I'm
It did it
gonna
again.
get you
It
on
did
it
it again. Are you walking
just
around?
now.
Are
Uh,
you outside?
in the house right now. I'm walking back in the house, so it should be. Can you hear me now?
Okay. Yes, that sounds more stable.
Yeah, I had to run an errand right quick, but hold on. Somebody sitting in their car blasting music. But anyway, so you were talking about quantum entanglements and quantum what do they call it? Dual, like
It's
I
a
forgot the term, but huh?
entanglement. Is that one of those Jada things?
Yeah, well, no, that's a quantum entanglement. Basically, this shit about to be deep. I was talking about the Brennan, the guy who got struck by who had the NDE, near death experience. Well, basically, in quantum physics, it's a known fact. I used to teach physics, by the way. It's a known fact that I didn't teach quantum physics. I'm not gonna lie like that. I taught Newtonian physics. I taught just regular physics one and two. Um, when I read quantum physics, it kind of made me feel stupid, and I'm a certified physics teacher. But anyway, um, Objects exist in two places at once. So, and that's a scientific fact. Don't trust me on that. Fact check me. So, matter exists in two places at once. You exist somewhere else. Matter of fact, the guy who had the near death experience said that this is not you. This body we have right now is not you. And what I was saying when I morphed into computer love, I was saying that if you think about matter, matter is made out of atoms. Now, atoms are hollow as fuck. And y'all know this already. You know this. Think of an atom in your head. What do you see? You see a little dot with a dot float circle in it. The majority of it, I think he said 99.9%. 99.9% of an atom is hollow space. So, with that being said, you're hollow. You're made out of a bunch of hollowness. Everything is hollow. And he was saying that this is another known fact of science. You never really touch anything. When you touch the wall and your hand stops, your hand is not touching that wall. It's the electrons touching each other. So basically, electrons touch each other and repel. You never make it to the wall. You never make it to the floor. Your feet aren't touching the floor. Electrons on your shoes and are repelling. There's a scientific term for this. I can't. I'm not really a scientist. I can't think of the term off the top of my head, but they
No, what I said is it was superpositioning, and I think that's what we're talking about. That we're when you were talking about electrons do strange things, they're called they're in superposition, whereas under observation it appears that there are more than one electron, but actually it's only one.
but what is it called when you don't touch it? Nothing touches anything. Like the electrons touch each other, or they repel each other. I'm not sure if the electrons touch. They repel each other. Like you don't touch the wall. You grab the doorknob. You're not grabbing the doorknob. The electrons in your hand, the electrons in the doorknob are like coming to a point where they're like, nope, not going any further. Well, anyway, whatever that's called, this guy was talking about. He said basically, given the fact that you're 99.9% hollow space, you're 99 point, you're almost 100% not here. You're somewhere else. And he was positing something that, um, what's the guy's name that wrote Holographic Universe? I got that book here.
99% not here.
Not here at all, Wani.
So the
Mm-mm.
1% is our soul that's up in this
There
body.
you go. You're brilliant, Wani. Your soul is the only thing that's real, is what he was saying. And it's a very small percentage of your body. But I'm fucking it up and digitizing and all that, but
But
I'm
it does
murdering
have weight. Remember, they did all those experiments.
when people
It-
die. Hell yeah. And when you
Mhm.
die, you're lighter. They weigh you, you are lighter. And the soul to be so small is heavy as fuck because you're some pounds lighter when you die. And if the soul is as small as an atom, it weighs like pounds. Think of do the ratio on that. That's like heavy. That's super dense. Which is what Brennan, the guy who died, said. He said that the only thing real is your soul, and your soul is immortal. It can't be destroyed. Can you,
Yeah, I brought up the fact that the guy discussed quantum entanglement, which is even crazier. How you can entangle, two protons or two particles on a quantum level, and they can basically communicate instantaneously across, time and space. So it can be
there you go.
a
That's
light
it.
year.
It is quantum entanglement. That's it. So basically, ladies and gentlemen, let me blow your mind right quick. We're quantumly entangled. Everybody in this space right here, in your real body, do you think is your real body? Is not your real body. Essentially, you in real life is just like we are on X. What I'm saying is, every last one of us is somewhere else. We're having a human experience. Life is a fucking video game. A very serious video game, but it's a video game. There's a really good book on this called The Holographic Universe, and I just saw it when I peeked a minute ago. It's by Michael Talbot. Now, Dr. Talbot wrote this and then mysteriously died. And some people speculate that the somebody didn't want him to write it. You know what I'm saying? But it was published. I guess they said this dude is on to something. Let's get rid of his ass, but he writes something else. But Michael said he wasn't that old actually. think it was 30 something. But Michael said the brain, the chapter say the brain as a hologram, the cosmos is a hologram, the holographic model, everything's holographic. This isn't real. A lot of people say that. And the ancient Kemites said that y'all, most of y'all have heard this in the room. I'm a spiritual being having a human experience. It goes back to if I'm rambling, y'all tell me to shut up. But I get geeky over this stuff. But they say that the Kemites said that it's the story of creation. I got it tattooed on my arm. Basically, God created the universe like a video game, just created it, and then He spread Himself into it. So we're all like fragments of the Creator. We're all divine beings in human form having an experience. We're playing a video game. This is Nintendo, according to Michael Talbot. But what do I know? Go ahead, the black.
I ain't want to say too much. I just want to say I posted a video of George Clinton and him talking about him working with Tim Tillery and getting high on LSD. But say it's crazy how he started under James Brown and how he didn't allow them to smoke or get high on anything. And soon as he got around some white boys and got high, he just went out the range and started wearing color hair and bringing in this ultimate funk.
Well, it was worth it.
Yeah, he made some good music from it. You can't deny that. So like our minds work in incredible ways. To
There's a very rare book that I got. Let's just say in Cambridge, Massachusetts, Wani. I was mindful of what I said. I got it in Cambridge, Massachusetts. Called
At an
the.
Ivy League
I
school.
know. I just said Cambridge, Massachusetts. That's all I said. That's all that's important. I'm saying that because I had to go all the way to Cambridge to find it. It was hard to find. Wani. It's called the Electric Kool-Aid Acid Test, and it's a fucking brilliant book. Rare book by Tom Wolfe that talks about what you're talking about, the black. There is a guy named Ken Kesey, Dr. Ken Kesey. Um, I'm sorry, Dr. Timothy Leary. I said it was uh, Dr. Timothy Leary and Ken Kesey. Dr. Timothy Leary was a professor at Harvard who was the drug professor. Like he was a professor in the 60s and 70s who said drugs are good. And he was doing like experiments on getting all he did was get just high as fuck every day. And his students got high as fuck every day. But that's what you're talking about. The Timothy Leary, the CIA was involved with the Timothy Leary, Harvard, and something called MK Ultra. If y'all want to look that up, look up MK Ultra. But they had ops at Harvard, Timothy Leary, and they had an op at Stanford. His name was Ken Kesey. He was a PhD student, but he never finished. He dropped out. But they both were getting high, trying to figure out usages for LSD, how to use mind control and all that. Dr. Timothy Leary allegedly went crazy. They say he did so much LSD that his mind fried out.
They
But I
say
don't
you
know.
can only do it 3 times. After that, you're declared insane, even if you're not acting out.
Wow.
Yeah, you're frying your brain.
I knew people in high school, white people in high school who did it, and I thought about doing it, but they said LSD crystallizes on your spine, and if you get in a car wreck or something, like it'll free up, get in your bloodstream, and you'll have a trip. And a white dude, got in a fight, and somebody punched him in the back, and he started tripping. So I was like, man, that's not interesting.
That's a dangerous drug. I don't want nothing like that in my life. I'm just saying.
It's an interestingly dangerous drug. I had a friend from high school who got high on LSD, and he said he could perceive outside. He could perceive the outside even though his eyes were closed. Like another sensory perception open wide. And he said he got in his car 10 miles away from his mom's house. Got in his car, cranked it up, closed his eyes, and drove home with his eyes closed and was perfectly fine because he could perceive the cars around him. He could perceive the road.
Yep. What's he
That's
seeing
interesting.
out of though? Because I've heard this before.
He couldn't
A,
explain it.
a lot of
He just said,
blind people can see.
mm.
They can, skateboard and do all kinds of things using some other sense.
He said he drove home with his eyes closed. I really thought about doing LSD. What really kept me from doing it was another one of my friends, and or whatever you want to call them, in high school, took too much LSD and had to go to a mental hospital because he convinced himself that the friend that was driving him home was Jesus and the dude in the back seat was the devil. And he kept begging him, please don't let the devil get me. And I was like, that does not sound fun.
Do you think it it made them like go into a certain realm or certain brain part of their brain what made them see like different things that because when you look at the music that was created from that little era from Jimi Hendrix to the Funkadelics, like they created a sound that was really ahead of their time, and they was describing things in their music like that we look at as somewhat kind of valid in some cases, like the little UFOs. Like George Clinton introduced that into music and stuff, and had a little spacecraft on stage. And now, like today, we talking about it might be a possibility of aliens and stuff. So, do you think it like them drugs just made them see it in a different perspective, or see like the realm of the world that only animals could see, like cats can only see uh certain perspectives of the world?
That's a really beautiful question, the black, and you're in luck because I got a really good answer for you based on a book I read 20 years ago that I just told you about, the Kool-Aid acid test. So the scientists, like I said earlier, Dr. Timothy Leary at Harvard did real experiments on LSD to find out what in real time to find out what it did to your brain, and what he discovered is something very fucking interesting. He found out that what LSD does is it goes into your brain and your spinal column, your neurons, and it blocks messages. So essentially, LSD shuts your brain down. What does that mean? That means once your brain shuts down, whatever else life force in you is doing the thinking. So could it be your soul once your brain? What am I trying to say? I'm saying a lot of scholars, a lot of in that field of study, say that the brain is a filter. The brain is a barrier. It's a filter. The brain says, "Okay, I'm not." The brain blocks perception. Like it's a lot more going around. Just imagine your room right now as a matrix with all the numbers and all kind of shit going on in the background. The brain says, "Nope, can't look at that. You're only to look at this." The brain limits you because you need to be limited to survive. It's a survival thing. If you do everything, if you go reach in a lion's mouth, it's gonna bite your goddamn arm off. Like you need limitations in life. But LSD shuts down the filter. In that book, Dr. Leary talks about the brain as a filter. It's a filter, and it just shuts the filter down. So essentially, some people think that once your brain shut down, your soul or your life force, whatever you want to call it, is perceiving, and your soul, your life force has limited perceptive ability. You can see through walls, for Christ's sake. You can do whatever you want to do. You perceive colors that you would not see. Ladies and gentlemen, we live on a that is a goddamn good question, the black. We live in a very thin, this thing we call life. Like I told you earlier, a lot of people say it's a video game. I heard some shit from the dude who had an NDE. I've had an NDE, and one day I'll tell y'all. I've told Wani and Nikki, but one day, when the time is right, I'll tell y'all. But he said that the purpose of life is to train you. Like this is like a school. Like we're learning stuff. I don't know if that's true or not, but what I do know is as a former physics teacher and a bona fide certified, literally certified geek, um, there are different spectrums of light that we can't see. Okay, let me prove that to you, because that's like, man, what this nigga talking about? I prove it to you. Um, if y'all ever see a car going down the street, a BMW or a Lexus or something fancy, y'all ever see those blue headlights? Those, they're on everything now, but back in the day they were kind of fancy. They're not blue because it's a blue anything in there. They're blue because that's a temperature. Now we rate temperature through the Kelvin scales. Kelvin, 1,000 degrees Kelvin. So firefighters use this. What am I saying? When you turn the oven on and it's red, red is a temperature. Heat expresses itself through temperature. You understand? Red is about 500 degrees Kelvin. 500. You know, you know this because you turn the oven on to cook to 495 when you're about to boil something, right? It's red and it turns red. Now, bright orange is in the thousands. Bright yellow, 2,000. Now you get hotter, you get to the 4 and 5,000, shit starts turning white. The sun is burning at 5,050, five, not five, 5,500, 5,500 degrees Kelvin. 5,500 degrees is bright white, like the sun. Now, when you get into those 6,000, 7,000, stuff starts turning bright blue. 7,000 blue, bright blue. Now, something strange, ladies and gentlemen, happens when you get hotter than that. When you get into those real high temperatures, the color gets darker. I had I still got a little race car I used to drive when I was a child. It's in the shop right now, but I put those headlights in my car, and being a geek, I turned the temperature up way high to 12,000 just to see what would happen. And the lights turned dim. They got deep, dark purple. That's 12,000 Kelvin is deep, dark purple. Now you get into 30,000 Kelvin and way up there, the color turns black. Black is, it's not turning black. It's just that your brain and your eyeballs can't perceive temperatures that are higher than a certain realm. We live in a little sliver of life where we're only allowed to perceive certain things. Heaven could be all around us and probably is, but we won't be able to perceive it because that's none of our business. We have a brain, we have a filter. Um, so the reason why I brought this up is there are colors on the spectrum that you can't see, and things you're not allowed to see outside of your perceptive ability appear to be black. So when you look at the night sky and you see all that black, you don't know what color that is because you're not allowed to perceive it. Mickey, what's on your mind? Mickey, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, go ahead, brother.
About that LSD thing, I remember when I was 14, I moved into to this neighborhood called Quail Valley, and I was living in Maryland, right? And there was this white boy named Cody. Can you hear me? My AirPod is bad.
No, I hear you better now. You were like far away earlier.
When I was 15, I moved to this neighborhood called Quail Valley in Gaithersburg, Maryland, right? And it was this white boy named Cody. He lived around there with us and shit, and he was messing with that LSD shit. Think about one of them Listerine strips, one of those,
Uh-huh.
but
They
think
used to take tabs. Yep. Mm-hmm.
yeah, but think about cutting that into four. Well, he had a whole bunch of them, but he had like the size, I want to say, of a book of stamps. That's how much he had. And we all, we were drinking at a young age and shit. And a security happened to pull up and we ran. We thought it was the police. And he had that, he put it in his sock. And that shit absorbed into his skin.
Oh shit.
By the time we get to where we're like, the cut where we ran to, like, he's bugging, right? He thinks he's a glass of orange juice, and he wouldn't let us get next to him because he think we was gonna tip him over, man. We had to send him to the fucking hospital. He's still like What? that to this day. Like his mother had to come get him and shit, and he's the only person she trusts. Like, yeah, that should have fucked you up bad. A
And he
glass of orange He juice. think he's a glass of orange juice, and that you're gonna tip him over. I was like, man, that Ugh. shit's crazy. And then I was gonna say something about what the black said about. I lost my train of thought. It was about the cat. and like how their eyes. But I noticed a cat. What is it? A snake. They're the only one with like them diamond with like them. You know how their eyes can get like into like a
The little split eyes.
yeah And they that also have
Oh,
a
the goat too.
snaky body and, too. and certain reptiles. I wonder why that is. Can they see like in the same dimensions or
They have more cones in their eyes than we do.
Why do they have a snaky body as well?
Hmm.
to a cat? Yes. They can squeeze through things and I don't know. That's a they're good very question. flexible.
The Egyptians thought the cats thought of the cats as gods.
Right. I noticed a cat. Oh, that's like how most models how they thin themselves down, and like when you see them walk, like that's what they're pretty much portraying as a cat. Like you walk with a feline's grace. That's the pattern they're trying to do. But I noticed they get skinny just like I don't know how to explain it. It's just weird.
Them things evil, especially at night. You ever come in a room and just see a cat, all black
His
cat
eyes
sitting on the
glowing.
couch? Lord, that's
Yeah.
the scariest shit you'll ever see.
I think cats can perceive something that we can't.
Shit. What was it? It was not too long ago. I seen it on Twitter. It was a guy or whatever. They had a cat. He stayed in a old folks' home, and every time one of them was about to die, right, he'd go sit in a chair next to him, and that's how the people in the place knew the person was about to die. So they put a person that he thought that we perceived that was going to die next, and he didn't sit next to him. He went and sat next to a completely opposite person, and that person died. That shit was creepy. Like cats, they could. I see why the Egyptians thought they were godlike. And then they had that other dog. They thought that dog was godlike too. They don't exist anymore, or not too many of them.
Anubis.
Yeah, I forgot the name of the actual dog though.
But Basenji. I know what you're talking about. I can't think of the name of the dog either.
It's a Mexican dog. It's kind of like
Chihuahua?
a no.
Nah, it's not a Mexican.
It's the bigger
Actually,
version of
it
the
was from
Chihuahua.
here. That dog is from here. I know what you're talking. I don't know the name of it though. It's like
It's kind of like
Zalco
a Great
or
Dane.
You mean the copper
starts starts
mile?
with with
It,
a think I'm gonna know the yeah. It name. starts with an X or some Oh, shit I like that. definitely don't know.
oh, now I gotta look it up. That's gonna drive me crazy.
Yeah, it's kind of
Oh,
like
Excuse
a
me,
yeah.
skinless all
Professor.
black dog that's built
Yes,
like a
sir.
Great Dane.
I heard that cats know when you don't like
Didn't
them too.
Egyptians say the cat was their protector at night when they went to sleep?
I thought they thought the dog Anubis was
It
Anybody
wasn't the cat.
Anubis
Not a dog carried them to the underworld
to
with
the
them and died.
underworld. Yeah,
anybody's
the dog. The
grandmother
dog.
anybody's grandmother ever kirk out when they seen a cat next to a baby? Like get that cat away from that baby. It's gonna steal his breath or something like that. I've
Yeah,
heard that
my
a lot.
grandmama used to
I heard
say that.
Yeah,
that when I was a kid.
why though?
I don't know. I heard that too.
Mm, My grandmother used to do that. probably some child died of SIDS and the cat was looking suspicious. That Sid, they said that that's not even real. There was like most of it they didn't. They're now just uncovering it. SIDS? Sid, we had a sudden infant Oh, death syndrome. yeah. Tell us about it. They were saying that's come from vaccines. They now just pulled the pulled the lid off it because when they take them to the back, like after you get cleaned, they quote unquote cleaning the baby, and they give them a vitamin K shot. That's why sometimes the kids will come back, their eyes are yellow, like their liver can't process all the shot or whatever. But that's a nurse blew the lid on that. She was like, don't let your baby out of your sight when you have after you give birth because they take them back and they give them a shot. And everybody knew they were giving them a shot. They just didn't know what it was or where they were sticking them with it at. Because once they give you the shot, then they come back and you all cleaned up and they got them wrapped up, so you really can't even inspect them like that.
Yeah, cats are known to sit on infants' faces. I think it's for the warmth of the infant. Like humans produce so much heat that that's why bugs are always around us. That's why other animals like to be around us because we have a lot of body heat.
I thought
I
they
just came
liked
up here
me.
to tell you guys. I just came up here to tell you guys the name of the dog.
Thanks.
It's a
It's called
jackal dog.
Yeah,
it's
that's what I was
called the
about to say.
Zolo.
Zolo, that's
It's
it.
Zolo.
called the It's called the Zolo XOLO.
Anubis was falsely misclassified as a jackal, but really it's a dog that originates in the Americas and it's called the XOLO. And the Americans, pretty much the indigenous Americans, pretty much worship the dog in the same way that the Egyptians worshipped it. They pretty much felt that the dog was the kind of like the bringer of souls to the underworld, the same way that the Egyptians worshipped it. And yeah, it was a revered dog, and it looks
Hey, fuck,
exactly
fuck,
like
fuck, fuck
Anubis.
all white. Stop right there. You just said some heavy shit.
Hey, I just caught on to something too, Professor. Now that kind of, you know how the white people, they pretty much know about our history and shit we don't know about ourselves, and they're always willing to save a dog over a human.
Uh huh.
Like that's why that's man's best friend, or quote unquote, to them.
Yes, sir.
That's something in it ties into that.
Yes, sir. But what fuck all white, you like a scholar, man. Like you Ronnie, doesn't he come in here and drop some shit every once in a while?
Hmm.
Fuck all white, what you just said, my brain, the gift that God gave me is I got a semi photographic memory, but I can cross reference because I read a lot and I'm constantly absorbing information. But what you just connected in my head, fuck all whites and associates, when I worked at the Smithsonian, I bumped into some information that y'all know now. It's common knowledge now that there's a connection between Egypt and the Grand Canyon, right? Y'all know about this.
Hmm.
Well, what he just told me is the Zolo dog originates in America. That's a problem.
That's what I said. It comes from here.
That's a problem, Mickey. Mickey. Another
Another
Someone.
connection, Professor.
Hell yeah, is Egypt America?
That's
That's
just
what I'm
like the
saying. Someone showed
tobacco
a picture.
mummies.
They went to the Grand Canyon, and they, like, you can't go in there, but it was at a certain angle. You can see pretty much the same shit that was in Egypt, but you can see it there. They got a picture on it. You got to scroll through X and see that shit. But
Wow.
it's like even different shit. And they must have had a good ass camera. You can see it from the distance, but you got to really pay attention because the color, it looks all sandy and it's like it blends in with the background. But when you see, it, you're like, holy shit. And another thing about the LSD, not to get back on that topic, but like you're right, it does crystallize your spine. They say you have to get a spinal tap to get that shit out.
Jeez.
We should sue the Vatican and tell them we want to go in that library and get that information.
They won't let us.
That's where.
We
Oh,
can't
it's
even
no
Yeah.
take a
telling what
picture.
they got.
We couldn't even take a picture of the ceiling because they said it was owned by the Japanese.
What?
Look how, but like, what?
What
Think
is
about
that?
how
How
much
does that
knowledge
make
they have in
sense?
there.
How does that make
That shit is
sense?
3 miles of books. 3 miles.
That sounds like heaven to me.
Me
Yeah, just
too.
imagine all the records in them rooms and all the hidden secrets that they have.
Wow.
But it, and another thing about the Grand Canyon, if you just notice the name of the different, what they call the different mountains, like they named out the different deities in Egyptian or just really all religions, because they got a Krishna cave, they got a Buddhist temple in the in the Grand Canyon. So it it's thrown, and then we just look at all the other different canyons that we have in America, like Big Bend and in Colorado, the ones that they have over there too, in Arizona, like just the desert part of America is so amazing, and it's a reason why most of it is federal ground.
It's certain parts of the Colorado. I mean, the Grand Canyon. You're not allowed to go in. Is that correct, Professor?
That's absolutely correct. Our brother Billy Carson, who's not celebrated enough, um, tried to access it. So there's a guy. My brain's acting up today, but it's a guy. When I was at Smithsonian, when I worked at Smithsonian, I found records that some information may have been suppressed about Egyptian lineage in the Grand Canyon. And it was a guy, a famous guy, who found a cave that led to a opening that had Egyptian artifacts, gold, statues, etc., etc. And the Smithsonian allegedly helped to cover this up. Well, um, Billy Carson, a lot of people have tried to go look for that area and it's blocked off, gated off, etc., etc., etc. Well,
Billy Carson's a millionaire. So Billy got the bright idea. He said, "Shit, I'm rich. I'm gonna get a hotel. I'm gonna get a helicopter and fly to the areas that are blocked off." And he got an entourage of archaeologists, a pilot, private helicopter, and a group of people. And they flew to that area where the Temple of Isis and all, those blocked off areas are. Flew way out there, landed in a crevasse, and went on their escapade. Billy said he got about a couple feet off that fucking helicopter and was met by military style men in jet black uniforms with M4s. M4 is an AR-15 type weapon. Who told him he couldn't go nowhere, and Billy was like, "What the fuck do you mean I can't go nowhere? This is a public park." So something's going on there. I
They hiding.
bro, I'm gonna put it to you like this, and this is about all I can say. When I worked at Smithsonian Institution, um, I found out they have a what's the word? Like a area storage area. That's a good word for it, and it's gigantic where they store exhibits and artifacts. You want to know where that storage is? That shit is right on Andrews Air Force Base. And as a kid, when I worked,
Southeast DC.
Andrews is Andrews Southeast. Andrews
Yeah,
is near Maryland.
it's on the borderline of Southeast and Maryland. It's like PG County. We would call it Eastover.
Yeah, me and
Like
my dad. When I worked at Smithsonian, I didn't make a lot, so I had to live with my dad. My dad lived in Temple Hill in PG.
that's right there. You right there at Andrews Air
Hey,
Force
hey,
Base.
y'all.
Yeah, it wasn't far. You live
Hey,
in Maryland?
Hmm.
Oh, okay.
Now I used to. I grew up in Maryland. I live in West Virginia right now.
Oh, wow. How's West Virginia?
It's cold as hell because you live on top of a mountain, but it's quiet. I mean, it's nothing but mixed babies out here. You can tell people was hustling out here, and they come find a white girl, hook up with them, and them get knocked off. Now it's just a white girl and a little mixed baby running around. It's
Wow,
just
it's a
me and another family across the street. We the only two black families, like black husband, black wife, black kids.
Man, it's a book by one of my favorite authors, Chris Hedges, that had it's called Days of Destruction, Days of Revolt, and it's like an illustrated book, and a large parts of it talks about West Virginia. Basically, he talks about how fucked up West Virginia is because of the coal mining. But he said in the book he says that the pollution is so bad in West Virginia that elementary schools have rows and rows of inhalers because the kids born there have respiratory issues. It's just wild.
I wouldn't know. I have a question. What would they do if we all just millions of people just happen to just storm the Grand Canyon? What couldn't they do?
That would be smart, actually. Nothing.
So I want y'all to take a look at one more Egyptian god, the god Set, right? When you try to look up what animal he is, they're very like ambiguous about just trying to tell you what animal what he is. But if you look at him, I think you could pretty much clearly tell that he's an anteater, right? And there are no anteaters in Egypt. I don't believe there are any anteaters in Africa at all, actually. But you do find anteaters in America. So take a look at the guy Set, SCT.
Yeah, that's Satan. Well, I'm gonna piss somebody off, but in the Memphite theology, the original story of the Christ, which is the Christ, like Jesus the Christ, it was the Charist. Well, long story short is yeah, what he's talking about is Set, the evil brother of Osiris, Asar, which the white man renamed Osiris, Set Typhon. But some scholars say that's where Satan came from. Set Typhon turned into Satan, the evil brother. Housen, you had your hand up, bro. What's on your mind?
No, I hit it by accident, but the inner part, I'm gonna tell you what part is closed off. It's called the inner gorge. That's the
Wow,
part that's closed off. They said where it says this at. They said for agriculture, environmental significance. That's the part that's closed off to people.
that's crazy. All kind of shit in there.
What
I
would
mean,
Yes.
they say Set is depicting?
What was that, Yanni?
What do they, I was just asking in general, who do they say Set is depicting?
Meaning? I couldn't understand.
They don't give you an explanation of what
No, they
set
don't.
is.
No,
You
they.
mean like what animal?
Yeah, do they say
Yeah,
anteater?
they can't give you they
Oh,
don't give you a clear explanation. They try to be very ambiguous about it, but you could clearly tell it's an anteater. And anteaters are native to the Americas. They're native to North and South America.
I thought
They don't have any
they
anteaters
have
in Africa.
aardvarks and it's called a, but it doesn't really look like that. Let me go look at these different styles. I really don't even know what animal this is. Hold on just a second.
I mean, when you really look at all the animals of the Egyptian guys, none of them are really native to Africa. Like bass being a black panther, like most panthers originated in America.
Right. It's a lot of hidden history, y'all. I wish we were in person. I'll tell y'all some real shit. Hmm. I've seen some stuff.
Oh, they're trying to claim it's a combo.
Combo.
A jackal, a dog, or a donkey.
Is that
Yeah.
trying to throw you off?
I
You
don't know
think?
what they're doing with this. A donkey? Did you see it? It doesn't look like a donkey at all.
Yeah, I think it's to throw you off. They don't want to tell you what it really is because it would mess up their history, you know? So they
Mm.
don't want to really tell you.
Tell y'all something very interesting. In Memphis, Bobby Hemmett went to Memphis. That's where I've lived for the last 12 years. I kind of miss Memphis, believe it or not, man. Memphis is kind of cool, believe it or not. But Bobby Hemmett went to do some research in Memphis, and in Memphis you have a Indian reservation called Chucalissa, right on the river. Well, Bobby Chucalissa back in the 90s and 80s used to be run by Native Americans. They still have houses there of the Choctaw and stuff. They had a Native American family there that kind of told the history and whatnot. But they've since been replaced by white people from University of Memphis. That's happening all across the country. These little Native American museums used to be run by Native Americans. Now white people that are got grad students and shit run it. What do they know? Well, anyway, Bobby Hemmett did some research on Chucalissa, and he found out. He said, "Where did Memphis get his name?" And one of the Native Americans said that they were told um, that basically the Union Army, when the Union Army after the Civil War was expanding and met with the chief of the Chucalissa of that reservation and said, where did the name Memphis come from? And the Native Americans told the Army colonel that when they migrated to Memphis, as the story goes, when they migrated to that area of land, there were black people there, jet black people, who said this place is named Memphis after Memphis in Egypt. Basically, Bobby said that those black people were exiled from Kemet. Like in Kemet, they didn't have jails. You didn't go to jail for stealing. You know what I'm saying? You did something bad enough, you got exiled from the land. You had to go. And Bobby Hemmett said that they got on boats and were exiled to the closest landmass westward, which was the United States of America. Real cool shit.
They did that with
Uh,
some Europeans too. They, but not a lot. They dumped off some unwanted Portuguese and supposedly Turkish people over here.
oh, what was that called, Wani?
What? When they were just
Those pe-
dumping people?
those people, the Melungeon. That's right.
Well, yeah, that's why they were calling themselves that because they knew that there were some Turkish and some Portuguese people over here. So they would call themselves Turkish and Portuguese to play off the fact that they had the black fathers or the black grandfathers. There was a rumor that those people were here because they were here.
That's interesting. Exiled. I got a source that talks about some real shit. It's an army colonel um, who had a book that talked about treasures in Illinois, just some random book. And this colonel was real smart. He knew how to track and forgot what you call it when you look for caves, Spree Lunk or whatever. He was like a, I don't know if he was special forces, but he was something like that, maybe a ranger. But this colonel went looking for the treasure. He was like, I could find out where that is based off of maps. And he went in southern Illinois and found a cave somewhere that contained Egyptian artifacts, gold coins. There are pictures of this, gold armor and Egyptian writing everywhere, big statues, that type of thing, dead bodies that's been dead for thousands of years. Um, well, it's real curious, the findings. I almost got it on the tip of my tongue. His name began with a B, and they call it the cave that he found after him. But like it was said earlier in the space, the government takes these places over because now that whole area in Illinois is a like is blocked off for government research or off limits or whatever. It's very fascinating.
What is it, like Cahokia or something in Illinois?
No, I'm gonna
Uh,
tell you. I'm gonna tell you because I got a real good book on it that just really fucking blew my mind away. Um, and I go ahead and really reveal that source for y'all because it's just so interesting. It's called the Kingdom Lost Treasures of King Juba. Now the dude's name was, if y'all want to look this up, hold on.
While you looking that up, Professor, they also said that the Vatican could only release bits and pieces of technology that they have.
Hmm,
Did you hear about that?
I didn't.
Bits and pieces. The technology that you're witnessing today is more advanced than the normal humans should be having.
Absolutely, it's called Burroughs Cave. If y'all want to type in Google, type Burro plural cave. It was Lieutenant Colonel Burrow.
say, Professor, I got a like a similar kind of like case to that. In I think it's Arizona, but a episode of Unsolved Mysteries of this dude named Doc Knopf. It's on YouTube, but he had found a cave full of gold and stuff, and the army took it over.
Yeah, that's what happened to
It
Burrow.
turned in
Yeah,
it
yeah,
turned into like a site where they drop bombs and shit.
yeah. That's what I'm saying. They're trying to get rid of this stuff. Lieutenant Colonel Burrow was this dude was like smart. He knew that he couldn't snitch. He couldn't tell people about it. So
Right.
he got caught though. He got caught because the cave was full of these fucking pure gold coins. They got pictures of them with like faces of Hannibal Barker and stuff. Monty might want to see one of the pictures because um,
Is it
they
a
got
coin?
it's a coin. I'm looking for it
Oh,
now.
I've seen it.
But yeah, all pure gold coins in there and shit. And but this dude was smart as fuck for years. He never went to the authorities. He just would be selling the coins and to collectors and shit, and be like, they'd be like, "Where'd you get this from?" He's like, "I don't know." But somebody caught him. Somebody was like, "Man, this shit is legit. Where did you get that from, boy?"
And they're Egyptian coins, Professor,
Yes, sir.
and they found right here in America.
Southern Illinois. And it makes perfect sense if you think about it because there's a place in Illinois. I put it in the Jumbotron for your viewing pleasure. There's a place in Illinois called Cairo, Illinois. White people call it Cairo, but what Cairo sound like? Cairo.
Cairo.
And
How's
Cairo
it
is
spelled?
just like Cairo.
Thought so.
But
Yeah, it's right next to the Cahokia Mounds, and it's
ex-
also it's
exactly.
it has a road over there or river, something called like Jerusalem and
Hello.
other. It's like the original Egypt, but I think they switched things. I think all that shit is really talking about here.
That's why you got my attention.
Yo, Professor, I was just talking about this. It's crazy because We got a place called Morocco. We got actually a lot of Moroccos here in America, but we got a Morocco, Indiana, and they say that was founded in like 1856. And then they say that Morocco is one of the first countries to recognize the United States, right? But
Yeah.
Morocco wasn't founded until 1956. Before it was called Morocco, it was called Marrakesh. So if Morocco is one of the only places to acknowledge the U.S., and it wasn't even founded, which Morocco are they talking about? And why was Morocco, Indiana called Morocco if Morocco wasn't even called Morocco?
It's a big lie. Big lie. I
Wait,
think we're
weren't they?
connected.
Because they said some Moroccan citizens came over here in that 1790 Sundry Act, so they must have been using that name at some point. Marrakesh is one of the main areas. They were using the name there.
Well, it was called Mauritania. That's what
Hold on.
Morocco was called.
Let me
It
look
was
this
it
up
was
real
called
quick. I'm going to show
Mauritania.
you.
Mauritania.
See, this is the Moors Sundry Act of 1790 was a South Carolina law that granted citizenship to 8 Moroccan Americans in Charleston. So they did use that name. Now, let me go look up the rest of it. The earliest known use was 1600s, but it may not have been its legal use.
I mean, wouldn't Morocco be like kind of considered Florida or any area the the Muslim caliphate kind of like ruled over?
Mhm.
And it's just like if it wasn't a legal name, if why would they use it on legal documentation? So if why wouldn't they say, okay, Mauritania was the first people to recognize America? Why would they say Morocco if in legal
I mean,
documentation,
I'm just,
if it wasn't even called Morocco at the time in legal documentation?
Hello.
I don't know.
Illinois cave.
If y'all look in the jumbotron, you can see that. Got it, one. Um, the coins.
Yeah, I seen it, Professor.
Very interesting.
But I'm looking on Meta, and they don't. It's not giving me no information.
Um, I used to teach computer science and physics, and we got to be real careful with trusting um computers. Yeah, like you program at its core, you can program it to avoid certain information, and that's why I love books. So Meta, they're not going to show you this. This is the this information is too powerful. It's too dangerous. What if Black Americans found out? And I'm not claiming it's material facts. I don't know it's material fact. I'm just speculating. But what if we found out that not only is America ours, but we're descendants of the direct descendants of the ancient Kemetic Kemites. It's too powerful. There's a strong interest keeping us away from our identity. Somebody don't want us to know who we are. Lot of effort, lot of work put on keeping us in the dark. Question then becomes why? Why do you care? You know, more questions than answers.
I think that's why the whole American narrative don't really just fit in the historical context. So they gotta change it and gatekeep it a little bit, because
Yeah.
I mean it would change like how people do world politics if, because at the end of the day we are so called the only racial group that doesn't have a so called homeland or claims to a landmass. So yeah, it will knock the whole political order out of whack because
Yep.
we have, you know what I'm saying, claim to the land. And like you said, the only reason why they came and made a kind of like a treaty and bred with Pocahontas was to have some type of blood connection to the land.
Yep. If y'all want to know about that, what he just said, I wrote a book that talks about that. My books are, I got about 100 of them left. If you want one, put $25 on my Cash App. It's Our Story Publications. I put it in Jumbotron. And put your full mailing address. By the way, did you get your book?
Not yet.
Okay. Keep me posted on that. I think I sent yours out. It's real fascinating stuff, ladies and gentlemen. I've been connecting some dots lately. That's like kind of freaking me out a little bit. Um, I just put in a jumbotron, but what the dots that I'm connecting is oh, 1 second, that's not doing right. Is I have a very ancient book that talks about uh the ancient areas, religion. It talks about Egypt and uh, Sumeria, and etc., etc. And it talks about the mount. It talks about the god Sin AI in the Babylonia. How they were worshiping, the Babylonians were worshiping a whole bunch of gods that didn't seem seem kind of evil. And yeah, well, anyway, I read in between the lines and was like a little concerned about the whole new push for AI. There's a striking similarity between Sin AI and AI. Um, I was teaching computer science in 2020, 2021, and I had a really brilliant student. She's at NYU right now studying computer science. Just brilliant little girl. I love Memphis. I taught in the hood. Those of you know Memphis, it was Raleigh, Egypt, the area. And I had these real low socioeconomic status black kids, poor, into computers. And one of my little girls, the one I'm talking about, looks at the shell code for Python, the language I was teaching, and she said, "Damn, Dr. A, this looked like a Ouija board." And I was like, "What's a Ouija board?" Didn't know. And she showed me like a Ouija board. And I looked at it and I was like, "Damn, this does look like a Ouija board." So, you know, it's a little concerning. What made me think about that, it seems so random, is a gentleman was talking about AI won't let him look at certain things. I don't know what if we know what we're really doing with this stuff. You know what I'm saying? But my concern is, and I know this is way out here, my concern is what if the Babylonians tapped into some type of technology that turned on them? Those of you who went to church in a Christian faith know what I'm talking about, the Tower of Babel. Never forget that a tower in the world of computers, a tower is the thing that holds a CPU. So was the Tower of Babel, some type of ancient computer that utilized AI, and did AI turn on the Babylonians and wipe them out from existence? That's the way I think about stuff. Just a thought. Um, my black is beautiful. I got your suggestion. I love it. I don't know if she's still in here. The Black American is a very mysterious. We're a very mysterious group of people. It's been a whole lot of effort to try to keep us away from our identity. Whole lot of effort to hurry up and mix us up with other races. Makes you wonder. Anybody want to contribute?
Well, I think I had a few more points if that's
Absolutely,
possible, if
absolutely.
that's
We're
okay.
we just winding down.
Okay. Well, I'm not gonna beat y'all up for a long conversation. Y'all, everybody's been contributing a lot.
I'm here. I'm
Well,
here
let
for
me pull
about
this
another
back up.
hour. I'm just saying we've already answered the academic session portion. Oh, kind of over with. We've already answered the question, so it's just
Yeah.
question portion. So whatever you want to ask, you can.
Okay. Well, I just wanted to mention especially the contributions in house and that other guy. I forgot what his name was. But they definitely had a lot of positive contributions. Someone was kind of mentioning some of the points that I was talking about. They were doing it from a more intellectual standpoint. So I wanted just to kind of re-mention some of those. One was talking about superposition and quantum
Okay.
entanglement. And I think a lot of this, when we talk about the abstractions, are very useful to talk about too. I know I was talking about the pragmatics, but the abstractions are very important, especially when we talk about maybe our history going all the way back to Kemet as people who were descended from some of the people who come over there. That a lot of this stuff is very circular.
Hmm.
So I guess the bigger issue or solution is that we definitely need our own physical space because we may be giving out a lot of game to people who are going to turn around and use that around us or against us. So I think we need to be very cognizant of that point. But anyway, that gentleman mentioned the guy Leo Tolstoy, and then I did a quick wiki. I'd heard about him in school. You know, you hear about a lot of these folk, but you don't necessarily get in depth of them. And so one part, at least on the wiki. So this is a quick short look up, but his ideas on Leo Tolstoy's ideas on nonviolent resistance expressed in such works as "The Kingdom of God is Within You" had a profound impact. And they're talking about Leo Tolstoy as a Christian philosopher from Russia. So that there's a lot of levels to that. A talking about the kingdom of God within you. That there's a common biblical phrase. Should have looked that up, but that's constantly stated in the Bible, so that's interesting that he said that. And then you look into a lot of our, maybe going back to the 1920s to 1940s, before Martin Luther King was spoken, how many of them were actually talking about the kingdom of God being within us? So we need to go back really and look at our own people here in America. But on the abstraction point, let's go back to the Christianity point, being that Christianity, we talk about the Council of Nicene and how a lot of that, Dr. James Smalls talks about this, or Professor James Small talks about this. A lot of Christianity was pretty much stolen from selected works that go back from Kemet and the Coptic Church, both of African
Absolutely,
origin, whether
absolutely.
that be,
Keep going.
yeah, South, the South Sudan and the North Sudan, and you can find a lot of these phrases actually within the temples and within the Coptic Church there too. So it's like that actually may be information that's circularly coming back to us from not only our ancestors here in America, but also our ancestors that actually go back to Kemet, which is why we're so receptive of this stuff. And I'm going back to a deeper point, and my understanding, and maybe that y'all, you and Ronnie specifically, because y'all have so much knowledge about these ancient cultures, but me just listening to it, the blackness or space was essential towards the fundamentals of a lot of your African understanding or Kemetic understanding versus the Western, which is more based on the light, quote unquote, and physical manifestations. And I think that distinction is important because, again, that gentleman was much more knowledgeable about physics than me. But to me, quantum entanglement and physics really makes sense not when you look at it from the atomistic or material standpoint, but when you look at quantum entanglement as in the entanglement of space as related to itself to create quote unquote realities, even if those realities exist as a certain percentage of reality. So, like a good example of which is, I think the what's the name of that movie? The Life of Pi. The Life of Pi talks about seeing the tiger from your percentage, your point as a human being, not from the tiger standpoint. So a lot of our misunderstandings are from us looking at it from our position. So looking at, I think, reality and humanity from the position of a creature in atoms or energy is actually a rounding error. It's looking at it from our perception from that, but in really reality, we are not only collect, like you said, 99.9% of an atom is quote unquote space, but looking at it outside of the human point or the atomistic point is that the space within that atom is relatively connected distinctly within each other through those quantum elements, but also let's say quarks, which definitely to me looks like space, but that has a certain resonance or relevance to other space. But on a more level, protons and neutrons and electrons, these are elements of space that have become so entangled they become something else in their own
Interesting.
self. But that space within the atom is also related to those other spaces. But to me, that understanding actually goes probably comes from the Comedians who probably saw things in that way, which is maybe how they became so advanced so quote unquote quickly compared to the rest of humanity, is because their understanding of the building blocks of reality was
Right.
superior than that of everybody else. So I just say that a lot of this may be becoming circular, and why our people adapt to it so quickly is because it may be literally within our genetic code to already understand these things. So what we're doing is really revealing to ourselves that space or spirit within ourselves that already existed. So I think that's a little bit of an abstraction coming back to what may be a physical reality. And why all these other groups like to steal from us is because we there may be something special on the abstraction of us that people like to hide because they don't want us to take dominance over it. Like even on my page, I have all these quote unquote stock traders, and according to Tariq, at least people in that space, a lot of those people are probably white supremacists or other minors who are actually just monitoring us. So I guess we're all kind of dealing with that. I mean, if I think if all of us look at our page, we'll find a lot of other people like that. So I think that covered most of the stuff that I want to talk about. I guess the only other stuff was we were talking about
Uh
drugs
huh.
earlier, and at least as far as health line, marijuana is a depressant, stimulant, and psychedelic drug. I think LSD is just looked as a psychedelic drug. So I'm not really been much of a drug user. I've used marijuana on two occasions, and I could talk about those experiences, but I don't know if we definitely need to go down the LSD LSD do path. A mushrooms? lot of the stuff is Anybody do magic mushrooms?
I do lion's mane, and I love it.
Not those.
Oh, never. I never done the psilocybin, but I hear veterans have a really good experience with it.
Why veterans specifically?
It
I
helps you
heard it.
post traumatic stress disorder and
Mhm.
guilt,
I heard it helps
survival
them.
guilt.
Hmm. Is this
Hmm.
because they tested a lot of them to see if it was effective?
I forgot what Sean Ryan said. I think he said something like
I
you can
think it's the things
go
they've
ahead.
been through. I think it's the things they've been through that they kind of like put it. Cause I feel like we spiritual people, so we already connected to the earth and the Most High. So I feel like Those type of drugs are not for us. Marijuana, yes, but
I just
those other
fear,
drugs.
don't you fear that you might do something and then run around naked?
Now, because I know self control. Now, if well, I
But your
don't know.
mind might be blown out.
I ain't never did like those type of things to make you want to do
I
that.
was with somebody,
So
I was with someone who was on LSD and he was like, "The sidewalk is moving. Don't you see it?" I'm like, "You know what?" And we were at Magic Mountain with these two fools. They were having some
Mhm.
sort of flashbacks or something because they weren't actively doing it. We were trying to keep them company while they were on rehab.
that's above my pay grade. My life grade. I ain't never experienced those type of drugs because
Nope.
I be scared. Just give me some weed and some liquor, and I'm gonna keep it cool.
I had a dude I went to church with, Louis, real smart. Daddy was a pastor, and he Louis went to a party at Auburn, and somebody put LSD. Thought it would be cute to put some LSD in his beer. Uh, Louis had a bad trip at at that party. This is in like 1997 or something, and he never came back from that trip. He's still crazy.
That is not right.
Yeah,
He had that potent
Do
stuff.
you think
I
they
don't
gave him
see.
extra?
I think it was real a hot dose, and I think
Sorry, the
he
black.
didn't know what was going on, and
They had me out like smoking.
he was in a club with all them lights and shit. Ain't no telling what he saw.
Yeah, they had him out like smoking in the Devo chicken coop and everything. See, I need to have this conversation. We need to have this conversation when I'm around my Uncle Junebug. He know about them things because he was raised in a crack era. He did cracking things, and he came back. So I feel like he's an expert in this type of
Trip reports.
conversation.
Yes, we call them trip reports. You get to do massive drugs and then tell us what it was like.
Yeah.
Where you from, the black? You keep saying her. You from
I'm
Right
Memphis?
from
there.
I'm from Dallas.
Dallas.
Say there.
I just be around a lot of country folks. I be around a lot of old folks, so I guess that's why.
Over there. Wait, is it thar or der? I don't know. Let me practice.
Oh, I guess on the same topic, since we're talking about drugs and drug consequences, yeah, I've heard two people, at least here in the Atlanta area. One was a black woman. She told me about her son who was just really just smoking weed, and actually her son ended up dying is because they put some fentanyl
Mm.
in his weed that he purchased. And what was even more jacked up is that the fentanyl that he purchased, his drug dealer didn't know it was in there, so his drug dealer who was his friend, they both died because the drug that they sold has some fentanyl in it, and the drug dealer didn't even know that it was in there. So you got to be careful who you get your stuff from around here, and I think that is a conspiracy theory hat on is the FBI CIA psyop because it doesn't make sense to put fentanyl in your own supply, and that was an example of even the drug dealer they didn't know that was in there, and then it was also a white guy I was talking to. Same thing happened to one of his friends. Just smoking some weed, and it was spitting on there. He didn't know, and he ended up friend ended up dying too. So you got to be careful, even if you're doing weed out here, because you don't know what's in there. That's before you even talk about a lot of people saying that there's gasoline coming through that weed that comes through the Mexican border, because sometimes they pack it close to the gas whatever holds your gas in your car, they pack it close to that. So sometimes gasoline fuel gets into your weed. So I guess that was my little bit aside. But I think my last point was y'all had a great broadcast. Y'all have a lot of great broadcasts, but y'all had a specific great broadcast on September the 2nd, 2024, where y'all were talking about what percentage of Africans sold slaves. I think Nikki reposted that.
like 6 days ago. I was looking into that broadcast, and it was a great broadcast. So I'm not spent, but I hope everybody here goes back and listens to that because it's actually relevant to this conversation. We talk about metaculture of Africans. Well, that whole selling your stuff, your own people into there, those are intentional decisions made millions, if not billions, of times over a course of centuries, well, that's going to affect your culture. And I think what y'all were saying was in that conversation that that same treacherous culture that existed at that time still is actually exists as a dominant part of their culture today. So we're dealing with the consequences of people who haven't even dealt with that part of their culture who are coming here undermining us because that treachery for access to European, now Asian benefits still exist within their cultures. So I think that was the last thing I wanted to contribute, but I appreciate y'all's continued work. So.
Uh,
Thank you.
yes, sir. I appreciate your contributions and your intellectualism.
Hey, Professor, how
It's
you
funny
doing,
because
man?
drugs scare me. Oh, sorry. Oh, I was just gonna say it's funny because drugs have always scared me, and I'm a pharmacy technician.
Wow.
Mm.
Well, I remember in the '80s. Remember the whole "just say no."
Mm-hmm.
So at my school, they did they had this program. I think it was like 2 weeks long, where they took all the. I think it was in the 8th grade, and we were taken out of um, our science class for like 2 weeks to study to do this whole special thing on drugs, like the effects of drugs and, how bad they were and what they do to you. I was so paranoid. I didn't even want Cracker Jacks because they had the tattoos in the boxes. I wouldn't even eat Cracker Jacks. I was like, I didn't want no candy from nobody. We learned about LSD. We learned about dropping acid. We learned about methamphetamines, uppers and downers, and just all these things. And it just creeped me out. Like, I didn't want to ever try anything. It was so bad. We had some friends that was like, hey, we finna go to the park and smoke some weed. You want to come? And I must have did this whole sermon, and they was like, damn, a simple no would suffice. And I was just like, no, because you know what happens if you start smoking weed, and then and I just went into this whole spiel, and they were just looking at me like, girl, if you don't shut your butt up and go sit down somewhere. And it's so funny that I became a pharmacy technician. But you know what? I still am a little paranoid about certain drugs. I mean, I've got a chance to study them, and know about where the things that, treatments and where they come from. So maybe it's a good profession for me to be in because now, because I can understand it better. And it's crazy. So, sometimes people ask me about certain things, or when it comes to certain medications they're taking. When I talk to my doctor, if he wants to, like, if mentions about putting me on something, and I'm like, he wanted to put me on the statins, I'm like, no, I'm not doing statins. I don't want to take a statin. So I lowered my own cholesterol, and there's just so many things you can do. I just recently ordered an apothecary book that is supposed to give you like all of the different herbs and what they do, and like basically kind of how to mix them, what to pick to cure certain things. And I'm like, yeah, we definitely need to get back to that instead of just, these synthetic drugs, because they trying to kill us. I mean, we already know that they're trying to kill us. But I heard somebody mention, I think it was a professor, I think he said, what was it, lion's mane? My sister, my
I
baby
love it.
sister, she just got some of that, and I don't think she's used it yet. I was like, "Well, what do you do? How do you eat it?" And she's like, "I think you just cook with it, but I have to figure out, I guess she's gonna do something." I said, "Well, let me know when you do." So, what is it good for, actually?
Your mind.
Get it in those tea like it's a coffee, you know.
Oh, I've seen
You
those
see
mushroom coffee.
mushroom coffee. They have their own little flavor. You can take those and
Mhm.
get some supplements with mushrooms through those, and it tastes good.
Oh, okay, cool. Thank you. Look, I love
Hey, you know
learning new
what's
things from you
funny?
guys.
You know what's funny? Since she brought up the commercials. Yeah, y'all that grew up in the '80s had the funniest like public service commercials. Like the hands across America. and the don't say no to drugs. Like them campaigns, whoever thought of them campaigns had to be high too, cause there was some funny commercials. We can just go back and look at them. Like, what y'all was thinking in the '80s when
The
y'all
fried
made
egg.
them?
The 80s was the bomb.
That was the best time of
I
our
miss the
lives.
80s.
I was born in the '80s, but I don't remember them.
The fried egg. This is your brain on drugs.
They should have said, "Don't try drugs."
Yeah, that's true. Just
Yeah, cause
stay
some people like
away.
fried eggs.
I do.
It
But you
was
know what? I
true.
miss there's some things I miss too. The 70s. I remember thinking, whatever happened to Schoolhouse Rock? They took that off. And like all these learning programs, I used to love me. I just recently I was watching on, I don't, was it on Netflix? They had a bunch of those decades series, like um the 80s, the 70s, the 60s, the 70s, the 80s, and all that stuff. And it took me back. And I remember, the Schoolhouse Rock, learning stuff from there. I actually bought the DVD for my son. I'm like, look, back in the day, this is what we learned on Saturday mornings, watching cartoons. um Electric Company. I don't know if anybody remembers Electric Company, but shoot, Electric Company was the shit. Like we had in first grade, we would, how they used to bring the projector or somebody had like the TV with the projector thing. And on a certain days, it was like a special thing to us. We would go next door to the room, classroom next door, and they would put on the, I guess, Electric Company come on. It was like a special time where we got to go in and we'd all sit and watch it. And I don't know why the Spider-Man on there was a big deal for us, but we would scream our heads off when Spider-Man came on. And he didn't even talk. That's the thing that got on my nerves. Like he didn't even talk, but we just liked it because I guess it was Spider-Man. But all just um nowadays they don't. What do they have that teaches these kids anything anymore? I mean, do they even have anything?
Sexy Red.
Hmm.
And she don't count.
George Bush
Hell
and a No Child Left
no. I'm
Behind.
so glad I don't have a daughter. She would be like, nope.
Yeah,
Mm-mm.
George Bush and a No Child Left Behind program
I
destroyed
hated
PBS.
that. I
And
absolutely
So they don't
hated
have
that.
any shows like that
My brother
anymore.
should have been left behind.
They don't have any.
I mean, yeah,
I haven't seen any.
they got Cyber Chase and
That's
the
sad.
low
Who?
budget Zaboomafoo,
What's
and they
I
showing
don't
Big
even know what
Bang.
that
I
is.
don't know what that is.
I
The
don't
black,
know.
you playing with us.
Me neither. I hated the No Child Left Behind. I was so pissed off because my brother, my baby brother, I used to tell my mom, I said, I think he's dyslexic and I think you should get him tested. But I think she was in denial. She did get him a tutor, but um I hated it because they didn't hold him back and they just kept pushing him through, pushing him through, pushing him through. And then he ended up becoming, and he's in high school and don't know his ass from a hole in the ground. So now he's out cutting school, smoking weed, and had to go through a special program. And yeah, I think they did. Obviously, that was a setup. They did that mess on purpose just to,
Look,
just to put people in society to to just fail. Basically, I said that. I was like, you know what, they're setting these kids up to fail.
if you watch the original PBS, like it was made for like black kids, like the original Sesame Street with Luther on there before
Yeah,
he got
that's what they
discovered.
said.
Like I y'all version of Sesame Street wasn't shit. I got the bullshit version, but no one said I can say my generation was the last generation to have like good PBS, like with Zoom and Magic School Bus and Arthur. But now Arthur LGBT family and
What
stuff.
were the white kids looking at when we were looking at Sesame Street?
I thought they was watching it too. I
Well,
mean,
it was
well, you know what,
that
my
was
mama,
made
I
for
got, but
us, but I can't understand what
uh,
they were looking at. They were looking at it too.
They
yeah,
watching the
I got bused
Canadian
out to the
version
valley. So, ooh, okay.
because Canada made a lot of PBS shows, but and they
Mm,
always split it in twos. So they always had like a Caucasian version of PBS,
mm.
and they got a British version of PBS too. So it's like depending on your area, kind of like how they do now. They do like the Southwest, like Texas area, have a different version of PBS than the North Coast or the Midwest, and that's how they split it up. And then black
Mm.
people only watch certain channels.
Uh, yeah, true. That's true because we gonna watch the channels with mostly black shows on them.
Very interesting. FBA world, what's on your mind?
Um, Somebody, Professor Wanting and Nikki the guys. Somebody, thank you again for having yet another educational and pretty entertaining space as usual. As far as the title of this space, I really don't have nothing to add because from what I've been hearing in the background that the questions have already been answered. Um, I mean, wanted to point out what really got me interested was the talk of superpositioning and the quantum entanglement. And while y'all were conversing, was talking about that, it made me get up and go to my bookshelf and pull out this specific book. And that I haven't read it yet, but I've had it in my collection for a long time. And it, when y'all were talking about the electrons and superpositioning and things of that nature, it made me go and grab this book called Why Dark Matters, The Power of Melanin in the Brain. Professor, have you read that book?
No, but it sounds so interesting. Describe it to me.
Oh, yeah, so pretty much in this book on why darkness it matters, it pretty much goes into the explaining the power of melatonin in the brain. It pretty much discuss what is melanin, what is neuromelanin, and how does melanin affect academics and athletic performance. So, I mean, so if that description piques your interest, I would highly recommend somebody checking out the book. It's called "Why Darkness Matters: The Power of Melanin in the Brain." Somebody having y'all some talk about quantum entanglements and superpositioning made me go and have to pick this book. Made me grab this book and after tonight's discussion, I'm definitely going to start reading this book. But melanin can't be the reason for good athletic performances
Why not?
because Africans are bad at sports.
Uh,
Oh,
there's something going on with Black
oh,
American.
yeah. And lastly, What about so man, Indians, dark Indians that are blue black? They're not good at sports. What's next?
I think we've been propagandized, but anyway.
Well, this Indian dude, he just got the Guinness World Record of stopping fans with his tongue.
That looked really, really
Stopping
bad.
what?
Stopping fans with his tongue.
Jeez.
He
Wow.
probably cured a lot of people from wanting to do that with their tongue. You know how some people are like, I really want to stick my tongue in this fan. And now they don't have to do it. He did it for them.
Yeah, they do believe like you lick a wound, it kind of like a dog it'll heal.
I just want to say I appreciate y'all for the space, man. I kind of wanted to just add uh a little bit on what on like the drug conversation about the psilocybin mushrooms and things of that nature because I kind of have some experience. And it's very important you that you know what state of mind you're in. The state of mind that you're in before you take them is very important because they go deep. They go deep within you. Like they pretty much read your subconscious and bring whatever that you're feeling inside. They're gonna bring that out and they're gonna magnify it. They're gonna make you face it pretty much. So it's very important to have a good state of mind and like meditate or focus on exactly what you want to um get your mind right on exactly what you want to focus on during that experience. You know, it's usually like when I did it, I fasted before, I prayed before, and I had a specific thing that I wanted to focus on when I had that trip. And if you do it right, you can get a very profound experience. But you have to do it right because those people that are tripping and doing all of that, um, they're just doing it to get high. And if your mind isn't right, if you're very uh depressed or something like that, it's just gonna magnify it even more, and it's just gonna bring those demons out. So yeah,
Wait, which
I don't want to
which
say.
was that? The name of it?
Psilocybin. You talked
Oh,
about the
is
psilocybin.
that the magic mushrooms?
Yeah, I've also done ayahuasca
Oh,
too.
really? How did you like
That's
that
like,
one? What did you think?
uh, yeah, it's very very
Did
profound.
you see any
Where'd you go?
elves?
Elves.
They say people see
Did you
Oh
elves.
see
my God.
Jesus?
Bro, no, I had the craziest
Tell us.
experience because, like, okay, I'm in Texas. I feel like this was destiny because I'm in Texas, and for some reason, like, I wanted some inspiration on a project, and like the group that I usually talk to that has the ceremonies, they were having a ceremony out there in Florida. So I went out there to Saint Petersburg to the Dolly Museum, and then I went to the ceremony afterwards. And when I say like it literally changed my life because the ceremony was crazy because it was in Ocala, Florida, um, like right in the middle of Florida, and that's where like a lot of those Seminole wars were fought, right? And I didn't even notice at the time, um, and so we had it in like this white man's like backyard, um, and we took it, and like I say about 2 hours in, like it's like the spirits in the ground were talking to me, and they were like I could see like all of the bloodshed and all of the the pain and sacrifice that our ancestors went through. Like it's like the land was talking to me, and then I saw like a big group encampment of people, and one of them actually came up and talked to me. And this might sound crazy, but like he I know this sound crazy to
No,
y'all,
go
'cause-
ahead. That's what a trip report is.
but,
It's
so,
something other than what that's why we're doing it, right? We're trying to get to
yeah,
these
man.
states that
Uh,
we normally can't see.
basically, cause like basically, I was seeing what happened on this land, and I saw battle taking place. I saw war taking place, and this I saw this man like so when you see spirits, cause like I've talked with my well I've talked with my grandpa, but like when you see spirits, you don't actually see them like in the field. It's like you can feel the energy, and then like your mind like I guess your mind transposes an image into your head. So like you can see what you're talking to, but it's not actually there. But like this guy,
Is it like
the dude was
telepathy only with your vision?
no, like no, like your mind can see the person, but the person is actually there, but you can still like feel the energy.
Kind of like when Simba seen Mufasa in the clouds.
Yeah, you see
That's
everything in your mind first before you see it, before you do anything out here. Yeah, I
Yeah,
get it. I
so
get
like
exactly what he's saying.
like yeah, yeah. So like the person, he came up to me and he told me that that was my people basically that was fighting on that land. And this was just like a spur of the moment trip that I took going out to Florida, which I never went to before. I never knew any of the stuff that I knew now, because after that, like, I went, because I wasn't even really interested in learning about like Native American history and things of that nature. But like as soon as I left that night, I went and I watched American Maroon, and I just started like trying to learn more and more about it. And yeah, man, that's what sent me on this journey into like genetics and
Is this a mental
history and
journey?
ancient stuff. Yeah, yeah, it's very spiritual, bro. Like if you I okay, yeah, I'm just gonna like, I encourage anybody, if you have like um something, if you at a crossroads, or you have something that you really want to try to process or figure out, I would suggest ayahuasca to you, because it's very profound.
I thought it
that
was
kind of
I
sounds like
thought it was illegal to do
Interesting.
it here.
Yeah,
It's
my
not illegal.
it
I
is
You
had
can do it
illegal.
heard.
in
I
Cali
Uh,
under
can't.
a
Yeah, it is
doctor.
illegal.
so like
You can't just do it by yourself.
if you can get a license. uh I think it's not illegal if you have a license. um but if you don't have a license, then yeah, I do think it's illegal. But a lot of people, they kind of just do under the table and take like donations, pretty much.
I had saw this. I think it was like it was some kind of documentary or something. I can't remember who. I just remember Chris Rock talking about it, and it sounds like the same thing, but I thought it was a different name. I thought it started with like a
DMT.
P or
Oh,
or huh?
DMT.
No, it was something else. It started with like a P
Well,
or R. Go
there's
ahead.
like there's like medicines like that, like pretty much a lot of the indigenous cultures around the world kind of had like a similar medicine. And if you
Yeah.
even
And they were like
if you
getting
look,
sick. He said they would go in and they literally sat like you had to they sat something next to you because they knew you would get sick. And so you were gonna like have all these hallucinations or what they called it, I guess. And even throwing up, just getting really sick.
Right.
And it was like you had somebody next to you going through it. And they said a lot of other famous people do it too. Like they literally go to like a camp
Hmm.
and they do
Is it the
this.
magic toad? When you lick the toad?
Oh
Yeah.
Lord,
I,
not that. I'm not
No.
licking a
I think that's
toad.
the
Yeah,
I think
I
that's the cat
refuse.
What's his name?
Buko,
Rogers. Aaron Rodgers from
That's the same toad
the
that you
Jets.
use to make zombies, I bet.
yeah, he did it. He did ayahuasca.
Yes. He
yeah.
didn't talk about what he didn't talk on national TV. He went on a trip, but he said he went to this camp and he was experiencing some good things.
Now, Mr. X,
But
did you throw up?
So like I'm weird. Like I like basically I've worked a deal out with the people. Like I'm in video and film production, right? So we basically do like a barter system where I make content for them, and then I could partake in the medicine and learn more about the just shamanic sciences that they do. It's a Colombian dude, a white Colombian dude. Uh, but yeah, I really just did it to to have access to the medicine whenever I need it.
That was a very good experience. Did you experience, you know,
So like me, I don't really purge like that. You talking about when people throw up? Yeah, a lot of people throw up. I don't really do it. I have done it before, but usually it's weird. Like I it'll come out like either in burping. Yeah, a lot of times it's burping. Sometimes I go to the I take a shit pretty much. But yeah,
But it was not
I'm a little
uncontrollable, right?
what, like your throw up?
Yeah, you didn't feel like overwhelmed.
No, you don't feel overwhelmed. You actually feel very lighter. Like it's supposedly getting all of the it's supposedly bad energy releasing from your body, or bad spirits. That's what the purging is. So once you do it, you feel so much lighter. You feel so much freer.
So
It's
if
it's
you
unlike
don't have any
ever.
demons, you won't throw up, kind of thing.
No, no, not necessarily.
Okay.
No.
It reminds me of the movie Doom.
Is it ayahuasca?
Yeah, yeah, ayahuasca.
Wani, you gonna try it?
No, I'm still too chicken to do it.
I know Vox got a lot of documentaries about that, where the little white boy go in different little
Oh
parts of the
yeah,
world and
Vice.
do
Yeah, the
drugs.
Vice.
Has
Yeah,
anyone
yeah,
ever seen
Vice
the movie Doom?
with the Rock.
No, with the what is it? I
I saw it.
pronouncing it wrong. Doom 1 and 2.
Yeah, I saw one.
All right, they got a
You talking about with the
series out.
zombies?
But anyway,
Mhm.
the first one, the second, no, the first one at the end of the movie, when both of them took that liquid from the creature that was the sandworm, and they went on a trip, and once they was revived again, they they had so much vision. That's what that reminds me what this guy's talking about. I mean,
Yeah, it's literally an ego death. You know what I'm saying? It's death of self. You
What does
know,
that? What
in
does
a
that
way.
really mean?
It means you. Oh, it's complicated to explain. It's
do it
like
in a layman's
shedding.
term. Explain in a layman's term.
Basically your ego. Like you probably know about more psychology than I do. I took psychology, but I kind of forgot. But the ego and the like it's all about me type deal is more like you're shedding all of that
Okay.
in a sense.
Sounds like shedding a toxic personality or
Yeah, like
something.
the
Absolutely.
psychological programming
That's the
that we
term.
are, that we all
Yeah,
under.
everything that you
Oh,
Yeah,
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 experience
yeah.
is
most
gone.
definitely.
You're stripped down
Like
to your bare
Hmm. Like,
essence.
and your eyes
And
are
that goes with
open. Yeah.
a lot of psychedelics from like psilocybin shrooms or LSD,
Mm-hmm.
DMT, all that. It's
Is
dangerous.
that in the LSD
Mhm.
family?
I
Well,
don't
LSD is a
know.
chemical. It's chemically made, and they put it on like little pieces of paper.
Okay.
But
I mean, it
all
should be in a psychedelic family.
oh, no doubt, no doubt.
it's a specific
And it's all
psychedelic
natural.
called
Oh nah, that's made in the lab though. The
Now
No,
LSD
let
I'm
me
talking
ask.
about what you're
British.
explaining.
You talking about?
psilocybin.
Let me ask
Natural
one.
You could get it
psilocybin.
from the toad.
Damn,
You could get it from the
toad.
little
Leave them
mushrooms.
Well,
alone.
the
Yeah,
toad is actually
Do
like
not lick
it's
any
their
toads,
defense
please.
mechanism in order to like make them like make predators not eat them. If that
You
makes
talking about
sense.
Then we
the toad
shouldn't be
frog?
licking
But
them.
to us, yeah, the toad venom, like they get secreted off their back in the Amazon and whatnot.
Okay,
Excuse me.
So
Ew.
their
Whoa.
so their
I'm not
defense
licking that.
mechan
Whoa.
their defense mechanism is to make their enemies high.
Well, it's us though. We're humans. We have a bigger size. You know what I mean? So a snake
yeah.
or anything else it will actually like put them in a coma dang there, but they'll eventually get over it. But with us, we use it to get messed up, I guess. Because our
Ew.
It
size, our body mass.
it
Yeah.
gives you like the feeling of you're about to die, because that's basically what DMT is. It gives you that
hmm
I
euphoria.
wouldn't
Yeah.
want to
The
experience that. I might have a panic attack.
Because
Hey,
Mhm.
the only time DMT is in your body is when you're born and
The
when
last
you
moments.
die. Yeah, the last moments of your
Why
life.
when we're
So it's
born? What are we gonna do then?
I
Mike,
guess
Mike,
It's like the Big Bang, baby. Hold on.
yeah,
Kazoom.
yeah, yeah.
Well, anyway, I wanna piggyback on what you was explaining to us. And one they have a series called Doom. It's on I think Prime. Wait, wait,
Sci-fi.
say that again.
Are you saying Doom, D
Sci
O O M, or Doom, D U
Doom,
N
like
E?
Yeah,
Dune.
so
DUNE.
when I think
Yeah.
which
Do
the
you?
what
Oh,
Okay,
how
I've
you
the
pronounce
seen
it?
the
Spider, the
thing, but
Spider
I
Man
just ain't
thing.
watched
All
Yeah.
right,
it.
but anyway, they put the girl on the slab and they had to go back to and address and get some information from the ancestors. And they hit her. They put something in her eye, and she just went into a deep coma. And they showed pictures of her with all her ancestors going back and back and back. It was It was a crazy scene.
You know, that's kind of similar to like the movie 300 when they went to go talk to the elder and they made the young version sniff something and she started having like a little out of body experience and then she gave the information of if it was okay for them to go to war or not. It's similar to kind of like that.
Yeah.
That reminds Wani. That reminds me of the Oracle at Adelphi. Weren't they getting high
Yes, they
there?
were. They discovered that there are gases escaping right there where they were sitting, and that they could have been used to put them in a trance.
That's why I ain't hopped off the weed porch because I ain't ready to meet the ancestors. No.
Now, let me ask a question. Remember, you said only 1% of us is here and the other part is somewhere else?
Yeah.
Well, when we go to sleep, it looks like we're somewhere else and a part of us
You
is
die. You
here.
die. The Egyptians say you die every time you go to
You
bed.
do. You just come back. You don't detach.
One time I went to sleep and looked like someone was just holding me down, wouldn't let me get up.
Oh,
Oh
that's that
yeah.
thing.
They say that's what,
Sleep
sleep paralysis or
paralysis.
something. Yeah,
Yeah.
That
absolutely.
scared the hell out of me.
Yeah.
Were you taking any tranquilizers?
Me?
Yeah, sometimes when you take certain
No,
types of drugs,
I went to sleep. I just couldn't. It
yeah, it
scared.
happens right when you're trying to wake up.
Yes.
I know.
That could happen if you kind of like astro projecting and you really don't know it. You ain't visually knowing that you're astro projecting, so you just wake up in the middle of it.
Oh no.
Yeah, man, this is a great space. Everything that that brother was talking about when he was talking about the ayahuasca, my lady friend, she had the same exact kind of experience, but she said, you know, it was so powerful for her that yes, she did. She said she did defecate on herself, and
Oh
when that she did,
no.
yeah, she said it was very strong. But she said the stuff that she's seen, she said like you wouldn't even believe me what you know if I try to tell
What
you.
did she say?
She was just like, you know,
Okay, she shitted bricks.
she seen like, you know, she said she could see like demons in people and stuff, like exactly what he was saying. Like she said, like it frightened her real bad, but after she like I guess calmed her mind down or whatnot, she was like she seen like green people, like it was wild. Like you would think she was crazy how she was talking, but everybody has the same type of uh experience in a sense, you know. So it's like
Yeah. Yeah. You remember how?
it's
Go ahead.
crazy, but at the same time, it's like everybody ain't gonna be
Good
talking
morning.
like this. If you know, it,
Good morning,
Exactly. You remember how I
everybody.
said
bro.
I
I
asked
was
him to.
like, yo, so I really want to try it, but she said you do like you know everything that you try, you do want to have a good mind. You want to have a good mind in yourself. You know, you want your mind to be right.
You
Good
remember how
morning,
you
everybody.
remember how I said that I asked him did he see elves? I
Yeah.
wasn't kidding. They said what was the guy named Joe Rogan said
Good morning, everybody.
it's a yeah, Joe Rogan
Yes.
said something so interesting. He
Can
said
you hear
that
me?
they hold on, can you hear me
Settle down a
talking?
bit. Settle down a bit. I am.
Yeah, I don't know if you can hear me.
We're gonna
Yeah,
get to
my
you in
name is
just a
Paul.
second.
Hold on one second.
Um,
Anyway, what I was saying is the Joe Rogan said that they have similar experiences, like they have something meets them, and says, and they all look the same, and they say, "Oh, we're so glad you're here." And Joe Rogan said when he did it, one of them said, "You have new technology. Like, what technology are you using?" So I wonder, does it shut down your perception and make you give you the ability to perceive different dimensions? You remember that picture I showed you in Nikki Warning?
Does.
of
Yes.
the visitor in Africa. I
Good
wonder is
morning.
that
To you
who
all.
is? Hold on. What's your problem? What's wrong with you? I am. What's wrong?
He
He
comes
trying to
from a big
scam.
family where they don't wait their turn.
Hold on. He got my attention now. What do you want? I am.
He said there's a goat in the room. He wants to eat it. He- As an happy new year to each and everyone. I'm Mhm. trying to reach everyone
Hey, check
here.
this out. Somebody else was up
He
before
trying to
you.
get donations.
But
Oh,
people
Hey,
that
Chewbacca. Hey,
people
the
that do that,
Chupacabra trying to eat a goat. We can go
he
He,
somewhere.
what's he
looking for
talking
a friend.
about?
he getting on my nerves.
He looking for a friend. He's lonely.
He trying to get some
And we
donations.
all.
Feed the children. 5 cents a day, people. 5 cents a day.
Peyote. That's the name I was thinking of. Peyote.
Peyote.
Oh, yeah.
I haven't seen any elves, but I always see a panther, um, and sometimes like a anaconda comes and wraps
Your
around somebody.
anaconda
So
don't
I
want none.
Like just a
Okay,
few
want it.
days ago, I mean, like, well, not a few days ago, like maybe a month ago, I had dreams about like snakes, but the snakes wasn't attacking me. So, I was nervous waking up because, we always look at snakes as something evilish or, demonic or something like that, unfortunately. With
On a plane?
yeah. So I looked it up, but it said it's something about a spiritual awakening. So I
Mm.
was really intrigued. Like I said, like
It
I
does. It
seen
does. It means
I'm sorry,
it
go ahead,
means
brother.
Kundalini. You
You
good?
all,
Yeah.
please, I
Professor,
really need your help and support, please.
Hey,
I
hey,
need
hey, check this out. If you talk out of turn again, I'm gonna kick you off my
but
space.
Professor, I have a question. Why do
Yes, sir.
they mention that you see demons? How do you know they're demons? That's my
It
question.
could be aliens
Well, from what
Yeah.
she was saying,
or
I
angry
guess she was just saying
angels.
like how they were looking to her, like when the way that she saw them. She said they wasn't like a pleasant thing to to look at, from what she was
Well,
explaining to
if you
me.
never seen it before, naturally it would be kind of frightening, right?
Facts,
So that's the
absolutely.
first
Even though
thing.
there might be
Let me
friendly
ask you.
spirits,
So that's the first thing we associate as being evil and a demon
the
because you never
unknown,
seen it before.
right?
I agree with you. We shouldn't do
The
that. We shouldn't do it
ugly.
because that's not always necessarily the case. But that's due to by the programming of how we've been forced to
Over the
think
years.
and see things in life how they want us to see it. And I
Right.
think we all really are having a real spiritual awakening without taking these psychedelics. That's why we're
But
talking
you
the way we're
understand my
talking.
point, right?
I do understand your point. Yes, sir.
from my experience, like everybody has different gifts, right? Or they bring out, yeah, they bring out your different gifts. So like me, I've noticed I'm very sensitive to energy, and I'm starting to learn how to control my energy. I've never seen demons, uh, but like I don't know, that may be like one of her gifts. Like some people, they can like I guess. Well, somebody told me because he was laying down like inside of his cover all night, but he said he was looking down from him on he was looking down on himself from over the top of himself while he was sleeping right there, which was like
So he
crazy to me. I
astral
don't know what that.
projected, out of body
Yeah,
experience.
yeah. So like everybody's gonna have like different experiences depending on like what gift you have.
I,
So it's very.
I think you have seen demons. We all have. Walking around us all every day, driving by us in the car. They have no melanin. Maybe not all of them, but a lot of them.
Absolutely.
You know what I'm talking about.
Absolutely.
Okay. All right. I am. Where you at? Where he at? Oh, he gone now. Okay.
A lot of them got blonde hair and blue eyes. I'm gonna shut up now.
The Ethiopian Bible describes the devil as white. So does the Book of Enoch, and his name is Lucifer. Lux means light. Luce. Fur means bearer thereof. So bearer of white, bearer of light. Yeah.
Professor, I want to ask you: have you ever got a chance to read upon demonology?
No, but our sister Wani Spots probably knows something about.
Oh, okay. The only reason why I'm saying it because I'm really am interested in reading it, not to like conjure up any type of evil
Yeah,
spirits,
be
but
very,
to
very careful.
overstand. Okay, okay, because
Yes.
they say King James he wrote that or something like that, and he also wrote the Bible. So
Hmm.
it's just like, what secrets is this man having here that he
He
called
was
it
writing about a
demonology?
lot of demons, and he was writing about how to identify witches, and then encouraging people to do. I don't know what's with these witch hunts and scares, because it crops up in different parts of the world, and they're just like insisting that people are practicing witchcraft and are doing something. And then when they get them, it's like, if they're witches, why don't they just blink out of there? I'm not sure what's going on, but these seem to be regular people that just insist that these other people are witches.
But could it be that
Maybe
they
it's
are
because
using our what what they're calling demonology is like I try to think outside the box. So could it be that they're using that, saying what demonology is something that we actually can do for ourselves, that is the things that our people have done that got them this far, with the information or being who we are as a people. I always think about that because we only go by what we've been taught, and we all know that, like, we've been taught so much lies. It's crazy. So it's just like, where do you begin to say, like, oh, okay, this is right and this is not. You know what I mean? I feel like the way to me, my mind is thinking about looking into it because it's something that is going to help me understand where I'm at in my life or where I'm at with my awakening. But c- me,
I went
part of
down
me, I'm
all
not
those
kind of really
paths
ready for that
because
yet.
I no, I went down all those paths because I said, um, if this is the opposite of good, then let me go down this path and see what this is about. But it does get spooky over there. I mean, even if you're not practicing it, you're just studying it, it gets spooky.
Thank you. I keep that in
that
mind.
whole witchcraft thing. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
You fine?
I was gonna say it just sounds like what you were saying. Like it's an excuse to harm a person who can do something that they can't, because if anything, what they say, things that they fear, they don't what they don't the fear of the unknown, or what they don't recognize. And it's like a person who knows how to swim. Oh, this person can float. Oh, they must be a witch, because if I go in, I'll sink to the bottom. So get that person who's floating, because they must be a witch. And when all it is really your body naturally floats if you know how to relax in the water.
I,
I mean,
I'm
that's all
embarrassed
I'm
to
saying.
tell people I could swim. I ain't swim in a minute, but I could never float. So,
Why not?
I don't know.
I can't
You
I
float
can
for
could never
swim,
shit.
but
float.
you can't float.
I could go off diving board. I haven't done it in
Wow.
years, but I could do all that. But I never learned how to float.
Everybody can float.
Not
The secret to floating.
not me.
The se- the secret to floating is you have to lay your head back and then
I
just
know how to.
lay there.
I know how to do it, but it never worked for me.
That's so weird. I think maybe, I don't know, maybe you're just not relaxed enough.
That could be the case.
I think yeah, it's like if your body's not relaxed, you're not gonna float. You have to just, it's
How
almost
can
like you
you
have to
be
trust the
relaxed
body.
knowing you can drown?
But you can
You
if you're
can't because you're
floating.
swimming.
The last time I
You
went,
Be
you
one
gonna
with
be drowning.
water. Flow. Like Bruce Lee say.
Oh my God, y'all
Come
They
killing
on.
always
me.
say black
listen, I
people
think the
can't
last time I
swim.
practiced it,
Y'all are giving
I
us a
was I
bad
was down there
reputation.
in Clearwaters in the beach down there. I was I still couldn't do it.
Yeah, cause I
That's
can
When
funny.
I was
swim.
in the military,
I can't float.
the woman said black people can't swim in the Navy. Black people can't swim. I said yes, I can. And she
Huh.
just had it all arranged. You can't swim. You have to be taught how to. No,
Man,
no, I don't.
Ladies and gentlemen, I enjoyed y'all.
How
Uh-oh.
many of us parents threw them in the pool and was
Well,
like,
thank
if
you,
you don't
Professor. We
figure it
appreciate
out,
you, man.
Listen, it
My
was.
older
Started
brother got
doggy
thrown in
paddling.
the pool by my grandfather in
Mm-hmm.
Massachusetts.
Well,
Cape
ladies and
Cod.
gentlemen, the space is. We're about to close the space. I enjoyed y'all.
Thank y'all as always.
Yes, and I
Good
really
night.
enjoyed y'all tonight. And I'll see y'all again tomorrow. Any last words, Wani?
Bye.
Good night. Bye bye.
bye.
Bye, y'all.